Good morning. Hey, it is freezing cold in Florida. 44, 46 degrees. Okay, I've already had 3 cups of coffee. I'm still froze. I got my blankie, got my long sleeve shirts, and I'm glad you're here. Let's go to Rockingham. I think when I went to this Rockingham race, I froze my butt off. One of the Rockingham races, we were trugging through like this deep snow. Okay, I don't remember which one, or, this is 96. What are we, like, almost 20? It's almost, 29 years ago? So anyway, the only good thing is I kept my blonde hair, except for my roots. Anyway, my name is Miss T Motorsports. I'm racing historian, and I know my way around a racetrack pretty good back then. The rules now, who the heck knows? Right. Anyway, I am from the era of racing where racing was exciting, it was innovative, it was the thrill of victory, the agony of defeat, like everyone had always said on the TV. We didn't need no gimmicks or point system manipulation or anything to make races exciting. They were racing and winning and the raw talent and, what made us want to go to the race every week and work till 3 a.m. on the car in the garage and go to 4 races a week even. But anyway, I got to see it, and I was probably at this race as well. I'll have to see. I'll know once I get into it. I really haven't watched this one much. I've played it while I've been dubbing around the house or whatever, but this is Rockingham, the Busch Grand National race from 1996. My dad was working with the 72, which is Mike Dillon's rookie team. He had set that up all through the winter. He doesn't race with them too much into the spring. I'm not exactly sure if he left them at Richmond or something like that. But anyway, the way the story goes is my dad put in a motor that didn't happen to have Detroit gaskets in it and got a hollering at. And my dad is a lot like me. He's not one to get hollered at for dumb shit. So anyway, that's the story of my life, getting hollered at for dumb shit. But I don't think I'm too bad a racing chick at this point. I was just never a racing girl. I was just one of the guys in the pits. Come do this, grab me that gear, hold this light, hold that timing light. Clean out these cylinders. Put these piston rings in. Order these piston rings. That was my life for a lot of years. So anyway, let's go to the races. If you have any questions about anything to do with racing, the tracks or whatever, if I know the answer, I'll tell you. Or I'll give me my opinion of what I witnessed, some little crazy little kooky behind the scene things like, the normal side of racing, the human side. I was always in the pits. I was never in the bleachers after I was 16. Not very much. I wanted to work on the cars.
1 week ago, Daytona spelled disaster.
See, I got
for
short
numerous
nails.
NASCAR Busch Series regulars.
Not afraid to get
5
dirt
wrecks
under them.
led to heartbreak for many, costing them a chance at victory. But today,
Man, I got man hands.
offers a new beginning as
Estrogen
Daytona is but a
leakage
distant memory,
sucks.
and the race for the NASCAR Busch Series title begins to heat up. Temperatures are in the 70s, but it's a very blustery afternoon here in the
70s.
Sand Hills region of North Carolina. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the North Carolina Motor Speedway.
How can it
I'm
be
Eli
70s
Gold.
and
The pleasure and
blustery,
honor to be able to
Eli?
join you here on TNN
I like
Motorsports
Eli.
for NASCAR coverage here in 1996. A very interesting storyline for you here today. Predictably, a good mix of Winston Cup and Busch Series qualifiers near the top of the racetrack today. But you take a look at a week ago, the Goodies 300 at Daytona. Three fellas who failed to qualify last week are in the top 10 here today. And only 0.4 of a second separate our pole sitter this afternoon from the 40th qualifier, Michael Rich. So just some of the storylines we'll follow this afternoon. But quickest of the lot, no surprise, Mark Martin. Alongside him, Randy Pemberton as they get set to fire up the engines.
Mark Martin has just strapped himself into his familiar
Oh,
Winn-Dixie
shoot.
Ford.
I
He's
didn't
on
change
the
my
pole
scene.
with a new qualifying
Sorry,
record for this
guys.
race.
You gotta look at my big old
150.952.
beanie
Mark,
head.
Can you hold off this stout field behind you
You
today and win?
sillies.
Go to victory lane.
Well, I don't know. There's a lot of good cars, a lot of good teams and drivers, and it's really getting warm here today. It's going to be hot and slick out there. I don't know if we're really prepared for that or not. We'll just try to make the best of it.
Okay, good luck this afternoon. Mark finished second here in the spring last year. You know who he finished second to? Well, he's the guy that's strapping in and standing by with Glenn Jarrett. Glenn?
Well, thanks, Randy. You know, last year Chad Little won at Daytona and here at Rockingham in a Ford, but this year he's in a new Pontiac Grand Prix. Last week at Daytona, he drove that Pontiac Grand Prix to the front of the field, led, looked real competitive, but last year at this race, you embarrassed the field, man. Can you do that this year in this Pontiac?
I don't know. That was one of those deals that just happens once in a lifetime, or that car was perfect for the day. But we have a strong car today. We qualified well, and I tell you, I think the John Deere car's got something for him today. It's just, can we put all those things together? We'll find out in about 197 laps.
Well, best of luck to you, Chad. Thanks a lot. This John Deere Pontiac he feels today will truly run like a deer. Now for more on pre-race, let's go down to Buddy Baker.
Well, Glenn, I tell you, this is a tough field to make. There's some real surprises in the top 10, such as Buckshot Jones, qualified 6th. Stevie Reeves, he qualified in 8th spot. In 10th place, Jeff Purvis. Jeff Purvis hadn't run here in so long, he got lost coming to the racetrack. But some of the guys here that made the field paid the price on the second lap.
Boy, they really did, buddy. If you watch Jason Keller's, he comes off turn 2. The car just got it hung out, really, trying to get that fast lap in. These 9-to-1s don't have a lot of horsepower, and so you got to run them loose. And then you look at Hillenberg coming off of turn 4. Same thing, just had it up there, got it in the loose stuff, smacked the fence. These guys have had to work hard all night long to get these cars ready to race today. There's also some guys that have worked hard that didn't make the race, and we're going to let Eli tell you about that.
Holy crap, today's Friday. I missed my medicine.
Uh-oh,
Fuller didn't qualify. He's one that my dad will go to work for in a couple races by Atlanta.
On the way home, Jeff Fuller. There you see some of the other big names.
Wow.
Coming up from the NASCAR Sportsman Series didn't make it. And there you see
Johnny
Randy
McChecker.
LaJoy,
There's my dad's car.
Driven by Johnny Benson of the championship a
72.
year ago. They qualified with their race setup. They had a gasket problem. All of those things contribute to them forced to take a provisional starting spot. So LaJoy has to start near the back of the field.
I forgot to take my medicine yesterday, obviously. Not cool. My hair will be falling.
Today's exclusive TNN coverage of the Good Wrench 200 is brought to you by Haviland Formula 3 Motor Oil. Controls volatility and fights vaporization. By the more than 1,250 AutoZone stores across America. AutoZone, the best parts in auto parts. By John Deere, makers of quality lawn and grounds care equipment. And by Hardee's. Try Hardee's new $1.99 breakfast combos, fresh from the kitchen at Hardee's. Welcome back to the North Carolina Motor Speedway. Let's take a look at the starting lineup for today's Good Wrench 200. Mark Martin, no surprise, he's on the pole with a brand new track qualifying record. One of the 3 Green brothers in the field, that's David Green. As we look back into the 42 starters here this afternoon, Chad Little, the defending winner, and Ricky Craven, who says he can win here this afternoon. Further back, you see Terry Labonte. Good qualifying effort for Buckshot Jones, Jason Keller, Stevie Reeves, and Darrell Waltrip. You know what some of these these fellas have got to be feeling like here. I mean, experience we touched on. Let's face it, some just haven't the laps on this track that other guys do.
It's always that way, Eli. There's a little change in the tires, and the setup that you ran here last year may not be working that well this year. So it's always an unknown in every race that you come to at this racetrack.
Mike McLaughlin there in the 34 car. Thought he had the car to beat last week in Daytona, but got caught up in an accident. Joe Bessie's machine. There you see Steve Grissom in row number 14. He won the Goodies.
Nick Levin! Nice!
Hello, welcome. Thank you for following.
He says he's going to take a more patient approach to 1996.
My dad's working with Dylan team right there.
I don't know if it's going to hold up or not.
Well, everybody remembers his famous father.
I was looking at the lineup and trying to count how many drivers my dad had worked with, but I kind of lost count.
Take you around this racetrack from some of the in-car cameras. The Winn-Dixie machine, that's the Ford.
My name is Tanya.
One camera that goes all the way around.
I'm Miss T.
Degrees.
My YouTube is Miss T Motorsports, and I'm reviewing all the years of my dad's racing history so I can write his book. Well, I'm in the process of writing it, and I'm up to 92 in my book, but I am reviewing 96. My dad is working with Mike Dillon. It was a rookie team. He started working throughout the winter, setting up the shop for Mike, setting up the cars, and then he's not going to stay with them too long into the season. He will move to the 47 team, I think at Atlanta, is what my dad said.
Nevertheless, they are in the field. So we're set to go the second of the NASCAR Busch Series races.
But we're at Rockingham, and I was probably at the track
here in Rockingham, North Carolina.
this day.
Eli, they came in and topped that car off. People might ask why.
My husband was working with the Spam team, so I was at the races anyway, and I'll end up scoring for the Spam team the second half of the year.
Atop the flag stand now, waiting to start the Goodwrench 200. Green flag is in the air. Mark Martin quickly through the gearbox. Let's see who can hang with him. For the moment, David Green just tucks in line.
An ad almost started. I try to snooze him if it's...
The guys on the outside will try to make a deal with the guy on the inside to let him in, and I think that's probably what happened with Green and Chad Little there.
like a green flag.
Chad Little trying to squeeze to the inside there. Nearly had the car come out beneath him.
I don't think my dad was a big fan of Rockingham because I asked him what he thought about them bringing back the Rock, and he said, like that.
Laps makes up the distance here today. That's 200 miles around a track that measures
not like Wilkes, like North Wilkesboro was.
1.017.
Revival.
In turns 1 and 2, 22 degrees.
Renaissance.
Into the speedway, as you see a pretty good scramble.
I live near all of them places. Anyway, I'm going to refill my coffee and stop talking over them.
Yeah, you know, we saw all this go on at Daytona, and we thought, well, it's restrictor plate racing. But it looks like these cars don't have plates on them today, and they're still right at it, side by side, where they left off at Daytona.
Others trying to make their move towards the front. You've got Mike McLaughlin working his way forward. There you see others trying to just pick their way around this racetrack. It looks relatively benign, but, you know, guys can spin on this racetrack, DW.
Well, the deal here is that they practiced this morning, as you heard Mark allude to earlier. It's a little cool, a little overcast. Now we got 75-degree temperature, and the track goes through a dramatic change when the temperature comes up that much.
The 75 car, Doug Hevron. The 9 is Joe Bessie as they battle middle of the field for 23rd and 24th.
That's Michael Waltrip in the M&W Wonder car, making it 3 wide down the front straightaway.
You know what I like about that, Mike? Buddy, he told me, he said, I got to take care of my equipment. I tore my car up there at Daytona, and I got to get through this race. He's driving like he's going to take care of it.
Everybody's sorting themselves out among the top 20, but from 25th on back, as we looked at that battle from Joe Bessie's car, you've got the Lux machine with problems on the backstretch. One car spins, and we are under caution. That's the number 72 machine from Mike Dillon, who spun coming out of turn number 2.
That's
and the machine
not cool.
that won here a year ago, or actually last October, more appropriately, at the North Carolina Motor Speedway. So caution for the first time today, coming out on lap number 5, as young Mike Dillon spins off the turn. Mark Martin, the race leader. He has been unchallenged since the get-go. 5 of 197 laps complete here at the Rock. Getting back to go green here at the North Carolina Motor Speedway. Quick look at why we had this caution flag as Mike Dillon came out of the corner and the car just came around on him. Young man who happens to be the son-in-law of one Richard Childress as we get set to go back to green here. It'll be 8 laps complete. Hermie Sadler is still on pit road. He's been in and out a couple of times now. The hood is up on his DeWalt Tools car. We'll get an update shortly as we go back to green. Single file restart, and Mark Martin again just leads him back to turn number 1.
Yeah, that's not a good sign for the competition when a guy can get that big a jump on a start like that, Eli. It means he's got a lot of power, and obviously he's putting it down to the racetrack.
If you are a Hermie Sadler fan, he has lost a lap now, but the car back on the racetrack while you see the leaders working back towards start-finish.
I think worse than that, Eli, he's lost the cylinder, so yeah, he's going to lose a lot of laps, I think.
Tough way for the season to open up for young Hermie Sadler as the leaders now swing by him. There you see the running order among the top handful. And there Sadler goes another lap in arrears, car number 1. But look at the edge that Mark Martin's already pulled up. And look at this scramble for position back at around 14th or 15th position.
Yeah.
There you see Bessie. Hillenberg ahead of him on the right. The left is Tim Fedowa.
You see Hillenberg there. He was very careful not to get over in the line there. We have trouble in turn 1.
Cars go up into the corner. Caution is on the speedway for the second time this afternoon as Randy Porter, the young driver from Greenville, South Carolina, has the car come around on him. So caution for the second time at lap number 11. So a rather sluggish start to the Goodwrench 200. Why, fellas, can a car just come around on you that quickly here?
Well, it's like you said earlier. I'm sorry, buddy. Go ahead.
You ought to
might have a better
this. You've done the same thing yesterday. You can tell us firsthand. DW backed his the length of the straightaway yesterday.
I was going to tell you, first-hand experience off of 2 over there particularly. It's just a little slick. There's a patch over there on the racetrack.
There you see Porter's car just breaking loose and impacting the wall. And we are under caution for the second time. We'll take a look at it again, see if we can get a better idea if maybe he had some help or if the car just went by itself. Close quarters racing. Well, tough to tell.
I'm going to bet on help myself. They were awful close together.
So 2 quick cautions here in the first dozen laps of the Goodwrench 200. Mark Martin has been the man to touch so far. He has led from the opening green as we are live on TNN from the Rock. Today's exclusive TNN coverage of the Goodwrench 200 is brought to you by Napa Auto Parts. At Napa, we keep America running. And by Peerless Faucet. Get more out of your faucet than just water. Taking a look at the AutoZone race analysis brought to you by the more than 1,250 AutoZone stores across America. AutoZone, the best parts in auto parts. There you see all the numbers pertinent. As we mentioned, 197 laps here and 45 miles an hour, the pit road speed. For those of you who might be new to our sport, of course, these cars don't have speedometers. You really have to pay attention to your tachometer.
Yeah, that's what you do. You gear the car and you know what it's supposed to turn, and you don't really worry about if you get the RPMs, you'll have the speed.
Yeah, you just go around on the parade lap. They get the thing to what they call pit road speed. You look over in second gear, it might be 4,000, and it might be whatever.
An overhead look at the North Carolina Motor Speedway as the field is working under caution for the second time here this afternoon. Randy Porter having spun his car moments ago in turn number 1. What's that on the low side of the racetrack?
Well, this is over in turn 2. You asked what caused the car just to spin out. This little patch right here is a patch of concrete, and when you hit that, you lose. It's just a little bit different texture than the asphalt is, and you can lose control of the car right there. A lot of guys fight that spot right there.
Darrell, is that what you told your car owner yesterday?
The reason I pointed that out is because I spun out on that little patch.
It can well happen. Happened to a lot of fellas yesterday. Mike Laughlin Jr., he had a problem, spun out. You showed earlier the Keller and Hillenberg spin, so it's not something that is just reserved for a couple or few. A lot of guys have had little handling problems trying to dial their race cars in.
You know, Jeff Fuller was at the top 10 in points and everything. In the first lap of qualifying, you drove down into turn 3, got a little bit high, hit the wall extremely hard, and missed the race here. That's a terrible break for that guy.
Yeah, another guy that missed the show, too, is Tony Stewart. You know, the IndyCar USAC champion. I'm sure that's Harry Renier's car, and I'm sure they were really disappointed that they didn't make this race with Waddell Wilson and that whole crowd.
Well, Darrell, they didn't get the test, and as you know, at this racetrack, it really is important to come down here and set your car up before you get here because you don't have that much time to practice.
If you're curious about the Hermie Sadler situation, there is a report, Glenn Jarrett, that the problems might still be continuing for that team.
Well, Eli, we first got a report that he had lost a cylinder. Then his people came and told us that the plug wire, number 8 plug wire, was off of it. The reason that he had lost a cylinder, they say they got it fixed. Now Kevin LePage, car number 71, reports he's got oil all over the front of his car. He thought it was coming from Hermie's car. That came as a big surprise to Hermie's people. Also, Jeff Purvis, who started up in the top 10, he found his way to the racetrack okay here this morning. But Jeff is reporting an unusual popping sound coming from his car. No loss of power yet, but his crew's keeping an eye on it. They hope that it's nothing serious, maybe just an exhaust leak, but they're a little confused right now.
Well, we'll find out as we're about set to go back to green. Hermie Sadler, the only car not on the lead lap. He finished third here back in 1994, so he knows his way around the track, but this doesn't look as though it's going to be his afternoon early. Green flag in the air. And we're back to green flag racing for Mark Martin, who again, look at him just rocket away from the field there in the first corner.
Yeah, see, a lot of people say, oh, man, he's got a really trick transmission. He doesn't have a trick transmission. He got a trick motor is what he's got, and he's motoring right all the way.
Another unsolicited testimonial right there. As Mark Martin leads the field, you've got David Green running in the second spot, the green and yellow colors. That's the new look for Chad Little's machine. Then Ricky Craven, Terry Labonte, Buckshot Jones still hanging right in there. Middle of the field, you see the 52 machine, Andy Hillenberg. They're working their way towards the front. Everybody trying to vie for a little old piece of real estate right now here in the early going.
Well, we got a grocery cart leading. We got a Cat running second, a Caterpillar running second. We got a John Deere running third. That's quite an interesting lineup.
It is, and here comes the DuPont colors near the front trying to take a spot away, but we're seeing a good 3-wide battle now off turn number 4. You've got Jeff Green in car number 3, the 63 for Curtis Markham. Everybody else trying to work their way through. Todd Bodine is there as well, as we're still in the early stages. Just 18 laps complete here at the North Carolina Motor Speedway.
I tell you, Hillenberg's holding everybody up. That car's crashed pretty badly qualifying, as we noted, and he's just really trying to get out of people's way, and he's up on the high side, but he's causing a lot of problems.
You see Randy LaJoy there. He started dead last. You see him working up through the field. Apparently, they did the right thing for setting this car up for the race because they're really flying around the racetrack.
Chad Little looks to me like he's getting ready to go really far back. He's his car just went out from under him big time.
And he finds himself out of the draft. Terry Labonte's in the 5. You've got the lapped car of Hermie Sadler right there. The 00 is Buckshot Jones. All of those teams trying to get by, and I think it turned out to be a break for Chad Little that Hermie's car was there. He was able to sandwich his way back in line. That's positions 3, actually positions 4 on back that you're looking at. Terry Labonte in the 4th spot. And even getting off the corner, Hermie Sadler getting the better jump.
McLovin! Nice!
Getting the better jump than Chad Little going through the corner.
Yeah, Chad Little's car is really loose right now, buddy.
Yeah, you look at Mike Wallace right there.
Thank you for the follow, ESJ4B.
Little as they work their way off turn 2 there.
Let's check in with Randy Pemberton. He's standing down in the Chad Little pit.
Well, he's radioing to his crew chief saying this thing is bad, bad, bad. And that is obvious at the moment. I talked to his crew chief, Gary Coxwell, before the race. He said these Pontiacs, new body style, this is our first shot at it. It takes a total different setup than any Pontiac that we've run before. All the springs are different. They run different combinations. They love the downforce of this car, but it's a new automobile, and they'll have to take a little time before they get it sorted out. Right now, Chad is having a battle, just trying to keep Sadler.
I appreciate everybody waiting. There's my dad's car, the 72. When I say my dad's car, it's the one he's working on. He was a chassis guy and a team manager for Mike Dillon in the beginning. He set up his shop over the winter time. My dad had owned race cars and built race cars since 1957, so in 1996 he was pretty accomplished, and he put together Ron Parker's shop for Mike Dillon through the winter, and he will be there, Rockingham, Richmond, and I believe at Atlanta. My father decided to work for the Fuller team, which wasn't, surprising. We came out of the modifieds in New England, and Jeff Fuller was one of the guys that my dad helped from the Bomber series. Jeff said my dad helped him with a spring in the Bomber car, and that was something that ran Westboro, I believe. And he said it made a world of difference. And talking to Jeff recently, he said the biggest thing about having a good crew chief like my dad was he could trust the setup. And that made a world of difference for a driver if he could trust the guy setting up the car. That's what he told me anyway. This week.
Battle for second place, but this is the battle everybody's watching right now. It's a good scramble back in the corner. Again, way up the banking goes Chad Little's car.
Yeah, and you notice that the 57 car there has moved in. Jason Keller, he's moved into the fray now. We're going to have some real scrambling going on here for this position.
My dad is still alive. He's in his 80s. He retired here near Daytona. And our whole family is still around Daytona.
28 laps are complete of 197.
I am writing a book, like I said, of my dad's biography. I've got it about half written, I'd say. And if you want to read the intro, it's on my community tab on my YouTube page. I can bring that up and put a link in the chat. I think I'm smart enough.
It can drive you crazy, as well as the competition, because you don't know where to pass it.
Well, Mike Wallace takes advantage in the black and blue regime. He'll get by. Buckshot Jones also doing well. The young driver from Monticello, Georgia, in the 00, not putting himself.
This
in a
is the link to my chat.
He hasn't collapsed on this track.
I mean, my YouTube page.
For the time being.
And the 44 car
and
is right in the picture there. That's Bobby Labonte. This car is
to the community tab with my.
But you don't take that gamble going in the corner here. If you don't know they see you, you better not stick that nose in there because they'll really wrap you getting in the corner.
This, let me see.
We're watching the battle from
This
position
might bring
45
it up.
back near the front of the field. Nobody challenging.
And this is the community tab.
Ricky Craven is trying to close in. He's now the second place runner. We'll keep you informed there as you watch.
The community tab will be the intro to the book. Leave your comments and criticisms. But that's my writing style. Can't really change it. It's who I am. And I hope you like it. But I am open to criticism. Uh-oh. Buckshot. No, don't do that. Oh, boy. Good heads up, Purvis.
At the time of the incident, something we talked about just a few moments ago.
Well, that's a typical took the air off my spoiler right there move. The car on the outside went down
Another
in
caution. Let me show you my page. This is my page. Me and my puppy dog, my hound dog, my dad, me, some stuff, IMSA stuff. But that's what it looks like. Looks like my Twitch. And I upload all of these after I'm done, like later on this afternoon. I have my mostly modified short track fun. This is what a modified is. I thought it was really good. Slap Shoes did on what a modified is. And these are just some of my raw tapes from New Smyrna this past Speed Weeks, the modified reunion, and, some stuff about Thompson and old vintage speedways. Some of it's my content, some of it's not. So, anyway, enjoy that. Oh, and then I have a bunch of playlists. You'll have to go to the playlist tabs, but this is the latest, my dad's interview. This is like the recent stuff, but there's like a ton of other stuff. My son's an iRacer. It's got a really good bio. And Smokey Unick is my favorite person. for a hero.
Right side tires are down.
The way it
Couple other
is.
guys blowing by on pit road. Activity, not
So that's
too much
me.
as we see on pit road. Left side tires coming off of the John Deere Pontiac.
Been to thousands of races, been to 56 tracks last time I counted. In person. Not in the bleachers though, mostly in the pits. In fact, at this track, what I would be is on top of the race hauler. I was looking, people are on top of the race hauler watching the race. Some tracks let you, some didn't, because of the TV shots. But yeah, we're on top of it. I see all the people up there, so they're allowing it. So I would be the blonde person on top of a blue Spam truck.
It'll be interesting to see if he looked like he may have been closing a little bit for that caution. So I tell you, David Green's doing a really good job in that 95 Cat car too. He's been right there in third place.
Why I wouldn't have been in the Busch pits, it's highly unlikely because the Busch garage and the Cup garage were kind of separated. So
your basic photo opportunity, pushed it across the finish line as we have a good battle for the lead. Ricky Craven in the 2 machine.
I more enjoyed what Lake was doing and all of that stuff because I had watched that race for years, I guess.
Pretty stout right there.
Well, he really is. And if you want to beat Mark Martin, just pass him. I know you
That, ladies and gentlemen, was Darrell Einstein.
You're going to say, what does that mean? Well, Mark is a good racer, and he can sit out there and lead the race all day long. But if you get to racing with him, sometimes that's how you got to get up there and pass him till they know you can beat him.
Is that common discussion in the garage area?
My ex was the transporter driver and the tire carrier for Lake Speed at the Spam car in '96 this year. So that's how a lot of times I went to the Speedway. I'd drive myself or ride with some of the other girls. Uh-oh. Oh, this is going to be bad. I think we're in it.
On the back straightaway, and at lap number 41, we are under caution yet again. It looked as though maybe Chad was the first machine to break loose.
No, I guess it wasn't us. It's the Lipton car I thought was us.
Driving, young man from Birmingham, Alabama. He was involved, and we are under caution yet again. So this race having a multitude of problems in the first 40 laps.
I noticed Dennis Setzer was also involved in that. He drove away. He's got a little bit of damage.
Next time they give a rundown, I'm going to count how many drivers my dad worked with.
On the Lipton car there.
Yeah, he does. Chad was just, his chassis was way off, and they tried to patch it up, but I think they must have made it worse.
Let's see if we can get a good idea, fellas, as to what happened here. There's the beginning. One car, that was Chad Little. The 23 was already loose at that point. And here you see everybody else trying to do what they can to avoid.
Yeah, it's really narrow back there, and if anybody slows down at all, bam, boy, that's a hard lick. That's a narrow back straightaway. When there's an accident, everybody gets sucked up in it.
And Chad Little at this point taking the John Deere machine back around to the attention of the crew, while other teams elect to make pit stops here at lap number 42. Well, Chad Little's got to be wondering what a difference a year makes after totally dominating this race a year ago. He led 177 of the 197 laps a year ago. That's Jimmy Kitchens, obviously okay. Young driver from Birmingham, who actually tested for Derek Cope a year ago. As now we see pit stops taking place. Let's go down to Glenn Jarrett.
Well, Chad Little has just brought his Pontiac in. It doesn't really look like a Pontiac anymore, Eli. I don't know what it looks like. But several of the lead cars, Mark Martin, Ricky Craven, they have all elected to stay out for one more caution. So they're going to roll the dice and think that there will be another caution. So the first 5 or 6 cars in the running order are not going to pit. And let's go down to Randy now. He is in Chad Little's pits.
Well, they came in and tried to do a little cosmetic work on the car. It didn't look like they bent anything up underneath the chassis on Chad's car, but correct one thing I said prior to that on a pit stop. He put a rubber in the right front as well as the right rear, and Darrell documented that's the way to fix the pushing loose condition that he had. It was pushing coming off, but evidently it didn't get it enough. Chad went around, but they've got some work to do for the defending race champion.
And that is the man who is leading right there. The DuPont colors for Ricky Craven, while Dennis Setzer is in for a spot of tea here at Rockingham. Today's exclusive TNN coverage of the Good Wrench 200 is brought to you by the more than 1,250 AutoZone stores across America. AutoZone, the best parts in auto parts. And by Royal Star by Yamaha, the cruising spirit lives.
Who else's toes are so cold?
Here in the Sand Hills of North Carolina, and a great overhead view brought to you by
Gosh,
the
it went
fine
from
folks
47
at Steel,
degrees to
bringing you all of the
48
helicopter
degrees.
shots
It's
today.
Florida,
Steel,
and I'm
powerful, easy to use,
freezing.
and durable, qualities you can
It was
depend on
90
in
degrees
Steel
2 days ago.
territory. Along with
Not
Buddy
quite.
Baker,
I'm
Darryl
exaggerating.
Waltrip, Glenn Jarrett, Randy Pemberton, I'm Eli Gold. Glad you're able
My
to tune in
toes
here
are so
on TNN this
cold.
afternoon. A lot of you folks might have been familiar with the fact that we were also to have had Larry McReynolds join us here today. Regretfully, he's busily working on his race car, getting Ernie Irvin set for tomorrow, but he'll join us a bit later on in the season. How about the Pontiac? Something a lot of folks have talked about as far as 1996 is concerned. Today's AutoZone innovation is brought to you actually by Peerless Faucets. Let me correct myself right now. An innovation that Glenn Jarrett has for us to get you more attuned to Pontiac.
One
You're
of the
right,
biggest differences
Shelly.
on the new Pontiac Grand Prix body style is the rear deck lid.
Yeah, I know
It is
him.
definitely innovative.
He's a
I've got
Hensley.
Jeff Hensley here. He is the co-owner and crew chief on Curtis Markham's number 63 Pontiac. Jeff, if you will, tell us what is different about this rear deck lid, what it does for you, how it works.
Well, the biggest thing is we've been able to obtain downforce without creating a lot of drag. And with NASCAR, you have to run stock production pieces, and this is a stock production trunk. And the biggest part of the downforce is in like the edge of the 12 inches of the spoiler, and we don't get the drag through the middle because it's lower. And you know, this is our downforce area. This is our straightaway speed for for not having a drag because it's down, but yet it fits.
I'll
the
be
stock
right back.
production trunk.
Nature calls for my puppy.
Interesting look at the back of those Pontiacs. We check in on pit road with Glenn Jarrett.
Hey guys, we got a major traffic jam down here. Chad Little pulled his car in behind the wall. You can see him dropping it down right now. Just at the same time, the ambulance brought Jimmy Kitchens in here for a perfunctory checkup. He's okay. The ambulance cannot get into the ambulance to the care center area. Chad has got his car down now. They're going to back the ambulance up. Jimmy got out of the ambulance a while ago, started to walk away. Rescue guy says, no, man, you got to ride the ambulance in there. So they put him back in there. He's okay, folks, but now I think we're going to get the ambulance in there. Let's go to Randy.
Well, I checked the suspension pieces on the 23 car. They look fairly straight. Even the truck arms on the back look straight. He did rupture the radiator. A lot of cosmetic damage to the John Deere Pontiac. They've got plenty of work to do if this guy's going to come back from this one here today and get a decent finish, as he has to get as many points as he can en route to a first championship in the Busch Series.
So the field getting the 1 to go signal now as some last pit stops take place. Larry Pearson has been on pit road. That's Dennis Setzer's car, the red and yellow machine you see coming back off. Others who have made some good moves towards the front, Mike McLaughlin, he's running in the 9th spot now in car number 34, a good run for him. Others who have made their way towards the front include Steve Grissom in car number 29. He was back in 28th position, now being posted in the 10th spot. So Grissom, who had himself a fine Saturday a week ago. Interesting to see exactly how stout that car would have been last Saturday without Jimmy Spencer's drafting help. Part of racing, certainly, but interesting what he's got under the hood.
Yeah, well, anytime you're sitting out there like Dale was, Jarrett, you're a sitting duck, and I think that's what Steve said. And I believe with any help at all, Steve would have caught him. So I don't think that was a real big factor. Would like to make note that there are 3 greens in the race today: Jeff, Mark, and David.
Right.
And I think, check this, but I think it's the first time we've had 3 brothers running the Busch Series in the same race in ever, as far as I know.
Yeah, actually, a couple of times before we've seen some big brothers. You got a third of the field in Winston Cup racing now. That's all related as we get back to green here at Rockingham, and the race lead is held by Ricky Craven. Good restart for him, but Mark Martin in the 60 right behind him. Mark led the first 38 laps here, if you're just joining us along the way.
You see Mark Martin making a move on the inside of Ricky Craven down the front straightaway. Mark is showing a lot of muscle right now. Craven was able to pass him just before the caution, but look at him go now. Mark is really on the move.
Lap number 50 put the Winn-Dixie colors back in front here at Rockingham.
See, Steve Mill called Mark and said, Mark, Darryl said that the way to beat you is to pass you. Mark said, well, watch this.
Well, he is flexing those muscles again, so Mark Martin will show the way. There you got Jeff Purvis in the 4 machine. All working their way
Freezing out
the
there.
74 car. That's the feeder
But she
machine in the
definitely
middle.
had to
That's
use the
Randy
bathroom,
LaJoy
so
working
that's a
his
good
way
thing.
back towards the front.
Good
Remember
one.
earlier in the day we told you we had to take a
tells me.
provisional starting spot as one car slows on the racetrack, and they will be heading down the back straightaway. Steve Grissom in for a quick look on the backstretch. They do pit on both sides of the racetrack here, if you're not familiar. 30 pit stalls on the front straightaway, and everybody else on the backstretch. Maybe not quite as much of a penalty box as they used to be, but it still is not the desirable spot.
No, it isn't. Eli, what we're seeing now is these cars have run long enough. The tires are worn a little bit, and setup is now going to be the factor. How you got your car set up for this afternoon, this hot, sunny condition, is going to be the difference in who runs and who doesn't.
We talked about it being real blustery, fellas, earlier. Is that a major factor here as it is at a Daytona or Talladega? The cars dance
Here's
around
my
as
dad's
much here, the wind gusts
car
as
up
they do
in
elsewhere?
front that says
No, I don't
MG up
think
there.
it does. At least I never have it. How about
72.
No, I don't think the wind has anything to do with it. But I tell
Running
you
better
what, it
now
does
that he
have a
didn't
big
spin.
effect.
Dad will set up a car loose, and it takes about 4 laps for the tires to come in. And he unfortunately dumped it on the first lap, but he didn't lose no positions. Caution
We
coming
mentioned a
out.
short while ago, losing a lap as you watch from within Joe Bessie's car. Now back towards the middle of the field. 52 Hillenberg. 3 is Jeff Green. Those cars working back around the 12th, 13th, 14th position right now. All chasing Mark Martin, the race leader.
That's too bad for Grissom because he's one of those kind of guys at a race like this that you don't even know he's in it until he gets down there about.
They didn't have
30
lucky
laps to go,
dogs
and all of a sudden
then.
you look at him, he's leading the race. And he may have just lost that strategy. He's going to have to go pretty hard to get back on the lead lap.
Oh, David Pearson kind of style, wasn't it? As we have a good scramble.
Looks
again.
like Dylan just lost a lap too, didn't
But
he?
we know that Grissom's car is fast. We know he's got a great car, and so he could probably get back on the lead lap with a little luck. I think he must have had a flat tire.
25 working his way on the inside groove, Johnny Rumley.
Kind of stinks that the NASCAR Cup guys would come there and dominate the field and lap everybody and put everyone down a lap, and you didn't get lucky dogs then. And there was a lot of controversy about them racing with the Busch guys, but to be honest, I think they taught the Busch guys a whole lot more by racing with them than they lost.
That wasn't
If
anything wrong with Joe Bessie's car going down the back
you
straightaway.
believe in that.
There was some oil drive from the wreck prior to this, and it looked like the motor was giving up a little bit.
Being down a lap wasn't the curse of a lifetime in the old days, because there used to be only 10 or so on the lead lap. You still could probably get a top 10 finish, top 15 finish, even being down a lap. But it almost eliminated your chances of winning unless you could pull some really good pit strategy.
Number 5 and brought out our first caution. It seems to have calmed him down pretty well.
Well, the 52 car is seriously damaged. Now, he had a hard crash in qualifying, and I'm sure he's got his hands full just trying to run and stay out of trouble.
That's Austin and Ty Dillon's father, by the way, that Mike Dillon. If you didn't know, I assume everyone knew, but I shouldn't assume.
Ken Schrader's shop, the 52.
But he helped him set up his rookie year shop.
Johnny Chapman. And there, meanwhile, is David Green in car number 95 as he battles for position.
All that running around, my coffee's almost cold again. I have very demanding fur babies, which is okay because they are my best friends. I've had them 6 years. They're from North Carolina, from the Carolina Mountains. My cat's from North Wilkesboro. My dog is from Fox Mountain.
We've not talked much about that young man of Randleman, North Carolina, and Mike Wallace as well. That is the battle now for 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th position.
I think what Mark did, Eli, is he kind of backed up there and let the 2 car get in front of him just to see what he had. And I think Mark said, well, if that's all he's got, I think I'll just go on.
You hear him acing out, don't you, Eli? Just a little while ago, he put the mouth on him about just put a little pressure on Mark Martin. Now he's trying to get out from under that rock.
But the pressure's gone now, so he's gone again. No, he's a great little racer. Don't misunderstand me there.
Good scramble now. The Caterpillar colors for David Green. The 90 to his outside. That's Mike Wallace as they will scramble for third position. And we're starting to hear from Jason Keller also as he works near the front while Terry Labonte in the 5 machine gets caught out of line. And your old brother Michael Waltrip goes by and picks up a spot on Terry Labonte. That is back in 10th position. So all the while, Mark Martin continues as the race leader. Ricky Craven running in the second spot in the mid stages of the Goodwrench 200. Welcome back to the North Carolina Motor Speedway in Rockingham, where Mark Martin, car number 60, continues to lead the Goodwrench 300. While you were away, Steve Grissom did get his lap back, so he is back on the lead lap. And we were talking about the strength in that car. You don't be surprised if he's a story before this afternoon is over. There you see David Green still working alongside Michael Waltrip in the MW Windows machine. Oh, Michael's giving that car a good run.
He is, and I tell you, I think owning his own car is going to make him a smarter driver because he's going to learn to pace himself and take care of his equipment. I think it's going to help him a lot. And not only that, working with the Woods brothers is going to help that young man too. That's going to be a great combination for this year's over with.
30 cars currently on the lead lap. A couple of lead changes among Mark Martin and Ricky Craven.
Giving my puppy some hugs.
Periods for 19 laps thus far. And there's an interesting story in the middle of the screen. That's Mike Wallace in the 90.
You're so
to
pretty.
his immediate right, that would
You're
be
so
Mike
pretty.
McLaughlin in car number 34. And McLaughlin started way back in the 20th spot. And there you see those two machines as they have worked themselves to the front. And McLaughlin now trying to get a piece of Michael Wallace there for the third position. And talk about a guy who thought he had last weekend's car. McLaughlin got caught up in a couple of accidents at Daytona. He said yesterday, hey, the car's as good again here this weekend.
I tell you, a guy that's really running well too is Dale Jarrett. Now Michael caught him, and I thought it was going to go around him, and Dale looked like he said, "No, Mike, I think I'll move on." And he opened up a big gap on himself and Michael. So Dale's running awful well right now too.
And Randy LaJoy also on the move as well. But as we watch McLaughlin, Mike Wallace all scrambling to the front. You've got Jason Keller in car number 57 right behind. Those teams running right now in third, fourth, and fifth. Keller's a very talented young race car driver. Is back in the middle of the field. Jeff Purvis in the 4 with Tim Fedua right behind him in the 40. They're working to the outside of some of the machines. And sometimes when you find where your car wants to go, God bless it, just go on ahead.
Well, this is one of those racetracks where you can run that second groove real easy on the outside. And, you know, Eli, for whatever reason, I have seen more.
I call her Kitty, but her name is Saison.
Certainly at Daytona, and now here again today, 2 and 3 wide racing that we didn't see last year. So the fans are certainly getting their money's worth, and the drivers.
Told you my fur babies are demanding.
Stable race cars. There's LaJoy in the 74.
They make me feel so important.
That's the battle for 13th spot right now. And right behind them, a good scramble. Purvis and Fedua in the 4 and the 40. They are running for 15th and 16th position.
I mean, look at that cluster of cars, and they're that way. It looks like Daytona all over again, and they're all grouped up there and just racing their hearts out.
Well, Darrell, it looks like Goodyear has really brought a great tire here because you don't see anybody getting out of shape or anything. The cars are really running quite well out there.
Well, I know at Daytona even, buddy, in the Winston Cup race and certainly on Saturday in the Busch race, the cars were so much more stable. I don't know if it's because of the tires, the aerodynamics, maybe the little bit slower speeds. I'm not sure what it is, but the cars are really, really stable.
There's your mess.
Jason Keller in the Slim Jim machine. Mike Wallace behind him, and there's your race leader, Mark Martin. He led the first 38 laps. He reassumed the lead at lap 50 and has led the last 27 here at Rockingham. Caution is on the speedway here in Rockingham, lap number 80, as the cars began skating up the banking of turns 1 and 2, and all of a sudden,
Another wreck. God almighty. Skinny
now as he works himself free through that area. We were closing in on pit stops anyway, fellas. As you see the Mike Dillon machine, Steve Grissom was involved to a degree in car number 29.
Oh my God. We're done.
Right now, you can tell that the Detroit Gasket team has some significant problems. Let's see if we can tell exactly what triggered it all. 92 is Pearson.
Yeah.
With a little shot to the caboose of
Guys,
Green. Got
control your runs.
Green
I see that all the time in real life today too. No control over the run.
And he just couldn't go, and he got hit from the rear.
Lap number 80, the caution, 5th time this afternoon.
Oh,
what do you do in a situation
okay.
like
What
that?
happened
You
to
just
Mike?
aim for where you hope there'll be an opening. What is there even a strategy, buddy, when you find
I don't
yourself
think he hit
coming off the corner
anything. He just
and the track's
flat
blocked?
spotted
Eli,
everything,
you
maybe.
always try to go high to miss everything because it is a self-cleaning racetrack, but sometimes you get caught by going up there too because the cars will back up the racetrack. So you just take your best shot and hope it's right.
Look at the 9 car, Joe Bessie, carrying our in-car cameras. He just made a quick move to the low side of the racetrack, and he really found himself an opening, and it's paid off for him. Pit stops now. Most of these teams had hoped to go to lap 100.
There was an awful lot of smoke out of Dillon.
Let's go down to the pit stall of our race leader. Mark Martin is in front of Glenn Jarrett.
Well, Eli, you're exactly right. Mark brings the Winn-Dixie Ford in. They're going to change 4 tires.
I think this has a
They were
back
trying to go to lap
stretch
99
pit,
or lap
too.
100 if they had to pit under green, but obviously this close, they got to take advantage
No,
of it.
maybe not.
They're
I just
gonna
saw
make
Randy
any
LaJoy
adjustments
go
to the
by,
car.
so
I would
I'm
hope
wrong.
Not as well as it's running it. Now let's go down to Randy, see where he is.
Well, I'm with Jason Keller. He's pitting dead in front of Mark Martin. They just now finished up the right side tires. He was a good distance behind as Mark squeezes by back out of the racetrack, beating Ricky Craven. The left side tires now going on Keller's car. Steve Addington and the crew working very diligently. Little deliberate pit stop here for the 57 car, being beaten out by several contenders. But Jarrett.
Well, Randy, back up at this end. David Green is still in. He's going for 4 tires. Dale Jarrett was in. He got 4. Ricky Craven got 4. He came out second. Craven wanted an adjustment. They did it with tire pressure. Dale Jarrett was reporting a tight condition, particularly coming off, so they made an adjustment on his car. We'll see what shakes out now, guys.
Oh, Randy is in the front because he was the last year's champion, even though he qualified in the back. So we could be on the back stretch pit. I'm thinking if there is one. I swear they had one then. I could be thinking of Richmond.
We are back at the Rock as
Or
Mark Martin
Darlington.
has been the dominant car here, but we want to show you what it looked like from within his car, the accident that took place just a few moments ago to put us under caution. He rolls it down in a hurry, doesn't he?
Eli, what would you do right now?
I would say thank you for letting the Red Sea part in front of me like that, and there we'll see exactly what you can add to it, DW.
Okay,
I still don't know how Dillon got so much smoke.
And
Unless he got hit in the rear.
And you got Pearson.
Looked like
back here,
excessively more
and
than tires.
Pearson is expecting the 95 to go, but the 95's having trays out of tires, obviously, and he can't go. And Pearson gasses his up and rams right into the back of the 95 car, gets him loose.
Because Dillon's behind all
He
this.
gets hung into him. They start spinning around, and here we go.
And you
Joe
see
Bessie makes a great down low. He gets by. But here's another car getting by on the inside, which is about the best place you can go right now.
And there's Dillon with all
of a
that
sudden,
smoke. That's, well, I guess it might be just brake smoke. It looked like someone hit him in the
And
ass.
there's old Joe Bessie.
He's all
It was
scrunched
such
up.
a great move he made, but as he came down pit road, he had somebody else's tire get impaled into the front end of the automobile, and that's what the guys are working on right now, trying to remedy the nose of the Monte Carlo. He had a big old Goodyear Eagle just impaled there on the front of his car.
Yeah, he had his spare in the wrong place.
Well, Darrell, he has to fix that because it'll make the car push so bad if you don't have the downforce on the front of the car.
Exactly. That's something you work real hard on these cars to keep the nose from pushing.
So there's your race leader.
Looks
Kevin
like a little
LePage
Smoky
right
Unit
now, as we have a
throwback
chance
there
to
on
bring you
Marcus'
the
car.
AutoZone Tech Fact, brought to you by the more than
That's
1,250
Marcus.
AutoZone stores across America. The best parts in auto parts.
There's been a lot of excitement about the new Pontiac Grand Prix body style. It started over in the Winston Cup garage area, but here in the Busch garage area as well. Curtis Markham finished 5th at Daytona in a Pontiac last week, but the most impressive run was made by Chad Little. He roared from 30th starting position to lead the Goodies 300. Chad, what's good about this race car?
It seems to be a well-balanced car. You know, we make some changes and it reacts to them. It's it's very comfortable to drive. You know, we unloaded off the trailer here for Rockingham, and it was good right off the bat. And a car that it feels like it's underneath you, it's secure, so you trust it a lot.
Well, trust is one thing a driver must have, but they're excited about this new Pontiac. It can definitely be a factor this year.
You guys have been in new cars in the past. Is there excitement and questions and apprehension all wrapped up into a new model?
It looked like Dylan was in the pit just then. I was trying to catch that.
You think you got something nobody else has got, but that thing looks like a 58 Chevy to me. I don't know what anybody else.
All right, set to go back to green. The 71 of Kevin LePage is the leader. Now remember, he pitted back in lap.
Wait a second. Maybe not. Maybe not. I was trying to see if I could see it in that shot of the pits. Somebody walking around outside. I didn't realize my son was outside.
Mark Martin is not on a Sunday day cruise out here. He's having to
Freaked
work
me
to
out
get
for a
around this
second.
racetrack.
Just seen a hoodie go by.
Wide a second ago as we watch everybody else try and sort themselves out back towards the front. And the leaders will be bearing down on a lapped car while David Green works the inside groove.
Well, I have a hard time watching this.
Oh, Joe Bessie almost got collected just then.
Yeah, it was pretty hard for me to tell.
Buddy, if you don't quit poking me in the side, I can't see. I can see only one turn at a time.
Boy, I tell you, two race car drivers watching a race, that's tough.
You've got Joe Bessie. We're riding with him. Just ahead of him, Dennis
Gotta sneeze.
Setzer
Excuse
in the
me.
Lipton T entry.
Setzer's in all kind of trouble. He's got a damaged car, and there's really nowhere to get out of the way here because the bottom of the racetrack where you normally get out of the way and let people go is the preferred line around the racetrack, so there's nowhere to get out of the way.
That's exactly right, buddy.
Andy Hillenberg in the 52.
I sneezed and my
Everybody
dog got nervous.
racing room to his inside as they work
It's
turns 1 and
okay,
2.
you got a kitty.
Hillenberg's car still not
She's
quite
getting away
right
from the
after
kitty. She's
problems
so
in
afraid of her
qualifying
kitty.
yesterday that Darrell showed
She won't walk past it unless I tell her run real
Hermie
fast.
Sadler got a
Because the
lap
kitty's
back
always
there,
whacking her.
Crash. He passed Mark Martin. He got a lap back. I don't know how many laps he was down, but he got one back, and he's hanging with the lead pretty good right now.
He is now back behind the race leaders at this stage of the afternoon. So again has gone a lap down, but you're right. After the problems they had earlier in the number 1 machine, he's back running with a pace as good as Mark Martin and Ricky Craven.
Here we go, 3 wide, turn 1.
There you see Chad Little at the other end of the speedway as well. His car beaten and bruised. He's some 23 laps down after his stay behind the wall, but out there picking up whatever points he can. It's just the second race of a long schedule that takes us all the way to November in Homestead, Florida. Meanwhile, for the lead, Ricky Craven in car number 2. He'll reassume the
Her
top
ears
spot
go straight out.
and the lead from lap 39 through
You're so
49,
cute.
and he'll pick it up again here at lap number 95.
She's too big for me to
Ricky Craven
pick up.
showing the way here as he takes the top spot
You
from
big
Mark
girl.
Martin.
I think Mark Martin right at the moment is really running his tires a conservative run because he was running out of tires close to the 100-mile mark just a second ago. I think right now he's just sitting right there, running fast enough, not abusing his tires. I think he has a lot more car in your seeing right at the moment.
Meanwhile, Glenn Jarrett, a heck of a job by that 2-bunch all weekend long.
Oh, absolutely, Eli. And there were some anxious moments down here after his pit stop under the caution flag.
Give me
there.
pity
There's
eyes.
a lot of water out on pit road. The water temperature ran up to about
Giving me
225
pity
when it stopped.
eyes.
They were real
Pity
concerned they had a
eyes.
problem. It popped the overflow hose
Rub
off.
me.
But as crew chief Kevin Caldwell told me, they thought that maybe they had just overfilled it with water. You know, he had a piece of paper stuck to him earlier on, and it caused the engine water temperature to run up a little bit. But they think the car's okay now. It's cooled back down to between 190 and 200. He should be A-okay.
And Ken Wilson builds a pretty stout power plant also, and that's what Ricky's carrying with him. There you see the 34 machine, the Royal Oak colors for Mike McLaughlin. And right behind him, Dale Jarrett, the winner of the Daytona 500 a weekend ago, winner of the Busch Clash, and the man who could well have won the Goodies 300. John Irvin and the boys doing a super job getting the 32 car ready for Mr. Jarrett.
Well, that's some fast company right there.
Isn't it?
I was just looking at Mike Waltrip there in the 12 car. He's following up this bunch of cars that are racing right here. But I I got to tell you something. I think Michael Waltrip has one of the fastest cars out there, but the track position has just killed him all day.
Yeah, he's pitting on the back straightaway, and he lost about 5. There was about 5 cars there he had passed before that caution came out.
Okay, they do have a back straightaway pit.
He'll be okay.
This pack of cars we're looking at is 1 7/10 seconds behind the race leader, Ricky Craven. So that gives you a point of reference as Dennis Setzer has taken his car to the garage area here on the main straightaway. So he'll be the second retiree behind Jimmy Kitchens.
Okay, I just saw the 72 still out there running.
That we've been watching, and now back at the front. Craven's got the lead. Certainly can't shake Mark Martin, but it's a steady battle right now.
Eli, I just had a report that Mark Martin can't talk to his pit crew. He's lost communication with his radio, so later on that might come to play.
You never tell. How'd they do that in the olden days, Buddy Baker, when they didn't have radios?
Well, I run quite a bit without radios, and that was hand signals and a blackboard. We used chalk and a blackboard. A lot of times you'd read that blackboard and get in a lot of trouble running back the cars and stuff.
I saw that happen at Daytona one year. Donnie Allison hit the back of somebody leading the Daytona 500 right near the end of the race.
I said, what were you doing? So I was reading the blackboard.
That's right. They were trying to communicate.
Lap number 102 of 197. The leader is car number 2, Ricky Craven. Mark Martin right behind him. Not over yet. Far from it here at the Rock. Mark Martin, the new leader here, the Good Wrench 200. He has led 4 times today for 80 laps, made the power move going into the corner and blew by Ricky Craven just past the start-finish line. Let's take a look at exactly how he got the lead. I think it was kind of worrying Ricky to death there for a while.
Yeah, I think he was just sitting there saying, I'm going to wear this boy's tires out, and then when I get ready to go, I'm just going to drop down underneath them off turn 4. Swoop low down the front straightaway and carry it into turn 1 and reclaim what was already his.
So Mark Martin back atop the field. That was at lap number 105. We are now at lap 109. As you see the front 2, I think a significant story is, though, that Dale Jarrett, you see him in 3rd as part of our Napa update, and he is beginning to close in on the racetrack among these front 2 cars.
I think that might be what happened. I think Mark Martin might have looked in the mirror and saw Jarrett coming up and said, I better check out of here because Dale Jarrett has been really running well in this car.
This field standing update being brought to you by Napa Auto Parts. At Napa, we keep America running. Right now, at this stage of the afternoon, only a couple of teams officially out of the event. Jimmy Kitchens and Dennis Setzer have gone to the garage area. Larry Pearson is seemingly down just a bit out there. The car not getting around this racetrack as well as it was earlier. Of course, if you lose a cylinder in a 6-banger, it's a whole lot more.
I think I counted like 7 people, maybe 8 people Dad worked with.
That's very true, yeah.
Through the season. No, 9. Maybe in that.
For Pearson, when he showed up at Rockingham, he didn't even want to be here. He cannot stand this racetrack. He just wanted to ride around, maybe get a 20
Wallace,
and come out here with a good race car. That was not to be. They had plenty of damage on the right front.
Dylan,
The upper and lower control arm on the
Setzer,
right front. They tried to set the
Rich.
toe in. The caster's off on it. The camber's off on it. So Pearson's just going to ride it out. They did the best they could with it, but not to be for him today. They're going to have to wait to go on the
LaJoy.
His last few finishes here, I can understand why he's not totally enamored with the place. He's finished 23rd, 21st, 35th, 32nd, 21st.
Grissom? Did I say
Those
Grissom?
are the numbers here
I don't
for
know.
Larry
Counted
Pearson
like
at
8
this
already.
racetrack. Jason Keller in the 57, trying to draw alongside Mike Wallace and bring the 12, Michael Waltrip, along with him. Oh, Michael's running a steady race.
Yeah, he is. Him and Mike Wallace, the 2 Mikes here, were having a heck of a battle, and Jason Keller slid by both of them, and Keller's going pretty quick right now.
That's the battle for 7th place on the racetrack, behind the race leader, Mark Martin. Keller holding down that position.
Now, that's a car that got, beat up a little bit there in qualifying, but he just tore the back of that car, kind of backed it up in the fence, and they were able to get it back in pretty good order, unlike the 52, who I'm surprised he's even out there.
We've got Michael Waltrip, Mike Wallace, Todd O'Neill.
I'll do the cup race afterward. I was with Lake Speed then, just as a spectator in the pit.
Mark Martin, as we watch 6th place on back. at the front. Mark trying to pull away just a bit. 0.8 of a second now over second place.
Moral
32,
support.
Jarrett is coming to the front. He's closing in on the 2-car right now as we speak. And I believe he's the fastest car out there, and I think he's going to be able to get up there and race Mark in just a short order.
Good look at the MW Windows entry for Michael Waltrip. His own operation.
Yeah, he's excited about that. He's apprehensive and excited, and I kind of know how he feels.
Yeah. As Darrell mentioned, that's the battle shaping up for second now. Ricky Craven in the 2, and Dale Jarrett, a former Busch Series winner here at Rockingham. He is running now in 3rd spot. We're told he might be the quickest car in the racetrack.
You can see why he's fast. He's running right on the white line. He's about a half a car length lower than the rest of the cars are able to run in the middle part of the corner. So he's really hooked up, and Dale Jarrett's on the move towards the front. I say in the next 15, 20 laps, you're going to see him racing for the lead.
Plus, a while ago, before that caution came out, when Mark was starting to complain about his tires, Dale Jarrett was closing in on Mark at that time, like Dale's car might have been a little easier on tires. So I believe Dale's holding a trump card right now.
Well, B, as the opening could be there. Craven, you saw him slip up the banking just the least little bit, and Dale Jarrett doesn't need any more of an invitation than that.
No, Craven will let him go because he doesn't want to get himself in a position like what happened to Buckshot Jones earlier, where he could take them both out by being in the wrong place.
So now the story is, can the man from whose car we are looking, Mark Martin, hold off a hard-charging Dale Jarrett? We'll find out when we come back to Rockingham in just a moment. Welcome back to Rockingham. Lap 124 on the board of 197. Mark Martin continues to lead, but he is not the fastest car in the racetrack. The Band-Aid colors for the 32 machine of Dale Jarrett, clearly the quick car. If you're a Dennis Setzer fan, he's back on the track 20 laps down. Otherwise, just Jimmy Kitchens and Randy Porter in the garage area. Let's go down to Glenn Jarrett. He's down in Dale Jarrett's pit area.
Well, they made an adjustment under the caution period when you made that pit stop, John. You told me it was a little tight, but obviously you fixed it. What did you do to it?
We took a little, adjust our track bar a little bit.
Oh!
In the wall.
Something broke, or a tire or something.
Dale Jarrett in the wall, just as we were hearing the comments from John Irvin.
And a perfect example of you'll drive where you're looking. I think the guy behind him
The man who was closing in to grab the lead here in Rockingham finds
followed him
himself
into the
in the
wall.
wall.
Going by a lap car, and he got tagged just a teeny bit going
Unless
in
he
there.
hit
And
oil or
helped him
something.
when he couldn't save it.
The other car involved was the 02 machine that Michael Rich qualified.
Michael
It was
Rich.
started by Rodney Combs, then Michael Rich aboard
Dad
in that Lance
worked a little
East
with that guy in
Carolina
Atlanta, I
University
think, because
machine.
Jeff Fuller drove the car a little to get his points. I think he didn't qualify. Jeff Fuller didn't qualify here,
How in the world do you handle
so
just that
he also
kind of
didn't at
instant
Atlanta,
abject
so they had to
disappointment?
use Michael Rich's car for points, and then Michael got back in it. But
faith, I'll tell you, to make it through and not.
yeah, Fuller come off of
It's Joe Bessie that actually.
Well, actually, the car even seemed to just break right loose.
come off
We'll
of
have to take
a
look at it
10th
again. I don't know if
place
Joe watched him or not.
He did. I was looking.
finish
dead
in
at
the
it, and
championship
he
in
just barely
95.
nerfed him, but
I was watching the wreck
it's just
too
so
and not
hard to get
thinking
in
what
that
I was
corner on
talking
the
about.
outside.
Well, before we take
But
a
yeah,
look at the incident again, let's cover
my
pit
dad will
stops.
end up
This'll throw
working
all
with that
the
team
fuel
in a
and
couple
tire
weeks, so
questions
that's
out the
why I
window,
mention
But
it.
the pressure's on the pit crews, Randy.
You're exactly right, Eli, because there were a couple of guys out there.
This
that
is the
could go
front
distance.
pit.
Mark Martin was not one of them. So if this thing went green, chances are he was not going to win this race. 6 rounds on the track bar, Mark
Holy
has asked
crap.
for. So right side tire,
Track
corner
bar.
to the left.
Loading it up.
Getting in front of him is the Slim Jim car, the 57 car of Jason.
Track bar is kind of a band-aid, in my opinion, for messing something up. It's one of those intermediate changes where I call like frame heights and spring rates and shocks your primary, your wedge primary, all the other stuff
And
secondary.
he drives for the Dale and Teresa Earnhardt car and has not made a pit stop. There you saw Ricky Craven and a few others who have pulled away. So a little gambling going on, guys.
Yeah, either he's going to come in the pits. He's got to. I don't know
Yep,
what his,
here he
I
comes
don't know
now.
what his strategy would have been there otherwise.
Here he's coming in right now. So he and Kevin LePage and a few of the others will make their pit stops now at lap number 130. So everything will cycle on around, and a good bit of work down on the pit lane. Mike McLaughlin takes the lead. Lap number 129 for those of you keeping tab along with us. Let's take a look and see if we can find out exactly what happened to Dale Jarrett. Here's an in-car view from the Joe Bessie machine. Let's see what happens, guys.
Well, there goes Mark Martin down into the corner. And here comes Dale Jarrett, and he just
you called
barely. You called it.
Oh.
You know, that's where you expect a guy to give you a break. You're racing for the lead, and you need a break, and it's hard to. You can't blame either guy for what happened. It just wish it hadn't happened.
So Mike McLaughlin is the new leader of the Goodwrench 200, working lap number 130. Just 67 revolutions remain. Today's exclusive TNN coverage of the Goodwrench 200 is brought to you by Napa Auto Parts. At Napa, we keep America running. And by Royal Star by Yamaha. The cruising spirit lives. A look from high above the North Carolina Motor Speedway. The fine folks at Steel bringing you today's terrific shots from the helicopter. Steel, makers of a full line of leaf blowers, trimmers, and the #1 selling brand of chainsaws worldwide. Let's take a look at the top 10 running order right now. During this caution period, Mike McLaughlin inheriting the lead. There you see the other top 10s. Michael Waltrip in 6th position. Jeff Purvis started 10th. That's where he's running. One name that's not there, Jason Keller. Remember, folks, he was 5th before the stop. He has come out onto the track 14th. We'll try and get an update if we can from down on the pit lane. But that's one man who has dropped from the scene as we look at the race leader, Mike McLaughlin. The field should get the one-to-go
That's good for Clyde right there.
So. Very talented young race car driver.
Oh, I agree. And, you know, he beat Mark out of the pit because Mark and they worked on their car just a little bit. And that it's not a lot. He had to adjust the track more, but that's enough to slow you down. And that's how Mike beat him out of the pit.
Mike McLaughlin was called Magic Shoes. He is Max McLaughlin's dad.
Wouldn't count him out.
Max McLaughlin races dirt now.
Tomorrow, 12 noon Eastern Time, right here at the Rock for coverage of the Nascar Winston Cup Series. The Goodwrench 400. Terry Labonte on the Busch pole. Begins 12 noon right here on TNN Motorsports. It doesn't get any closer. Hope you can join us tomorrow afternoon.
You know, by the same token, Eli, there's a car, the 60 car was leading the race. And, you know, Dale Jarrett was closing, but still Mark had the lead. He elected to work on that car. So it shows you that even though as good as he was, he could have been better, I guess, in his mind anyway.
7 lead changes among 4 drivers as we get set to go back to green. Mark Martin has led the most laps. He's led 4 times today for 101 laps, and we are wrapping up our 6th caution of the day. 32 laps have been under the yellow. Waiting for the green. Lap 134 going up on the board of 197. And on the restart now, the field heads back off into turn number 1. The leader is the 34 of McLaughlin. Other cars around him on the tail end of the lead lap.
You're riding with Mark Martin there as they started off the corner there. Mark got a good start. I don't think McLaughlin got a great start on that restart. He's the second car on the left up there. And he's, you see Mark though, he's caught in behind that traffic right at the moment.
Good 3 wide scramble. You've got Ricky Craven in the 2 car in the middle. Bobby Labonte in the 44 to the inside, and everybody gives a little room now to the outside. You had everybody using their heads there on the restart.
Yeah, well, you had some lap cars there, the 3 and the 1 and the 29. They were all trying to get a lap back, and so they were in the front of the field. And that's bottled things up just a teeny bit here.
All of this taking place just about a second behind the race leader.
Who's the black car? He is like really got some issues going on.
Smoke out of Jeremy Mayfield's
okay,
car
that's what I'm saying. Jeremy smoking.
Down the back straightaway. Everybody trying to stake out a little position for themselves. Andy Hillenberg in the 52. The 63 on the high stride of the racetrack. That's Curtis Markham. He's running in 13th position on the lead lap. Markham is. There you see the race leader now, bypassing some of the slower cars as Nathan Butke has taken his car to the garage area. He'll join Jimmy Kitchens and Randy Porter as those officially out of the event, along, of course, with Dale Jarrett.
You know, Eli, we've been about Mark Martin, but there's a car right now.
Trouble up in the corner. That would be Johnny Rumley's machine. Just broke loose. And caution on the speedway yet again.
1, 2, 3 cars are going to get a lap back
I was going to tell you, Randy LaJoy is running super good in second place.
And there you see some more spins off the corner as coming back to the stripe, Steve Grissom ahead of the race leader, Mike McLaughlin. And we are under caution. The car that first broke loose was back in 22nd position.
At least Detroit
Johnny
Gas gets
Rumley automobile. He was running a lap down. You see some of the cars that got
it was
pieces
just an
of it.
optical illusion. That
There's
one was,
Rumley's
though.
car with significant damage. Derek Cope's machine, number 26.
Oh, Jesus.
Left side, left front damage most significantly. You're not going to get a pristine car out of Rockingham anyway.
Probably not. And, you know, on these restarts, you get all grouped up again. And some guys' cars are handling good and some guys' cars aren't. And you get them all bunched up and somebody gets hit.
So Mike McLaughlin is the race leader under caution here at the North Carolina Motor Speedway in Rockingham. 17 cars on the lead lap at lap 139. Commercial transportation for this broadcast has been provided by Ryder, the official transportation company for Opryland. Welcome back to the Rock, lap 141 of 197. Let's backtrack a bit to what happened moments ago. Johnny Rumley, the cause for this caution. Car just breaks on loose and impacts the wall. And that brought out the caution for the 7th time. But, fellas, I think what's most significant is what happened behind Johnny Rumley. Let's see. This is where all the other guys got caught up.
Yeah, it's kind of a chain reaction thing, you know. You see something happen, somebody slows down, somebody doesn't, and it causes a bigger problem yet.
Yeah, one car slowed down, then Tim Fedua came in, didn't slow quite as much in car number 40, and that's what caused the other machines. But we're set to go back to green. Lap 143 will go up on the board. Mike McLaughlin is the race leader. His best finishes in the 4 prior events here, 13th place in both of the races a season ago. Let's see if he can keep people behind him. The 3 machine trying to get a lap back. Couldn't quite do it on the jump.
Yeah, those lap cars, I'm telling you, they drive you crazy when you're leading the race and trying to watch the competition and watch them too.
Everybody just holding their position now. McLaughlin keeping his eye on the rear view mirror. Randy LaJoy in the 74. Remember, he's the guy who started back in a provisional spot in 41st position. And here he is trying to grab a piece of the lead. That car is stout.
It is. It's really running up the straightaway.
They're going side by side down into turn 3. You can see right now that Randy LaJoy has a little bit faster car right up off the corner here, Darrell. He pulls him about a half a car length. You see Mark Martin tucked right up under him. He's going to make the move on McLaughlin now as they go down in the corner.
And LaJoy likes this racetrack because over the years he has finished 9th, 4th, 8th, and 137th. We'll toss that one out for good measure. But Randy LaJoy, who again, they have really worked all week long on their race setup. Steve Bird, the crew chief, told me yesterday, I'm not worried about a qualifying setup. We'll run with what our race setup works like. And here it kind of starts kicking in on this warmish afternoon.
Yeah, a lot of times you hear guys say that because they didn't qualify very well, and so they'll tell you that. In this case, I think it might be true.
That's been the MO, if you will, of Steve Bird. Of course, that car has run well here in the past, regardless of who's been on at the steering wheel.
The best I recall, he come across this start-finish line and could have won the race. He was lost by about an inch, if I remember right here in the fall.
So right now, as Randy LaJoy shows the way, driver from Norwalk, Connecticut.
Let me clarify that. The car,
right, with Johnny Benson. Johnny Benson at the wheel of that machine. On pit road, Tim Fedewa's crew going to work on his machine as Mark Martin watched the lead. He said, fellas, you've had your chance to talk about LaJoy. Now I'll take the lead back. Thank you.
Yeah, he got that track bar right where he wants it.
They were thrashing on that Winn-Dixie car earlier, but he'll reassume the lead. Lap 147. Mark Martin again atop the leaderboard here at Rockingham.
Yeah, and I think that the way Mark's car has been and the way the tires have gone, I think he's probably going to hold on from here on in.
Darrell, you see the number 2 car there, Ricky Craven, moving in also. I think Randy LaJoy's car may be just a little bit tight. In the early parts of the run, you see Ricky Craven there in the number 2. He's catching LaJoy as we speak.
Well, there's nobody out there that will drive a car any harder than Randy LaJoy. he puts the pedal to the metal, and if it'll get up there and get any part of Mark Martin, it's going to be his.
And that's all you can ask for from your race car and from your driver. LaJoie in the 74, behind him Ricky Craven in car number 2. The 3 machine, that's David Green, and if you're just tuning in, folks, he is a lap down. He's being shown back in about 19th position right now at last check, but he is being shown 1 lap down. Lap number 150 up on the board right now. 47 remain. Field working back into the corner. Just tuning in, 7 caution flags today. The first as early as lap number 5. The most recent at lap number 139. And Mark Martin continues to pace the field. Randy LaJoie behind him by about 7 car lengths. 3 car lengths back to Ricky Craven in third. Today's exclusive TNN coverage of the Goodwrench 200.
McLovin! Nice!
26,000 items at the guaranteed low price. Tires and service, everything but gas. Welcome back to Rockingham. We are under caution. Patty Moise really tags the wall coming out of turn number 4. There you see her climbing from the machine at lap number 155. This is the very first race that her dad is not watching today. Hospitalized for some heart checks, and we certainly wish the very best there. Obviously, Patty is okay, but not the same for the race car. She is done for the afternoon, joining Jimmy Kitchens, Randy Porter, Nathan Butke, Dale Jarrett, and now Patty Moise in the garage area. So working caution at lap number 154. We're live in Rockingham, heading to the finish of the Goodwrench 200. Back with you at the North Carolina Motor Speedway under caution for the 8th time this afternoon. Looking down from our Steel aerial camera. All the folks from Steel bringing you to the great shots out of the helicopter. Steel, powerful, easy to use, and durable. Qualities you can depend on. It's Steel territory. You know, Darrell Waltrip won himself a Steel a year ago. Also want to remind you that highway transportation provided by Cedar Ridge RV Center, Branchville, New Jersey, featuring Winnebago Motorhomes. Call 1-800-988-4884 and find out why Cedar Ridge is the choice of champions. Welcome back to The Rock, everybody, with Darrell Waltrip, Buddy Baker, Glenn Jarrett, Randy Pemberton, and our cast of thousands. I'm Eli Gold. Hope you're enjoying the Goodwrench 200. We're within shouting distance of the finish, and Mark Martin's probably saying he can't get here too soon.
No, he's doing a great job, which he always does here. And I just want to say hello to my family at home. We've had a tragic week. Our dog Prissy passed away this week, and Sarah and Jessica and Stevie, and we've mourned that all week. And then Stevie's dad's been suffering, and we've been praying a lot for him, and so we want to say hi to him too. I know they're listening, and Mom and Dad, glad you're on.
Glad you're on as well. Darrell Waltrip set to go racing. He is tomorrow in the Goodwrench 400. Right now, though, we're going to break away for a moment while the track cleanup continues. Mark Martin pacing the field under yellow at lap 159. Welcome back, everyone, as we get set to go green here at the North Carolina Motor Speedway in Rockingham. You've got Mark Martin still showing the way. Randy LaJoie, Ricky Craven is third. Mike McLaughlin being shown in the 4th spot. Michael Waltrip is 5th. Terry Labonte will restart 6th. David Green will go 7th. 8th will be Jeff Purvis ahead of 9th place Todd Bodine. And rounding out the top 10 will be Michael Wallace. That's how we go back to green at lap number 161.
We need to watch this stay drive where they just put that down on the outside, particularly those lap cars. So shouldn't be any problem, but just keep an eye on it.
Hey, thank you for the 150th follow. Woohoo!
Like he did early in the day.
Sorry, I wasn't here. I had to do a quick bathroom break.
Yeah, it's pretty much
Being old.
It's time to go.
That's the way it goes.
Randy LaJoie holding down the 2nd spot. Ricky
You don't
Craven
get
in
much
3rd.
warning.
There you see them and the interval, but all of that space.
And
built up
mute and
just a
run.
span of 1.017 miles around this racetrack.
Eli, you can see that number 2 of Ricky Craven taking it to the inside of LaJoie. I think he knows that LaJoie is maybe pretty quick here.
Well, Randy's going to make that car as wide as he can. No gimmies at this stage. The next car in line, Kevin LePage, he is not on the lead lap. He's the first car a lap down, an 18th spot. You see Mike McLaughlin in the 34. He is on the lead lap, having to dispense with a couple of the lap machines and still hasn't quite got the clear shot at the leaders. The 3, that's 19th place now for Jeff Green. I believe I'd called him David Green earlier. 3 greens in the field today. Third time that's happened in a NASCAR Busch Series race.
Green is my favorite color.
Inside of the Jeff Green car. Again, McLaughlin is on the lead lap. The 3 is not. The 98 is not. The 98 is Jeremy Mayfield.
The 3 is, he's trying so hard to stay up there and have a shot at getting that lap back, but he just doesn't have a car to do it with, doesn't look like. Have fared fairly well today, I'd say. You know, they both, all 3 of them have run decent at times.
I'd say Bobby Labonte there in the 44 would like for them to quit racing side by side because he wants to get up there and maybe take a chance at winning this race.
You see the field going by on the upper left of the screen. The field update brought to you by Napa Auto Parts. At Napa, we keep America running. And we are running at lap number 166 of 197. That's a good battle for 10th spot right there. The 75 machine, he is not on the lead lap in that pack. That's Doug Hevron in 23rd, but you've got other machines that are. Mike Wallace in the 90, he is on the lead lap. The 10, that's Phil Parsons. Haven't talked much about Phil today. The 57 was Jason Keller, and meanwhile back at second spot, Ricky Craven in the 2, Randy LaJoie in the 74. As the laps begin to wind down, Craven's getting a little antsy.
These guys race together a lot up at Busch North.
He'd like to do what he can about that. And
here we go down
before moving south.
I see Ricky Craven making a move on the inside as they turn into turn 1. Randy just let him go.
I watched Randy LaJoie's father, Donnie LaJoie, drive modifieds. Randy tended to lean more toward the full body cars than the modifieds.
Too much further away.
Same with Craven.
McLaughlin is clear now in 4th spot. Then you've got 3 lapped cars ahead of 5th place Bobby Labonte. 6th place is where Michael Waltrip is running now. As we watch positions 2 and 3. Once Craven got by,
almost fell.
He's already built over
Put my
Randy
coffee
LaJoie.
cup over on the counter and I couldn't quite reach it. I'm a little top heavy.
One thing about this racetrack, somebody can be running a
That's
little
so
bit
rude.
slower than you, but if he's running that preferred line, it's
Did you hear me snort? I laugh and I snort sometimes. Try not to.
Than somebody else, unless of course you're Mark Martin.
Such a nerdy thing to do.
11th and 12th place. The 90, Mike Wallace. The 57, Jason Keller. The lapped car to their inside, that was Derek Cope. His car beaten and bruised here this afternoon from an earlier problem.
Well, Michael, I've been watching him, and there he is in the white car, M&W. He was running pretty well, and he decided to move up on the racetrack, and he's starting to lose a bunch of positions.
44, that's Bobby Labonte. The 3 again is a lapped car, Jeff Green. The 4 machine, Jeff Purvis, he is running in 7th spot. A super run for the fellow who, as Buddy told you, lost his way to the racetrack here on Friday. Hadn't been here since '89 when he came here along with the late Neil Bonnet. He said, heck, I just forgot where the racetrack was, but he sure as heck is zeroed in here today.
You know,
Just looking for my inhaler.
Quite a good race car driver at Daytona. Couldn't ask for anybody better at Daytona and Talladega. Now these short tracks, and got someone win the Snowball Derby, he won Nashville. That team has really been on a tear of late.
And they're going to run for the NASCAR Busch Series Championship here in 1996. So we'll be seeing much of Jeff Purvis here on TNN throughout the season. 173 laps on the board of 197. No change at the very front. It's still Mark Martin by just over a second. Well, that's a good scramble there for the Randy LaJoie, Mike McLaughlin spot. That'll be for 3rd. LaJoie has it. McLaughlin wants it.
You talk about a car handling down the straightaway. Now that thing on McLaughlin's will fly. He just pulled over on LaJoy there and he tried to make the move, but as you said, Darrell, there's nobody that tries any harder than Randy LaJoy does on the racetrack.
He's giving you 110% all the time. I've always been impressed with his determination.
Clyde McLeod, the crew chief. They use Hutter engines in that number 34. And LaJoy finally has to yield.
Not yet.
All right, now LaJoy finally has to yield.
There's Hutter, I think Hutter power in that 34 car, as well as in the 4 car, the Purvis. I think that's Hutter power too.
175 on the board of 197.
Yeah, Michael's got himself in a real predicament here. He's moved up on the racetrack. He was outrunning all these guys.
I think it's the 12.
Yeah, in the 12 car. I think his car got the pushing on him, and he's had to try to find another line, and it's really not paying off for him.
Terry Labonte is in the 5 machine. The 75 is Doug Hevron. Now, Terry Labonte is on the lead lap. Hevron is not. And you're right, Michael's kind of worked himself into a jam there. Nowhere to go.
No, I know it's not making him happy.
Mark Martin has led 5 times today for 129 laps, as you see the scramble that we were talking about moments ago. 9 lead changes among 5 drivers. 17 cars still on the lead lap. We have had 8 caution periods for 43 laps. And only 7 cars are in the garage area. Among them, Jimmy Kitchens, Dennis Setzer, Randy Porter, Nathan Butke, Dale Jarrett, Patty Moise, and Buckshot Jones, the retirees.
Well, that was a power move just then. Terry Labonte's a very good race car driver here. Doug Hevron passed him on the outside there.
Yeah, Terry really looks like his car's been tight all day, too. He just hadn't been able to run as quick as he had no he'd like to.
Hevron's in 20th, a lap down. That's car 75. But you're right, all of a sudden, they seem to have found the combination.
Well, you know, it could be, too. When you're a lap down, you could have had tires. You got tires maybe when somebody else didn't, since you're already a lap down. So that could be a factor.
There you see Bobby Labonte in the 44, the 4 of Purvis, Randy LaJoy in the 74. That's the battle now for 4th, 5th, and 6th position.
You got to be
Labonte making a heck of a run here late.
Yeah, you got to be impressed with Bobby. I mean, he has worked his way right up to the front, and you know, Purvis too. They both have run great races here today.
17 laps remaining. Showing you the leader at the moment because Mark Martin is just kind of pulling away into the sunset. You know, I've forgotten about him, but we'll get an interval here at the start-finish line for you. His lead over Craven is now 1 7/10 seconds, so we'll keep you informed of anything with the front cars. But there goes Purvis now inside of Labonte as we look from our steel camera high above the speedway aboard the helicopter.
Mark has always had a great setup for here for this particular racetrack, and I guess I've stood up here in this booth and watched him win 5 or 6 of these races, and he always does it with ease. The race that he lost here last fall was it was kind of a shock to me that he lost.
Mark is in traffic now, going around Mark Green in the 37. But you're right, a man who has won here 5 times, as Mark Martin has. And he's patient, too, and he has. And, of course, with this kind of with 1 7/10 seconds, you can pick and choose.
Yeah, you can.
Darrell, that was always my favorite thing, is to look in the mirror and see everybody else on the racetrack behind me.
You know what's the best sound now? The best thing today, though, is when your spotter says, you're 1 7/10 and pulling away.
That's what old Mark Martin is hearing right now in his Dixie Ford.
Cha-ching.
Man comes complete with his own sound effects library.
Pay that tire bill and keep it getting it.
There you see the spread from 1st to 5th position. 184 laps of 197, and then the final 13
as you see,
laps around the speedway.
lots to do in the morning.
Tomorrow, 12 noon,
when everyone
NASCAR
starts
Winston
to
Cup coverage
awaken.
Here at the Rock for you on TNN Motorsports.
Kitties, doggies, and
Terry
kids.
Labonte on the bush pole. He's running at 8th right now here in this race.
Oh, now I'm here for the end of it, and then we'll go into the cup race.
He's not actually pulling away from Ricky Craven. Ricky Craven's holding his own right now. He lost a little bit of time trying to work through lap
I
traffic
shop
this
at Winn
while ago,
Dixie.
but he seems to be running just as fast as Mark Martin.
He It is my grocery
Mark's being
store. I gotta go there
extremely
today.
careful, buddy, and the laps are running out.
Our
I think even
propane
if,
just ran out, and it's too
even
chilly
if
to
Ricky
go
caught
without
him, I
hot
don't believe he
water.
could do anything with him.
Well, I think the whole deal is Ricky Craven look in the mirror and see McLaughlin
Got a
really
sniffle
closing in
with
there in
this
third
new
place. So
weather.
we're going to have a race for position.
But I just got over the wickedest
David
flu I've
Green
had in a couple of
to the
years.
inside of the 74 of Randy LaJoy. They battle for position here. LaJoy having backslid from
I
his
so
second
appreciate
spot a short
everyone
while
hanging
ago.
out
Actually
and
led
watching
for a
races
couple of
with me,
laps, lap 145 and
whether it be on
146.
VOD or
David Green, very patient
live.
here. Won the Busch
If you're
Bowl
watching
here in
on
February of last
my
year.
YouTube channel,
Two
it's
cars
not
that really kinda
live,
back
but
up
if
from
you
their
want to
brother
catch
there,
me live,
Michael,
go
he's backed
to
up a
my
lot, and,
Twitch
the 74
channel,
car is really,
T_Kangas.
I mean, he's had a good run, but I know it's not what he expected.
And hit the notification bell because I never send out notifications on Discord or anything because, guys, I don't know how. So you're going to have to rely on the Twitch bell. But then that means you get everybody's Twitch bell. But you can go turn off notifications of someone you don't watch as often.
Left tire on
I wish I knew how to like hook it to my Discord automatically, but I don't know. I know it's something about an at everyone.
McLaughlin of the 34 has caught Ricky Craven. And he will try and zoom right
I do this for fun and I stream so it keeps my focus. As you see, I jump around a lot. I was taking care of my little fur kitty and puppy.
In the Nascar Busch Series this year, you'll get more McLaughlin answers than you will from most anybody else.
I'll tell you one thing, Mark Martin better look in the mirror and see who's coming up there. He's not going to be able to ride her in there and conserve anything in just a second or two.
7 laps to go.
Yeah,
7 to go.
Yeah,
Mark
Mark is
Martin.
just not overly concerned, I don't think.
Get the stopwatch going. First to second now. 1 and 4
They pretty much
seconds.
dominated.
1.44 to be exact.
There's the scores tower at Rockingham.
This is kind of like keeping
before.
it close.
I'll point it out when I see it in the next time they right there. The one hanging out over the start finish line up above. Been in there a couple times. 96 the second race, 97 the second
David
race.
Green now in the 6th position. Randy LaJoy is in 7th if you're just joining us. Terry Labonte is in
Oh,
the 8th
there's a kitty.
spot.
I didn't think I let her
Ninth is
out.
Todd Bodine, a good
See?
run, and Jason Keller now in
That's
10th.
Suzanne. Suzanne. Hi,
Inside of 5 miles remaining
kitty. Are
now.
you good, kitty?
Yeah, Michael, he continues to go backwards there.
Yeah, Todd Bodine in the 81
talking?
will pick up a spot, as will Jason Keller.
Yeah.
No lap traffic is going to come into play here, and Mark is getting into a lot of the back markers right now. He's got to be very, very careful.
Stop
Well, he
rubbing my
goes slowly around the
microphone,
Jim-bound
monkey.
machine.
You
Bound
hungry?
staying low, giving him all the room he needs.
Kitty hungry. What's the kitty
Time
want?
just on the side of Mark Martin now. Plus,
Yeah.
he's still got as strong of a car as has McLaughlin. Around Johnny Rumley in the 25, who had problems earlier in the race, you'll remember. He won't force the issue. Mark will find the place to pass around Larry Pearson.
This is a politically correct way to
climbed in
run
my
this
lap.
race.
Sitting on my keyboard.
Oh, my. Have you learned a lot today, Eli, from this man right here?
You gonna go night on mommy's lap?
Very least. There's 7th and 8th place now. The 74 LaJoy. 8th is
Kitty
the
hungry?
5-car Terry Labonte. 9th belongs to the 57 Jason Keller.
There's a kitty tail.
As they come out of turn number 4 and head back to the stripe, but inside of 2 laps to go for Mark Martin, looking for his 6th NASCAR
I'm
Busch
allergic.
Series win here at the Rock.
Jason Keller has just really, really turned the wick up in these last few laps.
But only if she's in my
White
face.
flag.
White flag is out for Mark Martin, the Winn-Dixie Ford.
1 lap to go for Mark.
McLaughlin gave it a heck of
And then
a
we'll go
run.
to the cup race.
He'll come
This is
shy
Saturday.
in the
We're going to
second
go to
spot.
Sunday.
Report from pit road is that Ricky Craven has lost a cylinder. Hence
And
he
I
is
will
now
be
backslid
watching
to
from the
4th
Lake
spot. There you
Speed
see
pit.
him just ahead of
Right
Jeremy
here I'm
Mayfield
watching
of
from the
98.
Lake
But out of
Speed
turn number 4 to the stripe and the checkered flag for
tractor trailer, I think.
Sixth time he has taken the NASCAR Busch Series race here in
We'll see where Mike Dillon finished. That's who my dad was working with.
history as a Winston Cup driver won Saturday in a Busch race and come back to win Sunday in the Winston Cup race. Mark will try and make that an even dozen come tomorrow afternoon. When we come back, we'll head to Victory Lane with the winner of today's Good Wrench 200. Mark Martin joins us as soon as we come back.
Martin McLaughlin, Purvis Craven. Oh, McLaughlin got a
With you
great
at the
finish.
North Carolina Motor Speedway, Mark, Arlene,
Aww.
and the family in Victory Lane. Glenn Jarrett.
Well,
My
Eli,
dad
that's
built
Matt holding up the number
some
one
sort
finger,
of
and
components for that
we're
little
gonna talk to
boy's
Mark here
go-kart
today
once.
for the 60th
Like
time.
several
Few
few
years
years
It
after.
seems like 60 times. I'll talk to you in Victory Lane so many times, Mark. Another awesome day for the Winn-Dixie Ford.
I tell you what, I really got to thank the guys at Roush Racing and all
I think his name
the
is
engine
Matt.
shop. We had an awesome engine today. I missed the chassis setup just a little bit, but I had so much engine today, it just pulled us through. And I tell you what, I can't wait to go to Atlanta with an engine like that.
Well, I saw you one time there, I guess, on about the second pit stop that you made under caution. You really went to cranking on the track bar. Did that really help the car make a big difference?
Not enough. You know, if those guys had been on the money a little bit better, they could have beat me today. We were loose and, you know, could only run at a certain speed and didn't have to slow down much, but I couldn't go real fast. And thank goodness these other guys went off their tires worse than I did. And after a while, I could just cruise.
All right, I'm going to put Darrell Waltrip on the hot seat a little bit. He said during the telecast, he said, well, sometimes if you get to racing Mark pretty hard, then he'll back off and let you go. And if you know he can run with you, what do you got to say about that?
Darrell, you're fun. Hey, Darrell, was I using one hand today? Did you notice? I can't remember if I drove with one or two.
We're going to let him. We're going to let him celebrate for a little while. Mark Martin, his wife Arlene, and his number one son Matt, holding up that victorious number one sign he was today. Eli,
He really was, and I'm sure DW would have had an appropriate response, but he is already scampering down to get set to practice his Western Auto car here in just a few moments. Don't forget, following our broadcast today,
That's the
stay
best
tuned
part of
for
racing
Motor
is the
Trend
families,
Television
to be
right
honest.
here on TNN Motorsports. Mark Martin, another top finish. He's had 12
When you're all
10s
involved
16
in the
races
whirlwind
here on
of it, it's like you don't have time to enjoy it. So looking back, there's so much I missed, like, you know, being there instead of watching it on TV.
Some other fine
So
stories
this is
unfolded
kind of
throughout the
nice.
course of the day, including one from that man. Mike McLaughlin started 20th, came
Wonder
home
if one
in
of them
second
boys
spot. Let's
beside
go
him
and
is
check with
Matt.
Randy.
Well, Mike, people are talking about you. They're talking championship. They talked about you last week at Daytona,
Max,
having a good
I mean,
run, and
not
you
Matt.
spoiled it. But
Max.
this week had a nice, solid finish, almost a victory.
Huffman
Congratulations.
Racing did a
Thank you very
Max
much,
thing.
Randy. I just have to hand it
Interview.
off to the Royal Oak crew. I mean, they did a great job all day. We made a lot of changes before the race. We weren't real happy. The changes were a plus. They did a great job in the pits, got me out leading. Actually, you know, we weren't as good on a longer run, or on a sticker run, but on a long run we were better. But I'm just real happy for everybody involved.
How much momentum can this give a team of your caliber to come out of this race? And I know you gained a bunch of points today.
It's all momentum. You know, we were disappointed with Daytona last week, but we still had some momentum because we run good. And we brought it here today, and we weren't afraid to make changes when needed, and just happy for everybody involved. Royal Oak Charcoal and Jack Rue Barbie Sauce. We've got a lot of depth in this team, and I believe we're going to show it all year.
No question about it. He showed it here today. Eli?
Second is his best finish ever here. His previous best was 13th from Mike McLaughlin. How about old Jeff Purvis? Dialed this racetrack right in, buddy.
I'll tell you, he
Huge
might
shout
have been the
out, though,
fastest
to
car right
the
near the end of the race, but he
legacy
had bad track
families.
position
I
after
look
his
at
last
all
pit
these
stop.
names
But you know the
and
nice
I
part, Eli?
saw
He's
their
gonna run all the
fathers
races
or
this year.
grandfathers
Right.
race. It's
Other
crazy.
top finishers
Even
you see here,
nowadays,
top
I
21 through 30. Joe Bessie
I see the longevity of the sport is because of these lifelong generations of racing families that hold it together. We finished 32nd.
Had he been able to
Dad's
stick around.
car.
How about Jeff Purvis, third place in his race here today? Let's go down and hear from the man from Clarksville, Tennessee.
Jeff Purvis, you ought to get lost to coming to racetracks all the time. Boy, you weren't lost out there today. A great performance from you and your entire team.
Well, this team really did do good. You know, this, as everybody knows, this team's unsponsored, and we're looking for a sponsor. But, yeah, this Phoenix Racing team brought me out there, and they got me you know, they gave me a great race car. Every time I was in the pits, I'd get out and, you know, ride with the leaders, and they made the car better all day long. So, you know, they know what they're doing, and we had a good race today.
How about your performance as a race car driver? You've bounced around in different series, been successful, tried the Cup. Now you're here trying to make a charge at a championship. Are you ready as a driver?
I think so. You know, I learned a lot through all the bouncing around I did, and you know, we want to focus on one thing. We're going to run a few Winston Cup races along the way. We're going to run 6 or 8 of those, but you know, this team, like I said, is unsponsored right now. We're going to run every race, no matter what, and we're going to show them that we've got a good race team right here.
If anybody's got some loose change out there, they might want to get on this car. They're going to be one to be reckoned with all year long. Congratulations, Jeff.
Thank you.
No doubt about it. Jeff Purvis, James Finch, and all the crew. Don't forget, coming up at 6 o'clock
James
tonight,
Finch,
we'll take
Jake
your phone
Finch
calls
drives
on
now.
Race Talk.
Another
Case
legacy.
Rader is going to be our guest. It is live and right here on TNN Motorsports this evening.
That's why the
6
roots
from
are
here at the
important.
track. Mark Martin,
Something
the winner.
about growing up
From
in
the
the
Rock
sport
in a
that you
moment.
get a sixth sense of how everything operates at a racetrack. Internally, it's priceless, really.
Welcome back to The Rock, everybody. And there's a man who I'm sure has a big old smile on his face. Started 41st, came up to lead, settles for a 7th place finish. Randy LaJoy. Let's go down and chat with him and Glenn
All the
Jarrett.
base motorsports
Hey, what about
guys.
this guy? He works his tail off driving that race car all day, and he's going to help load the thing on the trailer. But I'm going to tell you what, we're standing here talking while we're in break there, and
He
we're not too
owns
sure if he should
Joya
be at the
Seating,
racetrack or
and
maybe go to
of
Vegas
course
or Atlantic
he's
City. He was 7th at
Corey's
Daytona,
dad.
7th here at Rockingham.
I
Everything
watched
coming up
his
7th. You need to
dad,
be at your crap
Donnie
tables, man.
race.
Well, I don't have one
Modifieds.
locally here, but hey, 2 7s. You know, we had 2 good race cars last week and this week. This Phoenix Chevrolet has run good both weeks. Had some trouble qualifying yesterday. Had a carburetor trouble to burn the motor up. Birdie made the call. We went out last practice and the motor didn't run good, so we put a new
Steve Bird
K-Tech
there in
engine
the
These things are
background.
pretty much bulletproof.
Still a friend of my dad's who
we
go
heard
to
the
coffee
motor
once a
qualified
week
with some
still.
Silicone got in the carburetor, and
I got a recent
turned it down a
picture
little
of
bit, but, we put a new
Steve
one in it,
Bird.
and it was as good as the old one. The car was fast off the truck.
He was at the
His
modified
race team
reunion
got me in
here
and out of
last
the pits
spring.
wonderfully. Made a call there at the end and put 2 tires on. Everybody else put 4. We need to get some track position. We had to start in a different area code, so we got some track position. We could run with them for about 15, 20 laps, but the left sides were a little low and the car got pushing towards the end.
Well, Randy, you're on kind of a mission. There's been a lot of things said about, well, you're replacing the champion in a championship car, but you never doubted your ability. You know that you can do this just as well as anybody else.
I tell you what, Johnny Benson had a lot of fun last year because working with this race team, it's a whole lot easier than I have been. Right to the car owner, Bill Bumgarner, and the base family, his family, to the sponsor, FINA. There's no pressure here. All the guys on the crew, they do a great job. I mean, they give me their 100%. I give them 100%, and you know, come February or next year, we'll go to Daytona maybe as back-to-back champs.
Well, don't doubt that he can't do it. And I'm gonna correct one thing that he said. He said he gives 100%. This guy gives 150% every time he straps into that race car. Congratulations on a good run, Randy. Let's go back to Eli.
Glenn, thank you. As we see some of the NASCAR
Birdie.
Winston Cup cars coming out for happy hour.
Okay,
the final
there's the
practice leading up
spin
to tomorrow's
car.
running of the Good Wrench 400. We're back to The Rock in a
I'll
moment.
see if I see some chick with blonde hair walking
There you see
in
the
a
point
jean
standings.
jacket.
Mark Martin ahead of Bobby Labonte, then Randy LaJoy, the first of the Busch Series regulars, David Green and Steve Grisham after today's running of the Good Wrench 200.
We got a few
Randy
more
coming to this
interviews.
win.
I
The
like
man
this
who's now
part.
fourth in points,
It
David
reminds me of
Well,
this,
he's
that, and the
trying
other
to smile,
thing.
Eli. He struggled out there a little bit. Nonetheless, he came home with a 6th place finish. David, a great run for you nonetheless.
Yeah, I got a smile underneath that. You know, we started outside pole there with Mark, kind of backdropped a little bit, but you know, I'm awful excited. 2 races now with the Caterpillar team, American Equipment Racing, you know, and we're back on track, and guys worked hard. K-Tech built us a good engine. Goodyear did a great job with the tires. Just Rockingham's becoming the old Rockingham again, but you know, it was a good run for us, and I'm really excited now and proud for all these guys.
Unofficially 4th in points. It's been a while since you've been there.
Well, ain't that the truth? But, you know, that's what we're set out to do, is be there each week, and had a great run at Daytona and had a little problem there. But, hey, you know, hopefully we're back. But, again, awful proud of this team. And, you know, this team's the first year, really, they're going to run all the races. And to have Caterpillar on board, it's awful exciting. And, you know, I'm having fun again.
You want to win races. There's a couple of things you maybe could have done to the car. You learned a few things while you're out there today?
Well, yeah, again, this is a whole new team that I'm associated with, and really new kind of race cars. You know, Billy Hess with BSR builds a great car, but in the past he hadn't had a lot of people running his stuff. So we're out here now running it, and you know, we're awful good today at times, and we're going to get better. So you know, I'm awful excited now, and again for the whole team, K-Tech, BSR, and Goodyear tires and all that, we're pretty happy.
Congratulations on a great effort today, David.
Thanks.
Glenn Jarrett.
Well, thanks, Randy. You know, we've been talking to all these guys that did pretty well and smiling and are happy. Let's talk to somebody who's not real happy with the way things have started so far in 1996. Hermie Sadler, he had a crash at Daytona, not of his own making. Good car today. A couple laps you run, a plug wire comes off.
Just
Man,
saw
things
one
just
of our
start going
spam
your way.
guys walk by.
No, they're not, but we're going to keep digging. We're going to get this DeWalt Chevy and Victor Lane pretty soon. You know,
I think it was Charlie.
We had a good car all day today. We ran top 5, top 6 all day long on the racetrack. We just lost the plug wire at the beginning. I don't know whether we ran over something and knocked it off, or it just fell off or whatever, but we put ourselves in too big of a hole to come back. But we kept digging, and we got one of our laps back, and had our cautions falling right, we would have been able to get the other one back maybe. And so I'm disappointed about that, but I'm happy with the way the car ran, and I'm happy with our pit stops and that kind of thing. So we're getting better, and we owe it to these guys with the Walton Peoples to put this thing in Victory Lane pretty soon, and I'm going to do whatever I have to do that.
Well, you've been in Victory Lane before, but it's been a while now. I know you got to be getting a little frustrated.
Well, I started getting frustrated about this time last year, and it's just been steady building. But, you know, we run good. We were running good at Daytona when we crashed, and nothing we could do. And, you know, we don't know what happened today, but the only thing we can do is run good on the racetrack, and we've done that both weeks, and we had a good top 5, top 10 car today, and that's what you got to start with when you're trying to build a good team, and that's what we had that today.
I wish you better luck next week at Richmond. Be careful sitting in that chair the way your luck's going. It might fall over. Eli.
All right, Glenn, thanks a lot. Hermie Sadler still able to show a bit of a smile. Mark Martin winning from the pole. 5th time that's happened at the Goodwrench 200. We're back with more in a moment. Today's exclusive TNN coverage of the Goodwrench 200 has been brought to you by Texaco Clean System 3 gasolines. Add more life to your car. Take it to the star. And by John Deere, makers of quality lawn and grounds care equipment. There's the top 10 of today's running of the Goodwrench 200. Mark Martin picks up the win. Mike McLaughlin, Jeff Purvis, Ricky Craven, Bobby Labonte. There you see the remainder of those who cracked the top 10. On the racetrack right now, NASCAR Winston Cup Series practice is underway. As you see, a Ford and all the rest Chevrolets this afternoon. Tomorrow, though, we'll be talking about some Pontiacs, I have a feeling, when the NASCAR Winston Cup teams go racing in the Goodwrench 400. Let's remind you that coming up tomorrow, Rick Benjamin will be hosting Race Day here on TNN, 11 o'clock, actually 11:30 tomorrow morning.
Race
and 11
Day.
o'clock tomorrow
I need to look at some of them,
Eastern time,
too.
right here on TNN. Of course, we'll have our coverage beginning at 12 noon from here at the Rock. The NASCAR Winston Cup teams running the Goodwrench 400. That is tomorrow. Terry Labonte on the Busch pole for that one. And don't forget this evening coming up, just about 2.5 hours from now, 6 o'clock this evening, we've got Kenny Schrader joining us at 6 o'clock Eastern time from right here at the racetrack, taking your calls. Hope you can make your plans.
I think Eli did mostly the Busch stuff.
Pretty good show today, Buddy Baker. Some good races. A lot of guys salvaged pretty good runs after some fairly rocky starts.
I think we watched Jeff Purvis. I think he's going to be a major factor.
Looking to see if Austin LaPlante does.
I wouldn't be surprised if he's not in winner's circle right away.
Wouldn't surprise a lot of folks. Next stop for the NASCAR Busch Series cars on to the short track at Richmond International Raceway. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage of today's
has race day
Goodwrench
stuff.
200 from here at the North Carolina Motor Speedway in Rockingham. Thanks to old Darrell Waltrip. He's about set to go out and practice his Parts America car right now. Buddy Baker, Glenn Jarrett, Randy Pemberton. I'm Eli Gold. Again, hope you can join us this evening. Race Talk at 6 o'clock tonight with Kenny Schrader, our special
Have to
guest.
check that
and
out
tomorrow,
at
12
later
noon, live
date.
coverage from here at Rockingham for the NASCAR Winston Cup teams. Our congratulations to Mark Martin. We'll talk to you later tonight with Race Talk. I'm Eli Gold. Have a great day. So long, everybody.
Jump over to the next one. The next Rockingham race. It is Cash Friday, ain't it? We're gonna go to the Cup race at Rockingham. We're not gonna take too much time to chit-chat in between. We'll get right at it.
1 week
week ago at Daytona, success for some, disappointment for others. Today it is the second stop on the road to the Winston Cup, the Goodwrench 400 from Rockingham.
So this is Cup here. And we're working with like my ex's, the front tire carrier or both tire carrier or whatever they're doing.
73 degrees. Some major stories unfolding here this weekend. Terry Labonte is on the bush pole. He is
they used to carry two.
Area, they say far and away he is the man to beat. We'll update you on many stories, including the Pontiacs. They have a brand new race car. The Grand Prix totally redesigned, and 4 Pontiacs have qualified in the top 11 for today's 400. Pontiac didn't fare well at Daytona, but here at the Rock it could be a different story. Ward Burton showed promise at the beach until he touched the wall. Here last fall, he earned his breakthrough win. Can he lead Pontiac to victory again? Here's Glenn Jarrett.
We're standing by with Ward Burton. He's with his family, his daughter Sarah and wife Tabitha, waiting for driver introduction. Ward, you got your first win here last fall, but you're back with an entirely different car. A few changes. Is this one as good as the old one?
I can't really tell, Glenn. You know, Goodyear's brought a different tire here. The track is a little bit different. Of course, we got a different body. We got a few variables that's quite a bit different when we were here last time. So the car doesn't feel anything like it did when we won the race, but at the same time, it's hard to judge how much you're off or how good you are, because when you're out there practicing, this track's eating the tires up. You don't know what tires the competitors got on. So I think the first 30, 40 laps, we'll all see what we got.
Well, I think a lot of people are in the very same boat that Ward is in. We had a chance to take a look at this new Pontiac Grand Prix with Bobby Hamilton's crew chief, Robbie Loomis. He's going to show us from front to rear just exactly what this Pontiac's all about.
It all starts up front here. This new nose has got a new contour shape, which is a little bit rounder than last year's car. You can see the fenders and all. It tucks the air tighter, keeping the air on the front end. That was one of our big problems last year, was front downforce. Then we get back here to the roof and the top of the car. It's all a little bit smaller, but it's got the round shape to it too. And it gets back here to the back, and that's where this spoiler really comes into play, helpfully to get the STB Pontiac team back up front, 96.
I want a change. I want something new. You know, we've run that other Pontiac, and it was a good competitive car in the late 80s, early 90s. But with the Monte Carlo, when they came back out with the Monte Carlo, it made everything else obsolete. You got to start all over. You know, the Ford guys went back and they regrouped. Pontiac went back, got a brand new car. So I think it forced everybody to another level. So we've got to compete at this level now.
This was an advantage my dad had, was he worked in Pontiac in IMSA. He worked with GM and Pontiac, the Fiero, all through the mid-80s. And that Dingman Brothers team also ran some cups. So that was all stuff my dad was involved in. It was an advantage to bring IMSA racing to
Those are the thoughts of the Pontiac contingent. For
NASCAR.
those of you who like the statistics, well, let's take a look at some of the numbers and see how Pontiac has done here at the North Carolina Motor Speedway, dating back to 1988. Obviously, the dominant race car due in large part to Kyle Petty's runs. Now, as far as overall performance on one
Dad did a lot of stuff involving
and again,
IMSA that was R&D for motors and such
exactly how they
for
all do here this afternoon. As part of our pre-race coverage here today, we're going to let you
for
learn
Petty
a little bit more about
and
our
them.
whole announced team. You know, we do have real jobs away from the racetrack. In my
Yep,
case,
we did.
it's spending time behind the radio microphone for the NASCAR Winston Cup Series and for Alabama Crimson Tide football and basketball. Let's take a look. With 28 seconds to go on this third quarter, Bama kicks it away. Howard brings it out left side, inside 25, and he stumbles out of bounds to the 15-yard line. Lassick trying to turn the corner, couldn't quite do it and lost his footing, and he comes comes up limping. If you're just joining us, you're tuned to live coverage on MRN Radio of the EC Delco 500. We are live at the North Carolina Motor Speedway in Rockingham, 14th and 15th spot. Sterling moments ago tried to make an inside pass on Brett Bodine, wasn't able to pull it off and had to back off because Sterling nearly took both he and Brett out of the race.
Wow, look at the tapes. Did you see the tapes? That was crazy. Buddy Baker. Going fast with Buddy Baker. Wow. Superbirds.
Some of the accomplishments for the gentle giant from Charlotte, North Carolina, who takes all of that experience and puts it to work here and at the Atlanta Motor Speedway, where he works at the Buck Baker Driving School, teaching folks who want to go fast exactly how to do it.
Buddy Baker helped Ronnie Bouchard learn to draft when he first went south in '81.
500 win a weekend ago. It didn't come, but he's not worried about it now. He's looking at the full picture, the chase for the championship, and that's why he's
The Talladega '81 hint.
Daytona is a distant memory for Dale Earnhardt. He may not have had enough car to beat the other Dale, but he'll surely have enough car to focus on his record-breaking 8th championship as he looks to take the point lead.
We're standing by with Dale Earnhardt, and although he didn't win the battle last week, he made a major step toward winning the war. The 8th championship, man, you're in great position. You ran good last week. You got a strong car today.
Well, we got a good race car for today. We're glad the Daytona 500's over with. We get on into Rockingham and go racing, so it's going to be a good day for us. We got a lot of great race fans here today. It's a beautiful day. Our car is running great, so we'll see what happens.
Well, you told me a lot of guys have been complaining about a little bit of a push coming off the corners, but not with Dale Earnhardt's car.
Well, it can get a little shovey if you force the car. It's one of these racetracks. You got to drive the race car, you know, the whole race and let it come to you, so to speak. So we're just going to try to be patient at first and go for it.
Well, wish you the best of luck. He's got a new fan down here. Martina McBride stopped by to say hello to Dale. And Eli, as always, Dale Earnhardt will be up front at the Rock before the day is over.
Definitely so, and Martina is going to be singing the national anthem here today. Dale Earnhardt is a one-car man. He is the only driver fielding a machine out of Richard Childress Racing here this weekend. But the super teams are becoming more and more a thing of the future. And who better to talk about NASCAR's super teams than a man who's involved in one of them, Larry McReynolds.
Over the past few seasons, we've seen many Winston Cup car owners add a second, and in some cases, even a third team. Now, adding that second team is not an easy task. Believe me, we're trying it this year at Robert Yates Racing. There are many reasons why adding a second team can work to a team's advantage.
The thing I saw with running Mark and Ted's Valvoline and Family Channel programs together was that by doing two exactly the same, we'd have economies of scale. We'd be able to have the drivers help one another specifically, you know, with exactly the same car, and thought that we could use our testing to our best advantage, and of course tie our engine program together and build twice as many engines for the same amount of development work we were doing.
Doing a second car really adds to the budget to do the things that you need to do to get faster. So, you know, I guess Rick Hendrick really, maybe he was a visionary 10 years ago, and I know he took a lot of criticism for it, but right now I think he's smiling a little bit.
You got more guys thinking about the same thing. Everybody's worried about winning races. They worry about qualifying on qualifying day and things like fuel mileage on race day and what kind of sticker tires or scuff tires, whatever. You got three really good heads in the three crew chiefs and three really good heads in the three race car drivers, and all the guys working together thinking about the same thing, aiming at the same problem. You got to solve it quicker than the other guy.
One aspect of the multi-team deal that may seem difficult is getting the teams to share information, but that's not the case. Sometimes that's the easy part.
Ted and Mark really work good together. They even have the ability to talk to each other on the radio, like on cautions, for instance. And so there's a tremendous advantage there. They can map a little strategy. They can maybe help each other. For sure, it helps the two efforts to have two guys that like to work together.
We sit down after each practice session, and, you know, Todd will come in, and Larry, him, and those two will meet together and try to figure out what they found. Every car wants something different. So it doesn't mean that if you find this on one car, on the 28 car, that it's going to make the 88 car faster.
I would much rather us learn something and have to give it to two other guys and to get what they learn than have to try to figure out what everybody in there's got. You know, it's kind of like 3 against 1, or three against 1 that way, and it works real good. Now, what's real nice is how many teams in there you think would like to be able to go on Monday morning and take the winning car apart. You know, we can do that. So it's not frustrating, it's rather comforting.
This season is definitely going to be a learning experience for me. What I'm trying to do is find the balance between two different drivers and two different teams. Well, I guess we'll just have to see how it all turns out next November.
Well, I don't think anybody's going to bet against Robert Yates Racing, not the way the season has begun. Let's take a look at exactly how the multi-car teams did at Daytona in the 500 last weekend. There you see the finishing numbers for Rick Hendrick Motorsports, and of course, two of those men, Labonte and Gordon, share the front row here today. Another of the multi-car teams is Jack Roush's operation. He added Jeff Burton, the man in the middle, to complement Mark Martin and Ted Musgrave, and obviously they had a fine week down at the beach. And the other multi-car team we've talked about, the two-man operation, Dale Jarrett, the winner of the Daytona 500, and Ernie Irvin. He, of course, a man who hasn't qualified particularly well here this weekend, but is certainly looking forward to dropping the green flag. And that's one thing about running here at Rockingham. Even though we have lost 100 miles off the old advertised distance of 500, this is still a race that's going to be a lengthy one to run. 3.5 hours. So just because you start mid-pack, and in the case of many, pit on the back straightaway, which to some degree is a bit of a penalty box situation, there's no reason to write anybody off as we get set to begin today's coverage of the Goodwrench 400. As we continue our look at the broadcast crew here on TNN, we all have businesses, but when Glenn Jarrett is not taking care of it, he's at the number 1 tee.
Why is everyone spiraling over
Sand
YouTube
Hills
banning
in
ad
North
blockers?
Carolina,
Chill, guys.
just
Just use
sort of
It's a free term
south
extension that's
of Pinehurst Golf Course.
Yeah, it had a lot of hang time, didn't it? It was actually a high dive.
Good
Golf
Lord.
is my life. I do TV just so that I can afford to go play golf somewhere.
what a
It's
big
good
difference, man.
discipline.
It's
You'll go to bed early.
Strange thing is, here's another championship you're not going to be able to defend. You've never defended a championship, have you?
No, I haven't. It's kind of unique, I guess, or not unique.
Bertie won the championship with him as the crew chief.
But sometimes I think it's difficult.
And he'll win it this year with LaJoy. Same team.
Both ways, should I defend one or shouldn't I? But I've, got it figured out now that if we win another championship, I'd be more than glad to defend it because hopefully it'll be here in Winston Cup.
Obviously, we're still early in this season, but the step up from Busch Series racing to Winston Cup, has it been more than you expected? Not even the competition, just the attention, the media, all else that goes on surrounding this division of racing?
Yeah, it has. I mean, it's very overwhelming, the differences between the Busch Grand National and Winston Cup. But it's great, I definitely enjoy it. I enjoy the guys here at this team from Bahari Racing, and they've been making me feel real comfortable. And I think that's is going to be a key for myself, is these guys are 100% supportive, and I think that's going to make the biggest difference of being, I think, on this side as opposed to the other side. And not that I wasn't comfortable over there, and them guys really treated me good too, but I think it's that extra step that the team's taken to make sure I'm comfortable and, so we can do good as a team.
You realize that there are people who are saying right now that you and Jeff Gordon will be the two men to lead the sport into the next century. You're on the cutting edge of the new breed of racer. Do you feel that? Do you feel any responsibility?
No, I don't feel that at all, because I don't know where that comes from, because I don't feel myself any different than any of the other race car drivers around. I mean, it's great to have that, I guess, tagged on you, but in the same token, I don't feel I'm no different than any of the drivers who have brought the sport to where it's at today. The sport's here because of all these other drivers, and I think that it'll continue on to grow and to be just as good as it is today, if not better, not just because of myself or Jeff, but as because of the whole group together.
Aside from the obvious answer of, I want to win the Rookie of the Year award, what would make 1996 a good season when you guys sit down at the end of the year and look in the mirror?
I think as long as we don't struggle too bad. I mean, we know we're going to struggle a little bit here at the beginning of the year. I think if we can start the year off good, be consistent, have some good runs, but as long as we progress and continue on learning from the first race to that last race, I think that's important. And if we can learn off everything that we learned, like say the first half of the season, and really make it promising for the second half of the season, I think that would be, something that would be proud of.
Boy, they do a lot of talking before they race, huh? Oh, I miss Randy. He was one of my favorite people. We'd go to coffee sometimes.
Play basketball, a little bit of golf, but not anymore. This is pretty much it.
In fact, when I started writing the book was when I went to contact Randy and he had just had that surgery he passed from. And it just stinks. One of my favorite people. He really knew his stuff, too. He studied all the time.
Welcome to Stock Car Racing Magazine. I guess most people probably have a lobby full of file cabinets and fancy plants. We've got a drive shaft, wheels, and an A-frame.
Bonesy got to work with him some.
Do a lot of the studio photography around here, work with the beautiful models. Would you turn your head to the left? To the left. Take that one.
Isn't
that a great dog? And the dog's pet human isn't that bad either. Dick Berggren, editor of Stock Car Racing magazine. John Andretti could well have had a car to beat at Daytona last week. Didn't end up that way, but he's not letting it bother him. He's qualified in the top 10 for today's Goodwrench 400. John Andretti broke through at Daytona. He led and might well have had the car to beat. But then disaster on pit road. It put him to the rear of the field and cost him a chance at victory number 1. John Andretti starts 7th today.
Well, John, a little bit of problem last week, and what about today? The car looked strong in practice, but a lot of guys having some handling problems.
Well, I hope so, because we're just a little bit off, and you know, but we were, you know, I have a good crew chief and Tim Brewer and a great team.
Okay, Brewer's still with him.
Team, and you know, so I'm looking forward to good things. But before I get off here, I do want to remember to do one thing. My parents' birthdays are coming up, and I'm not going to get the chance to see them, but I wanted to wish my mom and my dad a happy birthday this week coming.
Well, best of luck to John today, and the very same wishes from us here at TNN. One of the guys that we were really glad to see come back strong last week, one of the Hendrick cars, Ken Schrader. Great run last week. He's going to be tough today.
Ray Evernham's impact has already been felt as Ken Schrader led the Hendrick stable, running up front at Daytona. Here in Rockingham, though, he'll start 20th. But it is a leaner, more focused Schrader who's ready for battle.
Evernham was a modified driver,
Schrader,
too,
as Eli said, will start
from New York.
He's getting prepped. They're doing final cleaning of the windshield on the car. Kenny Schrader, last week you're a contender, but Daytona's Daytona. This is the rock. Can you be there today at the end?
Most definitely we can. This car's been real good all week, and I've been looking more forward to this thing, Daytona. We come out of Daytona good, so we're going to be good today.
Good luck, Kenny Schrader. Eli Gold.
Hi, Randy. Last night in Houston, Texas, it was Martina McBride thrilling the country music crowd with a concert, and the RCA recording stars made the overnight trip to join us here at Rockingham. She has our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed as the twilight's last gleam?
That kid was still there, the blonde one, when I was there.
And bright stars through the perilous fight, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleam. And the rockets
They must have told her to speed it up, because she skipped a verse. TV-wise.
that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the
What a voice, what a personality. The 72nd member to be inducted into the Grand Ole Opry, Martina McBride, and she'll be joining us here on the telecast a bit later on. So basically, you've got all the storylines. Now it's a
This
matter
one had
of
a
putting
little
the
bit
talk
of
aside
pre-race
and
stuff,
firing up
didn't
the
it,
racing
now?
engines for
I didn't
393 laps, 400 miles here at the North Carolina Motor Speedway. Will the ones who did well at Daytona do well again today, or will it be a rebirth for some who found themselves in the garage area early just one Sunday ago? Stay tuned. We'll find out together. It is the second stop on the road to the Winston Cup, the Goodwrench Service 400.
It's about a 3-hour broadcast, but if I skip through some wrecks and stuff, it might, you know, like wreck cleanup. It'll go quicker.
Welcome, everybody, to the North Carolina Motor Speedway in Rockingham. TNN Motorsports with live coverage of the GM Service 400 for the NASCAR Winston Cup teams. I'm Eli Gold. Glad you're able to be part of our coverage here from the Rock today. 393 laps, 400 miles. We'll be making up the total distance. Again, everybody says they'll be chasing Terry Labonte, not just because he's on the Busch pole, but because he has been the man quick all week long, even the practice runs.
This is a good time to take a bathroom break before this race starts.
Yeah, he sure is, but this is going to be a very competitive race. They have been coming to Rockingham now for 31 years, every spring, and this is shaping up as the best of the bunch. As far as automotive parity is concerned, of the 4 top runners, we've got 2 Chevrolets, a Ford, and a Pontiac. As for equity and driver ability, only 0.6 of a second separates the man on the pole from the guy at the very back of the pack. But Buddy Baker this morning, when they brought out all the equipment onto pit road, they were bringing out an awful lot of spare noses.
Well, I hope they don't need the noses today. But this racetrack has a way of getting you where you're very comfortable, and all of a sudden you relax for a second, into the wall you go. Turn 2 has collected a lot of good race cars in the past. Today they're asking a lot of the chassis. Look for tire wear to be one of the factors, and also how much time you lose on the racetrack when you start scrubbing those tires.
And everybody is also thinking about the fact that this is going to be a little bit of a shorter race. Eli Gold.
All right, Dick Bergwijn, thank you. Now for the Sears Die Hard starting grid, brought to you by the Die Hard battery. Now with more power when you need it. And there is the all Hendrick Motorsports front row. Terry Labonte and Jeff Gordon. They are quick, have been all weekend long. Johnny Benson, the Busch Series champ, stepping up. Hut Strickland won the Busch pole here last fall. Good runs for Bobby Labonte. And Steve Grissom, he's excited about his chances today as you take a look at the others who have qualified well. John Andretti and Kenny Wallace. Boy, has he been sky high here this weekend. A couple of Pontiacs, and notice the paint job on Bobby Hamilton's, a throwback to the old STP Dodge of years ago. Ward Burton, the winner here in the fall. Jeremy Mayfield, another young man for Cale Yarborough, who's doing well. And there you see the rest of the starters. Dale Jarrett, Darrell Waltrip, hoping for well. Bill Elliott says he can surprise, but I'm not quite sure if the car is quite where they all want it here this week. Brett Bodine, Dale Earnhardt in the middle of the field. Kenny Schrader made it in on the first day of qualifying. He'll be starting in the 20th position. Others, Rusty Wallace, he's always strong here at the Rock. And of course, Mark Martin, who won here yesterday. There you see Jeff Burton with the Roush team. Rick Mast, Racer Rick, now with that Hooters Pontiac. Ricky Rudd, we heard from Michael Waltrip, who joined us on the Race Day show earlier today. He's excited being with the Wood brothers. Ted Musgrave, Jimmy Spencer, they're pretty good qualifiers. There you see Derek Holt, Ricky Craven in row number 15. Further back here in the field, you've got Sterling Marlin, Mike Wallace, who says the car can go here today. We'll have to wait and see exactly what the pace will be like. Todd Bodine for his brother Jeff Bodine. We'll talk about that. And Ernie Irvin, he starts and has to pit from the back pit area. Mike Skinner, the series truck champion, or the Craftsman Truck Series champion. Wally Dallenbach Jr., late speed, there in row number 19. The 20th starting row, Bobby Hillen and veteran Dave Marcus from Wausau, Wisconsin. And Loy Allen all the way at the back of the field from Raleigh, North Carolina. He'll be going shotgun here this afternoon. So we're set to go racing from the North Carolina Motor Speedway in Rockingham. It is live on TNN, where you see more NASCAR racing than on any other network. Today's exclusive TNN coverage of the Goodwrench 400 is brought to you by Haviland Formula 3 motor oil. Controls volatility and fights vaporization. By the more than 1,250 AutoZone stores across America. AutoZone, the best parts in auto parts. By Miller Genuine Draft, proud sponsor of the Miller Racing Team. We race for beer. And by Chevrolet. One car company has won more races in the history of NASCAR. Genuine Chevrolet. Welcome back, everyone, to the North Carolina Motor Speedway in Rockingham, the first of 3 pace laps of the field as we get set to go green in today's running of the Goodwrench 400. Now let's take a look at the Texaco Haviland motor oil update. They control volatility and fight vaporization, and they bring you the NASCAR Winston Cup point standings after one race at Daytona.
And it's just exactly the way they finished the Daytona 500, with Dale Jarrett on top with 180 points. Earnhardt is second. Schrader, good run at Daytona, in third spot.
As far as this Rockingham race is concerned, let's give you some of the important numbers. Don't want to overdose on the numbers, but there is the AutoZone race analysis brought to you by the more than 1,250 AutoZone stores across America. AutoZone, the best parts in auto parts. There you see the 393 laps at going to 400 miles here today for the 62nd Winston Cup Series race here at Rockingham. Let's get a last-minute update from down on pit road. Glenn Jarrett.
Well, Eli, in an informal poll I took this morning, Terry Labonte is the odds-on favorite. Ray Evernham, Jeff Gordon's crew chief, told me they were a little bit pushy loose, weren't real happy with the car. Bobby Hamilton seems to be the strongest Pontiac. He's real good. Ward Burton had some problems early this morning with the transmission. They had to change it. Didn't know what the problems were. Ken Schrader changed an engine, broke a fuel pump. Rusty Wallace says he's awfully good. That's all I got. Let's go to Randy.
Well, guys, as they get ready to go green here shortly, I would like to tell you that Dale Jarrett, after winning at Daytona 1 week ago, really needs to get it done here today if he wants to challenge for the Winston Cup Championship. His record at the Rock has not been all that great since he went full-time on this schedule back in 1989. They've got a new combination of crew members working at the Robert Yates Racing Team. If they're going to get it done, they need to be tough in the next 7 races before they get back to the plate races at Talladega. So Todd Parrott and them are going to do everything they can to get Dale Jarrett up front here today. Eli?
And we will, of course, be riding along with a number of different drivers today. Mark Martin has a camera that'll pivot all the way 360 degrees. There's a look from his roof camera. We'll also be bringing you other pictures throughout the course of the afternoon. Steve Grissom carrying a car or a camera in his Yabba Dabba Doo car. And he said to me, he said, I hope it ain't Yabba Dabba Doo Doo before the day is over. And I said, well put, young man. And there you see other views. We've got Dave Marcus, who's also carrying an in-car camera for us here today in his Prodigy Chevrolet, starting in 40th position. Elmo Langley has taken the pace car off the racetrack, and we are about set to go. There you see the lookout from behind Dave Marcus's machine.
Okay, I'm back.
Now approaches the start-finish line, and we are set to go.
We are on the backstretch for sure. We're starting 39th. I was watching from a distance there. I was lurking myself. Green flag. 2 superheroes on the front row there. Gordon and Terry Labonte.
There was no plan among the Hendrick drivers as to what to
We're
do
working with Lake, of course.
They hadn't even talked it over. They both decided that just let the race take it to them and go however the cars wanted to go, and Labonte is strong right off the top.
Lake was really good about saving tires and coming up and being in the situation in the end, as long as nothing happened. But you know what it's like to run in the back. There's the backstretch. We're in there somewhere, probably at the end, the beginning. I mean,
sometimes 3 wide. So the groove is
starting
right
3 from the back.
Like it has been in the past in a few races. So you can race side by side. Now look for a lot of.
You choose your pit boxes by your qualifying position, except for the first pit spot on the front pit is always the past champion. Back then, I mean nowadays, I don't know what they do. Probably qualifying points. I don't know.
The front 2 starting to pull away. It'll be just about 3/4 of a second from those front 2 back to the 3rd place running Bobby Labonte.
That don't much matter. Lucky Dog is a good thing they improved, but the regular point system, they need to bring it back, give extra points for leading. Kind of like iRacing.
There's the 94, Bill Elliott. The 87 is Joe Nemechek. They're working back in the middle.
Hey, how about that, NASCAR? Use iRacing's point model. Might work.
The crew chief for Bill Elliott was kind of concerned as to exactly whether this car is going to be dialed in for the 400 here today.
Well, he had a very different strategy for setting the car up, Eli, and usually it's Mike Beam and Bill Elliott that talk this thing over, but they came up with something a little bit different, and I asked Beam, I said, where'd it come from? And he said, Dick, I just had a vision, and that's where it is,
Lord.
a vision.
You still having those, buddy?
I love those visions that used to be visionaries.
Side by side like Jeremy Mayfield was
They
real
took
lucky
that
there.
part
You know,
away
it's
too.
You
Golly.
have to be very careful. That's a very light spot for the car going in the corner. If you have any contact whatsoever, the car turns right around on the outside.
You see the 87, that's Joe Nemechek just ahead of Mark Martin.
Oh, my son's video game. I'm like trying to figure out what is that noise.
All the while now, the leaders have worked themselves free Wallace was the man who made the impact with the wall, though as he comes by us, the car looks fairly clean, but we'll see if we can get a closer look. There was a big scramble of cars down the back straightaway, and we'll find out exactly who it was that made contact with the wall.
Uh-oh.
There's a piece of sheet metal off Rusty Wallace's
Bumper.
car. It went flying up ahead. You might have seen it just take off, and caution is on the speedway. Looked as though the rear bumper might have come loose. Tough to tell. Well, he certainly impacted the wall.
It was from the 99.
The Burton car alongside of him who lost the sheet metal.
Eli, that's that second turn I was telling you about. You can just get a little bit high there. The crown right in the middle part of the racetrack there. When you go across there too close to the wall, it's like a vacuum. It pulls you right into the
Jeff
wall.
Burton there in the 99.
So caution for the first time here. Lap number 9 here at the North Carolina Motor Speedway. Buddy, let's see if we can get a good look at what happened here.
Okay, they're coming off the corner there. You see, oh, Rusty just got.
Rusty did get in the
Jeez.
wall first,
just a little bit.
It looked as though Michael Waltrip was shoved by possibly Ricky Craven behind him. Let's see now. We'll have to wait and get a good look. Brett Bodine is there in the 11.
Okay, Brett come up just a little
Brett
bit.
come
Rusty
up
had
and
nowhere
clipped
to
his
go,
nose,
pushed him
not
right over
clear.
into the wall.
Randy Pemberton is down in the Rusty Wallace pit area.
Well, we're waiting for Rusty to hit pit road. Basically, what they're looking to do for Rusty when they get him here, obviously they're going to check the toe on the front tires. They're going to see if they're askew or not. Apparently, Rusty feels they are. They're going to string the wheels. Possible left front flat as well.
Hey, there's
for
the
Rusty
spam
Wallace.
crew.
I know there's a driver
Right
change
behind
going
that
on
gas
for Jeff
can.
Bodine in the backstretch. 2 broken
I'm
ribs.
standing
Jeff
there
is gonna get
somewhere.
out, and Todd Bodine, his younger brother, is going to go in as Rusty Wallace now comes down pit road in the Miller Ford.
He is on the pit lane.
And the crew go to work. Plenty of damage on the left front of the car as well. Right side also, so a little bit of damage. They're going to work on some air ducts as well. They're going to make a couple of pit stops if they can get this car in 2 or 3 times under this caution. He has some aerodynamic disadvantage now. It looks to me like they can pound it out, at least from my vantage point, on the left-hand side. Right side tires are changed for Rusty. They're going to come back in after they get the tires put on this car, and then they're going to try and straighten the wheel out for him.
Well, you see Rusty's car's been up, so is Brett Bodine's car. He's got some damage to the right rear of his car.
Rusty Wallace, the leading active driver as far as wins here at the Rock. He's got 5 of them. He's going to have to work hard here this afternoon to get back to victory lane. We're coming right back to Rockingham early in the 400. Back under green here at the North Carolina Motor Speedway. No change in the running order at the front. Terry Labonte, Jeff Gordon, Bobby Labonte is next in line. Then you've got the
Man, it's my
rest of the pack.
computer
Strickland, a good
blowing
run
like
for John
crazy.
Andretti. He's in 5th. Let's
Must
go
be
down to
cold,
Glenn Jarrett. He's
too.
got an update from the Brett Bodine pit area.
There we
It looked like, as you
go.
said, Brett was involved in that incident with Rusty Wallace. He's got some right side damage. They came in, made a major chassis adjustment on the car. Also checked the wheels on it. He seemed to be okay. I watched him on the racetrack, though. The car is not performing the way he wants it to, but he's going to have to tough it out. That team's off to a rough start. Robert Presley also made a quick stop. Looked like they may have changed the tire, may have had a tire going down. So those were the only 3 cars that pitted.
Oh, my
Buddy
computer's
Baker, we're
making a
always getting new
racket.
fans
Needs
in
to
this
be
sport.
blowed out,
And
I
as we
guess.
watch the leaders work here in single file formation, everybody understands aerodynamics at Daytona and Talladega. What does aerodynamics mean here at Rockingham?
Well, aerodynamics really does not play a major role here. The one thing you don't want to do, though, is mess up the front end. As far as the toe end and camber, you need to keep the car really getting through the corners well here, because you ask a lot of a race car when the corners are this tight.
That's 18th place you're looking at now. Mayfield gets moved aside. You've got Jimmy Spencer grabbing the 18th spot. We're looking from Mark Martin's machine. He's running in 23rd now. The Kodiak car, 41, is Ricky Craven right ahead of him as they work
Wiped
the
a bit
corners.
of dust off the vents. Maybe
It's
it's
awfully tight for a Sunday
Oh,
drive. Those cars have been running
it's
real
not
close
even
together
got
for
much
several
going
laps
on.
now. Just starting to sort it out.
These guys are feeling pretty racy, though, after getting the season going last weekend at Daytona.
You see Mark Martin there in the 6th car, just going by the flag stand, and Sterling Marlin on the outside. They've been side by side for the last 2 or 3 laps there. They're not really running very easy this early in the race. They're really going at it.
That is the battle between Mark Martin and Sterling Marlin now for 23rd position. Michael Waltrip, the Sitco machine. He'll move in right between those two. Glenn's got an update on Mark Martin's car.
Well, Eli's a little unusual to see him running this far back in the pack. He's usually one of the top cars here at Rockingham, but this morning in everybody having problems down in 3 and 4 with the cars bottoming out. And Mark said he just hadn't got it dialed in the way he wants it yet. You can bet they'll work on it during the race.
Of course, we're still early here, as Glenn points out. Plenty of time to work on things here at the Rock this afternoon. Just tuning in, we are 20 laps complete. No one yet has challenged Terry Labonte. And I wonder how many times we'll be saying that sentence this afternoon.
You can see Rick Mast there getting very sideways up out of turn 2 there. I think he has a loose problem. He normally runs very well here. As a matter of fact, he could have won the race last year and had a problem with a tire that wasn't tightened up just right. But he's usually a factor, but he's fighting a loose condition right at the moment.
That's 22nd spot where Rick Mast is running on the racetrack. Mark, as you see, carrying our in-car cameras here this afternoon. 22 laps complete.
It's such a surprise to see him running that far back, Eli, because he's got virtually the same setup in that car today that he used yesterday, and he completely dominated the Busch Grand National race yesterday. Led 154 laps of the thing on the way to victory lane.
And where's Dale Earnhardt? There he is, being bypassed by Jimmy Spencer. That's back at 18th spot now, as Spencer takes over the 17th position here and moves to the outside of the 87 of Joe Nemechek. I guess after a while, even though the inside is the short way around, I guess, buddy, if your car wants to go, you got to give it its reins and let it go.
When you see a car start going in the corner very low like that, going all the way up to the high side of the racetrack, the center part of the corner, he's got a handling problem. He's having to chase that car up the hill. I'm sure he'd like to see a caution where he'd work on that car a little bit.
We talked about Mark Martin, too, as you see the battle going on there in the mid-pack. Mark Martin, although he's done well in Busch racing, hasn't won here in a Winston Cup car since 1989. So that is something to just keep in the back of the mind as we update you with the complete look at the field running order right now. The field standings brought to you by Napa Auto Parts. At Napa, we keep America running. Car number 25, Kenny Schrader. He started in 20th spot. He's up to 15th. There you see Earnhardt in the 3. Bill Elliott with the golden arches proudly emblazoned upon his hood. Car number 94.
People have been talking about Schrader having a little bit of help from Ray Evernham, but realize that there is a whole new team there.
140th, man, we're smelling.
Who had been with Schrader before, and it's new guys
Stinking
on the
up the
wall,
place.
new guys at the shop, new engine program. They are at square one and really getting the job done
I
this
counted
year.
a bunch of guys my dad worked for there.
Dodge Charger from 1972. That's what they're doing this year for Richard Petty's 25th year with STP. They're having a number of different paint schemes, and there is the cars battling. You saw a quick look at John Andretti in the 37 car. Dale Earnhardt getting a little look inside of Jimmy Spencer. That's back in 13th position. If you're curious about the lead, it is still stabilized for Terry Labonte. He's got about 9 car lengths on Jeff Gordon running right behind him. We'll keep a close look at that. They have now pulled just about 2/3 of a straightaway away from Bobby Labonte. He's 3rd, and Hunt Strickland still running in 4th. There goes Jimmy Spencer now with a bit on John Andretti.
I thought I saw the Kmart car running a little hot. Thought I saw overflow already, but I could be wrong. This was a couple of times. That's what I was watching a few times around to see what was up.
Live in Rockingham on TNN 28.
Okay, that's the front stretch pit. We're on the back.
Today's exclusive TNN coverage of the Goodwrench 400 is brought to you by Napa Auto Parts. At Napa, we keep America running. And by GMAC Smart Lease. Want low monthly payments on a new GM vehicle? Call 1-800-32-SMART. Welcome back to Rockingham with Buddy Baker, Dick Berggren, Glenn Jarrett, and Randy Pemberton. I'm Eli Gold. Want to send us a question? Have a thought you'd like to express? We've got a fax machine sitting right alongside Big Buddy's right elbow, and that's the number you can call if you want to fax us a question or a comment. 1-800-451-7331. We'd love to hear from you right here at the North Carolina Motor Speedway. Terry Labonte continues as the race leader. There's Kenny Schrader in the 25 inside of Bobby Hamilton. They're battling for the 10th spot on the racetrack. Steve Grissom right behind them in car number 29. Where's John Andretti, though? He is backslid all the way to 21st position. Glenn Jarrett's been checking on that story with Tim Brewer and the boys.
Well, Eli, Tim Brewer summed it up very quickly, very succinctly in one word: loose. He's
Loose. Okay, so it's the right rear burning off, not overflow. I just kept seeing puffs in the corner.
Putting pressure on Dale Jarrett right now. And if Dale, you can hear me, let him go, man. He's fast.
Off the right rear side of the car, which is where the overflow
Thought
drops.
of Glenn Jarrett down on the pit lane. It is 3.8 seconds right now from the leader, Terry Labonte, back to third place, Bobby Labonte. As you see, the Cartoon Network machine, the Hanna-Barbera sponsored entry for Steve Grissom, looking inside, outside, all around the Bill Elliott McDonald's car. That's 14th and 15th. Elliott's in 14th, and Grissom, as you see, in 15th. Dale Earnhardt, he's in 8th spot if you're following his fortunes here this afternoon. You know, you talked about the new look for Schrader's team. Brand new crew chief, Phil Hammer. You've got, heck, all across the Hendrick Motorsports picture. You've got now a chief mechanic, Ed Guzzo, with Jeff Gordon's bunch, working with Ray Evernham. A number of changes. And Ken Howes, he's working in research and development now in the chassis room for that same team. There you see the 37 of John Andretti. We talked about him moments ago with Mark Martin pacing him to the outside. Jeff Burton is the 99, the other car in your picture.
I keep seeing puffs off the right side of that number 37, and I wonder if it's tire smoke. If he is that loose.
Yep, he's going to lose it now.
Side of the racetrack, and Andretti does a great
Oy
job
vey.
saving his race car. You saw the
save.
inside machine just move up the banking, and John Andretti reels that baby back in a hurry.
As Harry Hyde would tell me, that was loose now. Up till then, it wasn't that bad.
And that was definitely tire smoke.
Yeah, boy. Back in line, just ahead of Robert Presley. That's back at 29th now. Let's take a look and see exactly how that all unfolded.
Well, you can see Robert Presley down on the bottom side there. They make contact just about right there.
Yeah,
you can see Robert's car kind of slide up into him.
Actually, that's Jeff Burton who made the contact there.
That was a great catch, though. I guarantee you Ernie Irvin was sitting there in 28 just behind there going, oh, boy, don't do that.
And there's old Russell William Wallace. He has joined the picture now. Rusty is resurfaced at 29. Randy, how significant are the problems on Rusty's car after the pit stop?
Well, the guy that is on our camera down here, Tom Hoke, he's the shock guru. The significant damage is Rusty believes he broke a right front shock. You remember 1 year ago at Richmond, he dominated the race, broke a shock, ended up finishing, I think, third. So they broke a shock absorber. They believe, they think it's a right front. They have made the necessary arrangements back here in the pits to replace that shock if and when they get.
Jeez, he needs to hold off the racing part. Drop back just a smidge there, 37. Oh my God. He's got a handful there. It's just going to end up in the wall if he doesn't just chill out till the next caution.
393, still in the early stages of the Goodwrench 400. We are live on TNN. Glad you're able to join us. Rusty's getting a pretty good bite off the low side of the racetrack there. A pretty good pack of cars behind him. You've got Bobby Hillen leading things there. Mike Wallace right behind. That's 33rd, 34th, 35th, and further back. For the record, there's Derek Cope, the man I spent $10 to draw in the pool today. I apparently made a contribution early, but you never know with that car. Jimmy Fennig and the boys are really good at chasing a race car, and that's one advantage of a 3.5-hour race. What's going on at 1 o'clock Eastern time doesn't necessarily equate to what goes on at 4 o'clock Eastern time. Brett Bodine is coming down the pit lane for an unscheduled stop.
You see the 31 car there, that's Mike Skinner. He is doing research and development for Earnhardt in the race here on springs and shocks.
He's also auditioning for a job as a Winston Cup driver.
And a man would be hard-pressed not to hire a Mike Skinner. Very, very talented young man. There you see Johnny Benson in the 30. Quick look at him. Stepping up to NASCAR Winston Cup Series coverage here in 1996. You'll be talking about him all season long. The square D colors, that was Kenny Wallace just going by the screen. There he is. Boy, has he had a good week. Kenny qualifying at the front of the field, and he's been hanging right in there. He's being shown in the 10th position right now. Here now comes John Andretti down the pit lane. We've talked about some problems with the car. Glenn Jarrett, they finally had to bring him on in here at lap 45.
Yeah, Eli, when he got tangled up with Jeff Burton out there and nearly lost the car, they started ready to bring him in now. We can get a good shot now. There's a tremendous amount of damage to the left front of the car behind the left front tire. Fortunately, it's not on the tire.
himself off the lead lap, and look where Mr. Earnhardt is. He is up to 5th, and his buddy Jimmy Spencer has now made his way up to 6th. But all the while, it is still Terry Labonte who is showing the way here at the North Carolina Motor Speedway, live on TNN. The Goodwrench 400, 47 laps complete. Welcome back, everyone, to the North Carolina Motor Speedway. That's the 7th and 8th place battle on the racetrack now. Johnny Benson just ahead of Dale Jarrett. You see who's running where. How well is Terry Labonte running? He's put Mike Wallace a lap down while you were away. Ted Musgrave has gone a lap down. Mike Skinner has gone a lap down. That's the pace already here. 54 laps into the Goodwrench 400. I'm Eli Gold, Dick Berggren, Buddy Baker, Martina McBride. Great to have you in the booth with us today.
Good to be here.
Great to see. How was the trip in from Houston? We told the folks earlier you were there last night. When did you make it to the Rock?
We got in, we flew back to Nashville last night and got in today just right about an hour before the race started.
Well, it's great to have you here. And Martina, for those of you who might have been tuning in a bit late, she sang the national anthem here this afternoon. As you see Bobby Hillin, Todd Bodine in the 7th, subbing for his brother Jeff, who's got a couple of cracked ribs. Jeremy Mayfield in the 98. I was watching along with much of the rest of America.
I was just looking. There was 7 or 8 drivers Dad has worked for in that lineup.
Congratulations. And you were genuinely moved.
That are running in this race today.
I was very moved. It's, you know, the Opry is something that I've always looked up to and respected. It's all about the tradition of country music and our heritage, and to be included into that family is just a real honor for me.
Martina McBride with us, the proud native of Sharon, Kansas. And I hope everybody is tuned in here. Have you followed racing much? Do you have a favorite driver?
You know what? I'm just now getting into racing. This is only my 2nd race, so I'm kind of learning as I go. Yeah.
Shame on you.
I know.
Of course, her label RCA is an associate sponsor on John Andretti's car here this weekend as Jeremy Mayfield makes an unscheduled pit stop here. Or is it unscheduled? Maybe just a tad on the early side, but we're closing in, I guess, on the first pit stop. A lot of fellows will come in a bit earlier than normal.
Eli, the race cars are beginning to use all the racetrack right now. I think we're having a lot of give up on the cars. Earnhardt is the first guy to really go high on the racetrack. Down in turn 3 and 4, you see him using all the racetrack. Look how high the line is for the number 3 car as you see him going through the corner. And he run Terry Labonte down. He was almost a half a lap back. He's pulled it down to he's in the same corner with him now.
Exactly. You see Jeff Gordon running in 2nd spot as Earnhardt tries to get around to the inside of Mike Skinner and does bypass him. And old Jimmy Spencer hanging right there as well. Martina McBride watching from the booth. And I'll tell you, that number 1 single is just doing a super job. Wild Angels is rocketing to the top of the charts. I know you're awfully proud.
It's very exciting. Yeah, it's good. Exciting time for us all the way around.
Personally, I like that one, but Independence Day is going to be hard to beat. And of course, the CMA folks agreed when they gave you the CMA award, but you've had a wonderful run of hits.
Yeah, well, thanks. We've been real lucky, and a lot of people have worked really hard to make it happen, so it's going good.
There's the battle for 2nd spot now. Dale Earnhardt goes to the high side of Jeff Gordon and now finds himself just 1 3/10 seconds behind the race leader, Terry Labonte.
Once Earnhardt got Gordon, look at him take off. Look at the distance between those 2 cars and the difference in the line.
That's it. He found that high line just a few laps back, and boy, he had motored up through there, took over 2nd place now, and he's catching Terry Labonte.
Only 30 cars on the lead lap as you see Earnhardt go around Mike Wallace.
So we're already down a lap because we were running like 30th or 39th last time we looked. It was smelling.
Tires are emerging as a major story today. The times have dropped off a little over a second a lap since this event began. And we're looking at 25-second laps, so a second a lap, new rubber seems like a good idea.
There's Earnhardt. He's running in the 2nd spot, and we'll get an interval for you between the race leader. There's Terry Labonte, who will come into the picture right there. He's exiting turn number 4, so it's a fairly significant spread right at this moment. But Earnhardt's making a move and taking his way to the front bit by bit. Martina, great to see you. Good luck with all the Grammy nominations. Look forward to hearing some great songs from you.
Thanks so much. Thanks for letting me hang out with you guys.
Good pleasure. Martina McBride here in the booth. We're coming right back with more from Rockingham in just a moment. Today's exclusive TNN coverage of the Goodwrench 400 is brought to you by Pep Boys. 26,000 items at the guaranteed low price. Tires and service, everything but gas.
My friend Sally was a scorer for the 21 for years for Morgan.
Here at the Rock, and those aerial views brought to you by the folks at Steel. Steel, powerful, easy to use, and durable.
I worked for her in manufacturing and environmental and safety
Helicopter shots we're seeing
in
today.
the mid-2000s.
Machine of Joe Nemechek, only 27 cars on the lead lap, and here's Kenny Schrader coming down pit road while you watch Jimmy Spencer and Dale Earnhardt.
He's the front brakes on Schrader's car are on fire. That's why he's on pit road.
Kenny Schrader with fire coming from the right front wheel well of his car as you watch the second and third place cars, Jimmy Spencer and Dale Earnhardt. There you see Schrader's team, Phil Hammer and the crew trying to work on it. Randy, what's the update?
Well, the update is Kenny came over the radio about 5 laps ago and said, guys, the brakes are dragging. He came back over the radio about 2 laps ago and said, I have to pit now. If I wait for 10 more laps, when I would normally make my fuel stop, I'm going to blow right by you in the pits because I won't have any brakes. He said, take some tape off the front of the grill. Let's start working on it. Boy, they're in big trouble. A big disappointment for the crew. They had high hopes coming in here to Rockingham. Smoke billows from the Chevrolet.
Boy, tough break right there as the crew tries to work. They'll be going a lap down as the leaders swing on by. There you see Terry Labonte.
That's
about
very
to go
unlucky.
by Rusty Wallace. That'll be in 25th position while Joe Nemechek is on the pit lane. He'll make his stop here at lap number 72. And there you see how quickly Labonte is now pulling away from everybody else.
Jimmy Spencer has made a major move here. He passed Earnhardt. He's in second place right now. He has found that high groove.
That Travis Carter car was
started
fast.
28th, and he is now the only man who's not been able to get by the Terry Labonte machine. Car 42, the Pontiac of Kyle Petty. Ernie Irvin right behind him there in the 28 machine. They're battling for 20th, 21st, 22nd spot as we look on from the onboard camera. Good scramble out of turn number 4 back to the stripe as well. As 3 wide, Earnhardt and Spencer thought about doing it. There's a good battle now. They had Loy Allen, the 19 car. He was the other man, plus the 75. That's Morgan Shepherd, who is driving for Butch Mock Motorsports. As a matter of fact, we had gotten a question faxed to us a short while ago from Kim Baxter in Arizona, coming in and said, whatever happened to the 75 team? Well, you saw Morgan Shepherd. That is the Remington Arms car right there being bypassed by Dale Earnhardt. We appreciate the faxed in comment from KW Baxter out in Arizona. Let's go to pit road and get an update from there.
Well, Jimmy Spencer obviously is having one of his best career runs here at Rockingham. New crew chief Donnie Wingo has this team snapped into shape. They built some brand new cars for Jimmy Spencer. He has got it dialed in today. The only problem he has right now,
Donnie Wingo is a crew chief.
it's fluctuating between 230 and 240.
That makes sense.
As he just blew by Earnhardt moments ago. So on his next pit stop, which will be a full gas stop, they're going to take a little tape from the grill. No chassis adjustments are expected. But Spencer having a great run here at Rockingham.
Jimmy is 4.1 seconds behind the leader. Terry working traffic, you see. He's about to go by Ernie Irvin. He'll work to the outside of Kyle Petty. If you're a Ken Schrader fan, he is 5 laps down after the extended stay on pit road a short while ago. Now lap number 77. Robert Presley comes in for service from his crew as these fellas, I don't think really wanted to go this far, but you got to follow the leader.
But yet, exactly.
Hey, Big Block, how are you
He's just
doing?
going to hang on to that lead as long as he can.
I haven't seen you streaming too much lately.
Nice and smooth, and the rest of the front runners just
But
don't
everybody
want to
go
pit as
follow
long as
Big
he's
Block.
doing that. Now, once these guys get lapped,
What game you been playing
tires,
lately?
which has just happened with Kyle Petty. He just got passed, went down a lap, put fresh tires on, going to try to make up his lap. But boy, that 5 car is flying.
And Kenny Schrader is going to the garage area. Kenny Schrader taking the Budweiser machine to the garage. There you see Bobby Hamilton in the STP Pontiac, the Pennzoil Pontiac.
Don't you
for
think
Johnny
Big Block
Benson
Live
in the
should
crew.
have
As
a
Hamilton
racing?
now makes the move as he comes by him going from
You
the start
should
to the
race on the
side
Sun.
area.
That's the best
Mark
racing
Martin
game
makes
ever. I
his
think I
pit
told you
stop
that
now,
before.
lap number 79. So much activity. We might keep you up to date on all that's going on around the this racetrack because things happen in a hurry. Hutch Strickland making a pit stop. A lot of these fellas just can't wait any longer because Labonte's just making mincemeat of the field. The 30, Johnny Benson, he is in 8th.
And hanging in there, doing a great job. Benson had only run 4 times here prior to today in Busch Grand National. Top 10 every time he finished. He finished 3 out of the 4. Yesterday, he scared everybody about half to death in the last practice session. Coming off turn 2, just about there, he took that thing round and round and round, never hit anything. What happened, John Benson? He said, I just lost it. That's all.
Honest young man.
Yeah, and he's doing great today.
Eli, Robert Presley just made a pit
Ooh,
stop.
Joe is awfully tight on his
He passed
bumper
Johnny
there.
Benson just a second ago. He's almost a full straightaway ahead and just 3 laps.
Guess he's thinking he's
Everything will
passing.
cycle around, and if you're not familiar with this racetrack, 30 pit stalls on the main straightaway. The remainder of the field pitting on the backstretch. It's not quite the penalty that it used to be. Now that NASCAR does have pace car driver.
We're pitted on the backstretch about near the end. We're really stinking.
As on the pit lane now, here comes Mark, or at least here comes Jeff Gordon, Ted Musgrave.
I think the 9 car is running almost
All of
last.
this at lap number 83. So more and more teams just being forced to say,
If it's not last,
Terry
it's
Labonte,
about
we're gonna
last.
go and do it as we see fit. There you see a big pack of cars working through the corner, and there you see the DuPont Chevrolet. Monte Carlo being serviced by Ed Guzzo. A couple of rounds there. Significant chassis adjustments.
A lot of the teams were complaining that their cars just pushed. This one, Ray Evernham was able to adjust between push and loose. And I'll
Yeah,
bet
both
you
of
anything
those
they're gonna get
tires
that
look
thing better
quite
now that they made a
evenly
pit stop.
Let's go to
worn.
Randy.
Everybody on pit road, guys, have been making chassis adjustments. Mark Martin went to the track bar adjustment. It's been a wedge adjustment here, a wedge adjustment there. We're waiting for Jimmy Spencer to hit pit road, but it's just been plenty of chassis adjustments. Nobody's got their car to their liking, at least at the first go-round here of pit stops continue.
A 19.88-second pit stop for Jeff Gordon. Derek Cope is on the pit lane as you watch Terry Labonte. Hasn't yet made his pit stop as the race leader. Let's take a look moments ago at Terry Labonte trying to work some traffic. He and Derek Cope were together trying to put Derek a lap down. And boom.
Well, that's what happens.
Casual contact there. That's just good hard racing. Nobody really meant to do anything wrong there.
And that's what happens when you're on old tires, too. It's really hard to hang on to it. I'll bet Labonte will be coming in soon after that. That was a wake-up call.
Derek Cope is on the pit lane. Dale Jarrett is in for service now. Bobby Labonte making his pit stop. All of this at lap number 86 while we await that man, Terry Labonte. He has been the lone leader of this Good Wrench 400. Here's Ward Burton making the pit stop now. For Dale Jarrett, 25.5 seconds. His pit stop at lap 86. Ward Burton in at lap number 87 right now. And everybody is just waiting and watching. Terry Labonte hasn't yet tipped his hand as to whether this will be the lap or not. Here he comes out of turn number 4.
I wonder if they
Yes, he's
should
coming
in the
this
new
time.
point system
Terry
if
Labonte now
they,
peels off the banking of turn number 4.
instead of
Dale
just
Earnhardt stays
rewarding
out
a
with him and
lap
now comes down
leader,
the pit lane. So you've got Earnhardt there and the
they
race
let
leader, Terry
like
Labonte,
award the
both
one
coming
that
down
led
the
the
pit
most
lane.
laps.
The
That's
road speed,
way
45
performance-wise.
miles an
If
hour.
you
Rusty
performed
Wallace
really
is in as
well
Let's go to Glenn
and
Jones.
you blew a motor in the end or something, you still get points for performing. That might be a good thing for the points, whatever NASCAR is going to do.
Jimmy Maycar told me his brother Bobby Labonte's pit that they only wanted to go to lap 65. So
I definitely think the playoffs need to go.
adjustments to their pit strategy. Let's go to Randy.
Well, the tape has already come off Jimmy Spencer's front grille. Right side tires are already changed. They're working on the left. Jimmy
Because they're
Spencer once
ruining the
again having one of
integrity
the
when they
career
get
runs.
manufacturers involved in who passes who and roadblocks on them. I just couldn't believe my eyes this year.
Michael Waltrip, you see, leaving the pit lane in the 21 Citgo Ford. 19 and 9/10 seconds was the stop for Terry Labonte, the race leader here at the North Carolina Motor Speedway. Being posted right now, only 10 cars on the lead lap. Of course, everything cycling around during the sequence of green flag pit stops. 89 laps are on the board right now in the early stages of the Good Wrench 400. Glad you're with us on TNN.
Boy, it's a long, long race, isn't it now? See if we can't
Back with you
skip
at
something.
the Terry Labonte benefit. He is continuing.
Uh-oh, this is going to be a wreck. Everyone's on pit road, too. God, no one wants to be that monkey that wrecks under green flag pit stops.
That's a long way to go. Jimmy Makar told me his brother...
Looks like somebody does, though.
Well, the tape has already come off Jimmy Spencer's front grille. Right side tires are already changed. They're working on the left. Jimmy Spencer, once again, having one of the career runs. Left side tires are on. They've worked on this pit crew over the window. The window to help Jimmy get it out of the pit. A nice pit stop for the 23 bunch.
Good stop for him. Michael Waltrip, you see, leaving the pit lane in the 21 Citgo Ford. 19 and 9/10 seconds was the stop for Terry Labonte, the race leader here at the North Carolina Motor Speedway. Being posted right now, only 10 cars on the lead lap. Of course, everything cycling around during the sequence of green flag pit stops. 89 laps
10 cars still
right
to
now
pit.
in the early stages of the Goodwrench 400. Glad you're with
I
us
know
on
I
TNN.
replayed
Back
what
in a
I
minute.
was doing now. I was trying to regroup.
Back with you at the Terry Labonte benefit. He is continuing to pace the field 93 laps into this 400. You see that 800 number? You can call that number, 451-7331. Give the folks on the other end of that number a question.
Okay.
They will fax it to us here. You don't even have
Those
to
are
have a
two
fax
that-
machine. Just call that number. They'll jot it down and fax it to us. Here we got a question faxed in a short while ago from Amanda in Indiana. Wanted to know what happens if two cars get together, have an accident on the back straightaway. How do you determine who finishes in what position if either car can continue? And one car's in the wall. We'll get Ward Burton with a problem. And
Ward
caution is
Burton.
on the speedway.
Let's see who got skunked in that
17th spot.
green flag
Under
stops.
caution for the second time here. We'll get back to Amanda's question in a moment. But the man who won
He
the
was
400
probably one that hadn't pitted yet. He lost it that easy.
Reporter just called me just a lap before this and said he was beginning to smoke just a little bit, so it may have been an engine problem causing that.
Engine.
So we are under caution for the second time. Lap number 97. Jeff Burton, his brother, had problems on lap number 9. Now it is Ward Burton here at 97. Boy, a gaggle of cars there. Yet right in front of Terry Labonte, too. Right in front of the race leader. And you see the resulting problem. Let's see if we get a better look, guys.
Oh, he got collected going in the corner there. There's contact getting
Who
in
is
the
that?
corner.
That's second time today. 98 laps complete of the 393. Terry Labonte, the race leader here in the middle stages of the Goodwrench.
Bolt it on the race car and go race it. Now with the Racer reserviceable shock absorber,
This
it
is
gives
my
us the
dad's
opportunity
technology,
to design
too.
and build a shock for each racetrack that we go to. For many years you had to carry 120, 130 shocks on your race truck. Now you can carry 30 or 40 and continue to rebuild them all year. In order to do that, you have to have a shock dyno. Now, we have a shock dyno on our truck, and we have a shock dyno in our shop. Almost everybody has a shock dyno. I guess everybody's a shock doc.
My dad built his own dyno because they're so expensive.
Well, he's right. Shocks have proven to be the biggest tuning adjustment, tuning aid, if you will, of the 1990s. And one by one, all the teams have had to add the shock dynos to their operations. And boy, everybody's messing with the shocks.
Todd Bodine driving for his brother Jeff back on pit road again. Had a little problem a little while ago.
As far as messing with shocks, it's a whole thing of just where you want the weight when.
Little close quarters racing on the pit lane, along with the racetrack itself. We are at lap 101, working the second caution of the afternoon. The leader is
I'm jumping past this cleanup.
See Jimmy Spencer taking second place away from Dale Earnhardt. He made the pass down the back straightaway. Jimmy Spencer showing a lot of muscle early in the race here.
Sure is. Yeah, a lot of folks forget Dave Marcus's prowess in qualifying. The old K&K insurance car, the North Cross Golf machine. You had Waddell Wilson and he worked together, and they were terrors on the super speedways in particular in qualifying.
Yeah, but his greatest prowess has been his longevity. 789 starts to today, Eli. Nobody else that's racing here today has that kind of experience. Still at it after all these years.
Terry Labonte continues to lead. We are being shown only 16 cars cars on the lead lap. One of those is obviously Dale Earnhardt in the 3. He is chasing the 23 of Jimmy Spencer. Further back, you've got Dale Jarrett. One car breaks loose as they work through the corner. Hut Strickland now T-boned by Johnny Benson. Everybody else spins. Musgrave is there. Bill Elliott is there. And we are, needless to say,
Musgrave, Wallace,
caution here at the North Carolina Motor
Elliott,
Speedway. Hut Strickland and the 30 of Benson, the 16 of Musgrave, the 2 of Wallace, the 94 of Bill Elliott. This just coming through turns 3 and 4 at lap number 108. Now
Burton's car looks all right.
Takes the caution. Oh, poor old Hut. How about old Rusty? Ever have one of those days, Buddy Baker, where it didn't pay to get out of bed?
I've hit everything but the lottery some days when I go to the racetrack. And this thing, these guys didn't have a whole lot to do with this. You see the car breaking loose there, Hut. He comes back across the racetrack. Now you have a chain reaction where guys are doing everything they can to miss, and they run in the back of cars and lose control.
You also had Sterling spun in there. I thought
Benson might have got the rear of his car a little more than I
give
thought.
us a better look as to, well, at this point, Hut's already gone. Looks like the car just broke loose. Heck, nobody was around him.
Loy Allen was also involved in it.
Yeah.
And just about everybody else. You could almost go through the starting lineup.
Oh, man.
Nowhere to go. Nowhere to go.
Up on the high side, one is Rick Mast. You saw the Loy Allen car, Musgrave there. He comes nosing in. So we are under caution. Randy is in Rusty's pit.
Well, we continue to document the plight of Rusty Wallace and his Miller guys. They've got heavy left side damage. All Rusty can hope for now is to go out there, ride around, clean this car up, ride around, get some Winston Cup points, and go on to Richmond. But not their day today, obviously.
My goodness. A lot of work down there from that crew as we are working the third caution flag of the afternoon. Last year in the 400-mile race here in the fall, we had 7 cautions for 64 laps. This is the third caution flag of the afternoon at lap number 108 as we ride along with Dave Marcus. Don't want to forget
Hey Liz,
Amanda back
good
there
to
in
see
Indiana.
ya.
She told us about
the car
question
park.
about scoring as we watch from Dave Marcus's car that accident that happened moments ago. Here's what it looks like.
I was here at the track somewhere in the infield, probably in the spam pit. My ex-husband was working with them at the
Deja
time.
vu with Ernie Irvin and Ward Burton. Same kind of situation.
This track was about an hour from where my home was.
Window of his Hanna-Barbera automobile. He's behind Kenny Wallace.
Ooh. That spam car that dropped below, that's Lake Speed. He was our driver.
That was a 360-degree car as we are under caution here at the North Carolina Motor Speedway.
Let me jump ahead through the cleanup.
And the leader, Terry Labonte. We're coming right back. Straight with Terry Labonte on the start. They've pulled away from Dale Earnhardt, Dale Jarrett, and Jeff Gordon. That's your top 5. Heck of a jump that time, though, for Spencer. Didn't want to let Labonte get away. Meanwhile, in the garage area, Randy is watching repairs on the Ted Musgrave machine.
And so is Ted, Eli. I've counted them, 14 guys working on this Family Channel Prime Star Ford. And Ted, I know it's difficult to say what happened, but you're okay. How did you see it out there?
Actually, I didn't see it. You know, the spotter told me they're starting to wreck, and by the time I got there was more cars involved than we figured. I'm not sure what started, but we just got in the middle of it. You know, we're working hard to try and get back out. It's not damaged too bad. The radiator, oil cooler, and a little suspension, but these guys won't give up. We need points. We'll get back out.
Okay, they've got a hydraulic hand pump jack on it. They're trying to straighten out the frame in the front as well. Glenn Jarrett?
Well, Randy, I'm down in Johnny Benson's pit, and he's still on the racetrack, so only 6 guys could go over the wall and work on his car. He is running 15th, the last car on the lead lap. He did pit every lap under that caution. Major rear end damage, but I didn't see any structural damage. Looked to all be sheet metal. He complained of a problem with the brakes. They came in a couple times, worked on that. He said the car was okay for what they had. He'll just have to ride it out. Tough day for the Pontiacs in that wreck. It took out Benson, also Rick Maston, Bob. Right before that, Ward Burton. So Pontiacs are not faring well at the Rock today.
Well, certainly not because of Pontiac performance necessarily, but by virtue of the fact they're getting caught up in a lot of these accidents. And there you see second place. Spencer, the 23, has it. Earnhardt, the 3, wants it.
I was just watching the grandstands as Earnhardt pulled up on Jimmy Spencer there. They're beginning to rumble a little bit. They come and they boo him, but they love to see Earnhardt go.
You've got Dale Jarrett in the 88 being watched closely by Jeff Gordon in car number 24, the DuPont Chevrolet. That's your top 5. 6th is Bobby Labonte. Ricky Craven running in 7th. Robert Presley is 8th. Ricky Rudd is 9th. That's your top 9. 10th now. They will show Jeff Burton. Kenny Wallace is 11th. Steve Grissom is 12th. Sterling Marlin is 14th or 13th spot.
The 9 car is not doing. I don't think.
15 are on the lead lap. Johnny Benson and Bobby Hamilton rounding out that top 15. We have had 3 caution
Started 38th. Oh, 23rd. That's gaining.
Area, Ken Schrader, Hut Strickland,
gaining.
and Ted Musgrave. We have seen Terry Labonte lead 113 of the 124 laps thus far. Other leads have been held during green flag stops and caution stops and likewise, but otherwise it's been the Terry Labonte battle. 3-way battles there around the racetrack. Bobby Hillin in the 77 car. There you see Todd Bodine driving for his brother. And Jeff Gordon is off the pace. Smoke from behind the Jeff Gordon car.
Well, that stinks.
The DuPont Chevrolet going up in smoke here on the main straightaway.
I'll be right back. I gotta take a blood pressure medicine. It's a little.
Well said. Understatement of the day, certainly. The 1995 winner of this event. Meanwhile, near the front, Jimmy Spencer has chased down Terry Labonte.
Eli, there's a contrast of the way they're getting through the corner right now. Spencer's moved back up into that high line. He tried to run down low where Terry Labonte was. He lost some ground to him. Now he's moved back up in his groove, and he's actually closed in on Terry Labonte.
Terry Labonte's car just doesn't seem quite as comfortable as it was earlier. He's been going up the banking a tad more, and there is indication from down on pit road that Terry might be feeling a bit of a problem with the car. Glenn, what's he saying to his crew?
There's a vibration in the drive line. I asked Gary Dehart. We heard him talking about it on the radio. He did verify that they've got a problem of some sort. Terry's taking it easy. I have moved down to Jeff Gordon's pit. He is in. He's brought the 24 DuPont Chevrolet in. The car is still running. A lot of smoke coming from it. It sounds like it has dropped the cylinder. It's not hitting on all 8 right now. So we'll update it as soon as we find out he just shut it off. We'll see what the matter.
And the drivers are saying that that is one of those heartbreak situations because you've got a tough finish at Daytona a week ago. A tough situation here. Obviously, he won't win. He'll go many laps down. Not the way to start off the title defense, is it?
No, it isn't. But, when you look at his finishing record, this is the first real engine-related problem he has had since the shifter incident at Pocono last year. He did not have an engine-related DNF in all of 1995.
There you see first, second, and third spot right now. Kenny Schrader's back on the track. If you follow the fates and fortunes of the veteran from Fenton, Missouri, he is 55 laps back after the stay in the garage area because of the brake problem that we showed you earlier, and the flames that billowed out from the right front wheel. But he is back on the track, 55 down. The only folks in the garage area, Hut Strickland, Ted Musgrave, and now Jeff Gordon as they will push the car behind the wall. Good scramble there. The 98 is Jeremy Mayfield. 15, Wally Dallenbach. 42, Kyle Petty. All of those cars not on the lead lap, but they're battling amongst themselves for 20th, 21st, 22nd, 23rd position. Glenn Jarrett has an update with Ray Evernham. What are they saying, Glenn?
Let's talk to Ray. Eli, Ray, what happened to the car? It sounded like a cylinder.
Yeah, lost the cylinder. Right now we're going to go ahead and pull the push rods and the rockers off so it doesn't blow oil and just try and get as many laps as we can.
Okay, we're going to let him get to work. Let's go to Randy.
Well, I can tell you right now that the 33 car is hitting pit road. It seems that there's an ignition problem for Robert Presley. We were just getting ready to talk to Hut Strickland. We'll try and get a word with him. He's helping the guys on the Circuit City Ford try and clean this mess up. Hut, what happened? How'd you see it out there?
Cool, yeah. Get early
sure
tonight.
What happened.
You've been doing a lot of
went in on the
screaming
outside of
like
Marcus there, and I
race.
don't know if he pushed up or really what happened there. It's one of them deals with the wrong place, the wrong time. But just one of them things. I mean, what?
I got to do some gardening. It's just a little chilly. We We had like a 40-degree temperature
Thank
drop.
you.
It
We
was
talked moments
44
ago
this
about Robert
morning.
Presley. He was running in 7th spot when he had the problem that has now dropped him
56
at least
now.
1 lap down,
We
possibly
used to
more as you
80s.
look at the battle for the lead. Let's also tip our hat to Ricky Craven. He is now running in 6th spot as we see Spencer trying to take advantage of the body going back into the corner. Ricky Craven, who started 30th, is now running in the 6th position. But a great battle for the lead, working the back straightaway here at Rockingham. Dale Earnhardt's not in your picture. He's just 5 car lanes further back, though. He's waiting and watching more than anything else.
And what an upset this would be if Jimmy Spencer would win this race today. I went through the garage area this morning and I talked to virtually every crew chief there, and I said, who are you most worried about? And they all said, oh, the 5-car, the 3-car. Not one crew chief mentioned Jimmy Spencer. Look at how well he is running here at Rockingham today, though.
13th Winston Cup race year for Jimmy Spencer.
chilly
He has only
today.
1 top 10 to show for it thus far. But he is very much in position because he is one of only 11 men, 12 now, to remain on the lead lap. There is Terry Labonte.
Look at Earnhardt
Headsets
lying
are
back
all
there in third,
twisted
watching
in
these
my
guys
blankets.
race and wear out their tires. Earnhardt told his crew that today's race was going to be a race of driver discipline. Who could be the coolest the longest? And these two guys are racing each other hard. Earnhardt's just letting his car roll on.
Here goes Jimmy Spencer now. He'll try the outside on Terry Labonte if he can make it stick, going back into turn number 1. High, he goes up the banking. He's keeping it wound
It's
up.
sunny, but
When you
not
pass somebody on the outside like that, that's a power
not
move. You see
warm.
Terry Labonte not fighting back, brother. I think right now
Depth
he's just settling in, going to do like Earnhardt, just going to sit there and watch the lead car run.
Lap 137, a new leader here at Rockingham. Let's go to Randy.
Well, there could be a possible problem on the 5-car, and that is they believe they have cracked either the header or the exhaust pipe that trails out on the left side of the number 5 Kellogg's Monte Carlo. So you can substantiate that he would have a little bit of a loss of power there. He does feel a difference, so look for him to possibly string that header up when they pit next time.
Jimmy Spencer, the leader here at the North Carolina
Yes.
Motor Speedway in Rockingham, trying to pull down.
Oh,
another
you have
NASCAR
summer
Winston Cup
soon. I
win.
forget
Pretty
now.
good
You're
mix of
down
Fords
under.
and Chevys. No Pontiacs, though, in the top 10. That is where we are, Rockingham. That is where Todd Bodine is.
Our
in the
summer
pit
is
area after a
ending
big
and we're
plume
getting
of
into
smoke came out
winter.
from
We didn't
behind
have
his
much
brother's
fall.
QVC car. Todd is in for Jeff. The 800 number still open if you'd like to
I
send
ended
a
up
question
working
to
for
us
that
here, a
team
thought, a
the
comment.
next year.
1-800-451-7331. Never did finish Amanda's
That's 7.
question earlier. Every time we open our mouth, somebody went into the wall. She wanted to
Yeah,
know, how do you
it
score
skipped
a
it.
car if there's an accident on the back straightaway? Who finishes where? Well, the scoring reverts back to the last completed green flag lap. So if 2 guys wreck on the back straightaway,
The 98
they will
was
get finishing
loose.
credit for where they came across the line on the last green flag lap of action. So we appreciate Amanda up in Indiana.
That was our car right there, the 9 that year. I was in the pit, like I said, but I didn't start scoring until I think after Dover or Darlington. One of them. I gotta look it up. I can't remember. But I worked the second half of the season for the team. Timing and scoring in the booth with the NASCAR officials.
Well, Andy Petrie in the group,
Which is fun.
surveying the damage. The bottom line is, Robert, it appears it's an electrical problem.
Yeah, that's what we think. You know, the motor, the temperatures was real good, you know. Wasn't running the car hard, just, I think we was up 6th or 7th, you know, just riding. Andy said, you know, you're fast as anybody. So we just wanted to wait this second half and go, and coming off 4 there, going under Craven, it just cut off.
Okay, good luck next week. It's a grind on the Winston Cup Series as far as the 7-car and Todd Bodine. They believe they burned a piston.
There you see the battle for the 7th position on the racetrack right now. Actually 8th at this very moment. We watch from Steve Grissom's machine. You know, shouldn't be surprised that Presley was running up in 7th before he had the problems. That's the same car that won the outside polls.
My dad worked on that team the year prior,
So that's a proven racing
in
machine. There
'95.
goes Ricky Rudd high up the banking, opens the inside for Sterling. slides to ninth. Steve Grissom in the Cartoon Network machine. He is being shown in the 10th spot. Kenny Wallace and Bobby Hamilton, the other 2 cars on the lead lap in 11th and 12th. We have had just 3 caution periods here this afternoon. As you see, the 5-car Terry Labonte, the 3-car Dale Earnhardt running in 2nd and 3rd, and Glenn Jarrett is with Terry Labonte's crew chief.
Well, that's Gary Dehart. Gary, we reported a little while ago you had a vibration. Has it gotten any worse? Has it stabilized? What's the story?
Yeah, right now it's about the same as it was. It may be just a tire out of balance. We're going to throw a weight or anything off of it. I hope that's what it is anyway.
Terry had to give up the lead to Spencer. Is the car working as well as it was?
No, earlier on the first set of tires it was a little bit loose, so we tightened it up a little bit, and actually probably got it a little bit too tight right now. But we'll get it freed up just a little bit. We all right.
Well, that's the story. He says they're okay. A lot of concern when that vibration was first reported. Now they think it is tires.
At this point, Dale Jarrett running in the 4th spot. He is neither gaining nor losing anything to the race leaders. If you're one of those who likes to play the numbers game, last year Dale Jarrett, he finished 5th at Daytona last year, finished 5th here at Rockingham. Well,
my dad was working with a Young Bush team this year in 96. At 97, he'll work a little with Mike Wallace, and then he'll go to Kenny Wallace's team in that 81 car. He really liked working for that owner. That owner, and he speaks highly of Phil Matachi.
That's going to be neat to see.
The old Superbird color, if you will. That was one of those famous paint jobs. Yep, 1972 when STP first joined Petty Enterprises, and they're celebrating all of that here this year for Bobby Hamilton, a very talented young driver out of Nashville. He's really come along a long, long way.
With Richard Petty as a tutor on as far as his career is concerned, Bobby Hamilton's going to win.
We must be getting an ocean wind or something.
Coming out of turn 4, right past the camera. That is Bobby Labonte in the 18. Ricky Craven behind him. Craven qualified 8th here last year in the spring and finished 16th. He finished 8th here in the fall. So
I'm only about 3 miles as the crow flies, or as the seagull flies, from the ocean. If the wind blows off the water, it's cold.
In 1996, finished 3rd yesterday in the Grand National race after a stirring run. He was one of the few people who could do anything with Mark Martin all day. Craven in the number 41.
There you see Kenny Wallace in the 81. The 10 is Ricky Rudd. That is 9th and
Kenny
10th
Wallace,
spot now.
he's got a good podcast show.
Bobby Hamilton is right there as well.
Most of the time.
He's trying to put the blocks
I agree
on the
with some
car
of his
Bobby Hill, he's the 4th
Not
car
all.
in that pack. But you've got Wallace on the low side, Rudd on the high side. That is 9th place being contested right there on the racetrack.
Good car that Rudd has got. That's the same car that Hut Strickland put on the pole here last year for the fall event. Richard Broom liked the car so much he went out at auction, bought it, they painted it up in the Tide colors, and it's doing a fine, fine job today.
You know, they don't really have I guess they do have a crew chief, team man. What do they call it? A pit captain on race day. Very unusual terminology for Ricky Rudd's team.
Well, it's an unusual setup as well. Richard Broom goes on top of the roof and he spots for the car. Ross Friesinger is on pit road and they call him the pit captain. And I think what that really means is he's the guy that's supposed to cheer the crew on and talk to the TV reporters.
There you go.
Whoa, Kenny Wallace was some loose coming off turn 2 just then. The back of the car turned all the way out towards the wall. He got it back straight though and never checked up.
Those cars there are running for position 9, 10, and 11. The other car in the mix is 77 is Bobby Hill, and he is being shown an 18th, 1 lap down. Average speed of 120.486 miles an hour thus far. We are at lap 159 of 393. Back up front, you see the Jimmy Spencer machine. He took the lead at lap 137, and he has a 1-second lead now on second place. Terry Labonte, Dale
I think
Earnhardt,
that's
Dale
where we
Jarrett.
were.
There you see the rest
Nope,
of the
that's
top
Lowe's.
10.
That's yellow and blue, not light blue.
Welcome back, everyone, to the North
Or
Carolina
different
Motor
yellow
Speedway in
blue.
Rockingham. That is the battle for the lead. Jimmy Spencer kind of skating around on the racetrack just a tad. There you see Bobby Labonte in the 18. Reports on pit road say he may have a vibration in his car as he's being bypassed by Jeff Burton. That is
Interstate and
next
Exide.
right now.
Battery battle.
Colors for Roush Racing, and Labonte you see go way racetrack, so that'll open up the inside if Burton can keep it wound up as they head back to the stripe. Otherwise, Morgan Shepherd has gone to the garage area. John Andretti, with a lot of smoke behind his automobile, he has gone to the garage area now. And if Jeff Gordon is the man you like to follow, he's back on the racetrack, 35 laps down. But boy, things happen in a hurry here.
When he would pull back on the track, even all beat to heck, the crowd would scream. The minute he'd pull out of the garage onto pit road, they'd go crazy.
Dick, when you run the low line like Burton's doing right there, you can't let the car come off the corner with the thrust that you need to go down the straightaway fast, so you have to kind of check up.
These guys were like rock stars back then, so different now.
Reassume the lead. Jimmy Spencer's had it since lap 137. That is 30 laps ago.
It's like barbecue going on.
He's 55 laps down.
I think that was Andretti's engine smoke.
Discipline, right here, discipline, as Earnhardt would say, is ever so important. A lot of race to go.
Get Dale Earnhardt. He's running there in third. You see him at the back of that picture. He's behind Kyle Petty, who's being shown a lap down. Robert Presley back out on the racetrack. He is 39 laps down after the electrical problems that were bothering them earlier. So Schrader's back 55 down, and as soon as I say that, he goes back to the garage area again. So Kenny will park it. Brett Bodine is 21 down. Jeff Gordon 35 in arrears. Robert Presley 39 back.
You know, if I were Kenny Schrader, I'd really think about running that car again. If you watched the race in Atlanta last fall and saw Kenny Schrader in the garage work on the engine, bring it back on the racetrack, in the garage work on the engine, this is the same car. He's having the same kind of day today, but this time with brake problems. Get out the torch.
He was 39th here at the Rock last February, so he hasn't necessarily had the
Looked like somebody else was getting ready to pull out. Whoops, there's our pit. I might have been right there.
I think Spencer just ran so hard, and he was a little bit...
Oh, jeepers.
Hard crash up into the corner. We are under caution for Bobby Labonte. Remember we had said
Oh,
earlier,
no.
he was reporting a possible vibration in the car. He was running in fifth as he goes up into the wall, and we are under caution here on the speedway. So caution, and that too is Loy Allen's automobile involved with an accident as well. So
that happened fast.
Here at the Rock. It comes out at lap number 172, and Glenn Jarrett, you had the eyeball on it, didn't you?
Oh, absolutely, Eli. I was standing here in Terry Labonte's pit, and I heard a tire blow. Loy Allen got into the wall right dead in front of us here, if you can see out of my camera where he impacted the wall. But there was oil or water or something all over the racetrack in the groove. When Bobby Labonte came through, he got in it. Of course, you're turning right there in the tri-oval. The car just simply spun right out from under him.
Man, oh man. So it happens, and rarely do you see single car incidents, more so at some tracks than others, but let's get a look at it again. Past Jeff Burton.
And that had been going on for a long while.
There's Loy in the wall.
Well, Burton and the 18 just came together.
Bobby lifted,
Let's
the
see
99
if we can get
didn't.
another look and get a better view as to exactly what transpired. That one was a pretty good idea. Let's see what we can get here. Here's Loy Allen after the crash. Oh, and he can't steer.
Boom.
Gave it a pretty good lick, didn't he?
Yep.
So Loy Allen, Bobby Labonte, separate yet related incidents, and we're under caution here at lap number 172. Bobby Labonte finished second here a year ago, but that is not to be here this afternoon. That old car is pretty well used up.
They can't even get it on the wrecker without pulling it apart some.
Yeah.
Bobby just checked up, saw the wreck in front of him. His spotter yelled at him, "Wreck right in front of you," and he lifted, and Jeff...
Here we go. Where's Jeff Gordon? Loy Allen.
That's what I feel for, because, you know, they don't deserve this. I think what the big thing is that we're being humbled right now. We're realizing how well things went for us last year, whether it be the luck or the way, whether or not we broke or not. And, you know, this is frustrating, but we're going to bounce back. We're still going to win some races this year. And, you know, now we're just looking forward to going to Richmond.
No question about it. This is the kind of team that can put a string of 20 together in a row without any problems.
Yeah, they can do that in a hurry, no doubt about it. We're only 11 cars on the lead lap right now. There you see Terry Labonte. Jimmy Spencer is second. Dale Earnhardt third. Dale Jarrett fourth. Jeff Burton is fifth. Sterling Marlin sixth. You have Ricky Craven going seventh. Kenny Wallace is eighth. Bobby Hamilton ninth. 10th is Ricky Rudd. Last car on the lead lap is Steve Grissom. Let's update you again with all that's gone on in the garage area. Obviously, you see Bobby Labonte heading there. Loy Allen, Kenny Schrader's back in the garage. John Andretti and Morgan Shepherd have both parked their cars. Todd Bodine with a problem earlier. Accidents taking Hut Strickland and Ted Musgrave from the race. Jeff Gordon is now done for the afternoon. So it's been a rather Carolina being tended to, and we'll get another look and see exactly what happened.
I think he got like a neck thingy. Always takes a bit to clean that up.
Under caution, these stops are. Coming at lap number 181.
See, they couldn't pick because it was all like
on the right of your screen.
There.
He's in. Steve Grissom is in as well. Earnhardt, the first one away. Dale Jarrett, the second.
Oh, that's the
Labonte
front pit.
down off the jack, and he's gone. And they'll be
I think the
heading
back pit
to the
was
line,
blocked.
and it'll be
Couldn't-
Terry Labonte.
And Dale Earnhardt just paid the first price for not being the Winston Cup champion. He did not get the first pick of pit. Terry Labonte got to pick a pit that was further up and beat Earnhardt out of the pits as a result.
10th place, Ricky Rudd seemed to have a problem, Randy.
Well, Ricky just came over the radio and said, sorry, guys, I don't think I've ever done anything that stupid. He drove right on by him on pit road. Flat, missed it. Has to come around. He'll pit this time with a big group of cars all pitted around him. The Sitco cars in. Here comes Ricky into his pit now. He's fuming about this one. He just drove on by it.
most of the cars are a lap down, so pit road's busier the second time through, which is weird.
So he did lead a lap, though.
But it'll be tail end of the lead lap, and there's what, 9 cars on the lead lap or something?
Just a bit. We'll be right back. Back with you under
not gonna
caution
hurt him.
here at the Good Wrench Service 400 live here on TNN. We are in Rockingham, North Carolina. 184 laps on the board right now as we work under this caution period, the 4th of the afternoon. Interesting happenings on pit road moments ago. There's the Roland spam can for Lake Speed, and here's what happened.
See the tire carrier coming around here. He stumbles just a little bit, gets in the path.
Son of
wow.
a
That's a tire
ouchie.
carrier on Mike Skinner's car.
That's an ankle twist.
Crew member, they say. There's Lake Speed, and let's get an update from Glenn Jarrett. He's
Boy,
got
it
the
put some
infield
damage
here.
on the nose.
Well, Eli, we moved down here. Obviously, we can't get in there yet, but we got good news. One of the people from the team came out and told us that Loy is awake. He is breathing on his own right now. They're not sure of the extent of his injuries right now, but they're going to move him from here to the Carolinas Medical Center to more thoroughly check him over. But good news so far. He is awake, alert, and is breathing well, so no problems there. They just don't know how bad it is. We'll find out more as soon as we can and let you know. But good news so far.
That is wonderful news. You kind of get that feeling in the pit of your stomach, and you try not to get too close to any of these guys, but you've got to be close enough to have that good working relationship, and you always feel kind of queasy when it's a friend down there.
And he is a guy that's real easy to get close to. I think absolutely everybody in the garage area likes Loy Allen. He's a young man who just has got the kind of personality that's very, very attractive.
Won the Busch Pole for the Daytona 500 back in February of 1994, you might remember.
Also an ARCA winner.
Yes, he is. Well, we've talked so much about
He's
Chevy.
still cleaning up.
He was dominating the show. And a plastic
There we
wrapper
go.
off somebody's
Race.
sandwich went through the air cleaner and blocked off the fresh air.
Here's Dale Earnhardt now, catching the leader.
And he led the most laps in the Daytona 500.
Yeah.
Good race here for the lead.
And we're also 5 laps away
Okay,
from
good night.
halfway. The folks
Good night,
at
Liz. You have a
Gatorade again
great
this year
night
will be
and
passing along
sleep well.
$10,000 to the leader at half. check, but Labonte has plans for it too.
He wants that check, but he wants these 5 points for leading also. You see him up under Labonte as they come down the front straightaway. Earnhardt is just a little bit in the lead as they come by the flag stand.
And that'll be 5 points for Dale Earnhardt right there. Well, no, now they're going to say he might not have beaten him back to the stripe. So they're going to have to wait and see. All the scoring technically done in front of the scoring stand here at the line that is painted on the racetrack. Now Labonte goes high. This time Earnhardt comes to that stripe and does beat him in front of the eyes.
Yes.
Morris Metcalf, the chief scorer
Always.
of NASCAR. So that time
Nature's
Earnhardt
medicine.
does officially take the lead at lap number 194. So he'll lead for the first time and get 5 bonus points. Now they're going to battle for 10 grand.
The Intimidator and the Iceman. What a nice race this is.
Really is a good race. Started off very honestly like there wasn't going to be a race with the way Terry Labonte was running.
And look at Bobby Hamilton running in 3rd spot.
He and Dale Jarrett looked like Bobby Hamilton almost bottomed out there just a bit.
Well, this same car last year, before they put the new body on it, they built the car especially for the mile tracks, Richard Petty did. And you see Bobby Hamilton now. He's been very quiet at this point, but he's moved steadily up through the field, now running 3rd.
Mark Martin, the 3rd car in your picture there. He is a lap down in 12th. There's Jimmy Spencer working to the inside of Kenny Wallace. He's already up to 8th now, Spencer is. Wallace also on the lead lap as the leaders now will come down towards 3 and 4. This is for $10,000 coming to the crossed flags this time. And this will be scored at start-finish. Here they come to the halfway point.
Halfway.
It'll be Terry Labonte by inches that time, as he came to the stripe here at the start-finish line.
Terry Labonte was definitely in the lead when they went by the flag stand.
Oh, he had a good couple inches on him.
Well, here they came to the stripe, and $10,000 as the crossed flags are out for the race leaders. 197 in the books as we head now on the downhill slide towards 393. I'm afraid the second half of this race is going to be a dangerous.
This battle is a dandy.
Yeah.
It's 11:15 in the morning here, and my son is wanting to go get lunch soon, so I gotta speed this race up.
This is the reason folks are in the grandstand at Winston Cup.
From 2nd place Earnhardt to 3rd place Dale Jarrett, 1 2/10 seconds now. Average speed 102.489 miles an hour. There is Dale Jarrett, winner of the Daytona 500 a weekend ago, winner of the Busch Clash 2 weeks ago today.
Whatever they did to the 88 car on that stop, he is a rocket ship. He passed Bobby Hamilton just a few laps back, and look what a lead he has already over these guys, and he is running the lead cars down as we speak.
Todd Parrott, his crew chief, has got probably the best record of any crew chief in Winston Cup. He has won 1/3 of his starts, 1/3 of them.
Here now is Jimmy Spencer as Ted Musgrave returns from the garage area. He was involved in an accident earlier today, if you're just joining us, at lap number 108, and he is now back on the racetrack.
Think I got to tell anybody that Todd Parrott has done 3 Winston Cup races and won 1?
Well, it might be worthy of a mention.
It seems fair.
Ted Musgrave is 74 laps in arrears.
For the race fans that want to see sheer brute force, look at the 23 of Jimmy Spencer. He's dicing through these cars. He's going right back to the front. What a great drive by Jimmy Spencer.
Meanwhile, on the racetrack, the racing action overhead, that helicopter carrying Loy Allen Jr. to the Carolinas Medical Center. You heard the update from Glenn Jarrett a short while ago. He is complaining of a shoulder injury, we are told, but Loy is awake and alert, and certainly that's the best news of the day. There are the mid-race numbers, and this mid-race report brought to you by Splitfire. Enter the performance zone with Splitfire Performance V spark plugs.
Let's see.
Most of the story, Terry Labonte. Look at that. I'm waiting to see old Spencer get to the front again. That's going to be good.
Well, if you know.
Let's do a little skippity bippity till the next pit stops. Here's a race recap here.
Welcome back, everyone. Live at the North Carolina Green or something.
Let's see.
You
Where
that
did that
low
say?
side of the car there? Looks like he had a piece of debris. Spencer had what Randy Pemberton was telling us a bit earlier. That
It's like so hard to grab it. What am I doing? Snap, reload. Stop. I was gonna do a commercial and I messed it up. Do. Try again.
Turn up the wick just a little bit, and he's trying to go with Spencer.
I was trying to get a rundown. There.
This one's not over,
Still
folks. Stick
didn't.
around. I believe we're going to have some drama before this one's over. Lap 224 on the board. Terry
There we
Labonte,
go.
complete with paper, is the leader.
We're not in the top 10 anyway.
Welcome back, everyone. Live at the North Carolina Motor Speedway in Rockingham. Eli Gold, Dick Berggren, Buddy Baker.
I thought that was us. Going down another lap.
Terry Labonte is the race leader. That is he in car number 5, making his 508th consecutive start here today. The record 513 held by Richard Petty. So Terry with no problems would break Richard Petty's mark.
Wow.
We all head to Martinsville on April the 21st, but he's not worried about that right now. He was worried about a potential problem on the race car that might have just blown away. Glenn Jarrett, let's see. Did you notice that piece of paper still on Labonte's car?
Overheating.
Around, Eli. You know, so far Terry Labonte has blown the competition away here today, leading 193, now 194 laps that we've run. Of course, last week he had a piece blow in the carburetor. This week blows on the front of the car, heating it up. Gary Dehart has seen it. Gary, how bad's that heat problem now?
Well, right now it's getting pretty bad. 240, we're going to pit here in a few minutes, put water in it. We'll crash all over the grill.
It looks like now when he just
It's
came
too
out,
late.
it was gone. The piece was
It's just
gone.
been leaking everywhere.
We're out of water. We need to put water in it.
He's coming in right now. We'll get out of the way. Tough break.
Glenn, we were talking amongst
long.
ourselves here that could you believe if they had a problem like this after Daytona? We said, well, he's probably going to
Hey, Pops, I'm glad you've been lurking. Thank you.
He said, man, if this costs us another race, I'm just going to shoot
I don't
myself."
check who's in the chat. I don't know if I even know how to. I can on my phone, but
Believe for 2 weeks in a row that blown trash
I like to be
has cost him
surprised.
Here comes Terry Labonte now. He slows off the racetrack. He'll come
Labonte's
down pit
engine
road.
just
The
bit the
Woodrunners have
dust.
Michael Waltrip on pit road also. The hood will go up on Waltrip's car. But here comes Terry Labonte. He will yield the lead with an overheating problem at lap 235. Let's go back and watch this bit of precision work. But it is a heartbreaker.
Too
nevertheless.
late.
No debris is showing on the grill, and they're not even working on the grill. They're working on the engine. That hose is to inject water under high pressure. They'll try to keep the engine running so they can get that water in. Now they're starting to clean off the lower part of the grill. What a heartbreaker. Terry Labonte absolutely dominated this race.
I think the water starts coming out the header or something weird.
There was a lot of rubber
The steam,
buildup
I
on
mean.
the top part of that grill as they were wiping it with their hand. You could see it rolling off there. But I'm afraid he might have done a lot of damage. See
Oh,
the
yeah.
smoke coming out of the exhaust pipe on the
Right
right-hand
there.
side there.
Blown head gasket. Everything got too hot.
There's Dale Earnhardt now. He has taken over the lead. Jimmy Spencer now in the second spot. Randy's been watching from Earnhardt's pit.
Well, the 5 car has just now confirmed the engine gone on Terry Labonte. So the Hendrick guys really having a tough day. Dale Earnhardt's going to cruise from here on in, see if he can win this race.
Oh my, so we're gonna go down another lap.
Was constantly chattering back and forth.
But I think we were in the top 20.
He's not going to make it. He's not going to make it. Randy, is he going to make it? He's not going to make it.
Let me see. They don't think he's gonna make it on gas. Let's see, where's the rundown? Are we in the top 10 yet? Nope.
And that really is what goes on down on pit road. A lot of everybody knows everybody. Everybody's waiting to see what's going to happen, so their guy might get a bit of a break. Earnhardt's on top of the heap as we're live at the Rock. From From high above the North Carolina Motor Speedway on a magnificent day here in the Sand Hills region, we welcome you back to the Goodwrench 400.
You gonna race them today, Popsy? You back okay?
Steel, who have brought all of our helicopter shots to us this weekend. Steel, makers of a full line of leaf blowers, trimmers, and the #1 selling brand of chainsaws worldwide.
I'm going to skip through this a little quicker than normal because my son is hungry too. I'm hungry. He's hungry.
The damage to the engine was already done. He had already pegged the needle. It was out of water the last 2 laps, so whatever problems he has on terminal. Right now, I'm going to go try to find the gun because Gary Dehart's looking for it. I don't want him to have to use it. Man, I can't believe the bad luck these guys are having.
It is unbelievable as Dale Earnhardt continues to lead.
Jimmy Spencer has come from last place to less than 2 seconds right now on Dale Earnhardt. He is moving in. As you see him, he's the 4th car in that picture coming at you. He is absolutely flying around this racetrack.
2.28 seconds.
He is flying.
You're going to have to park Michael Waltrip's car. They are pushing it backwards up the pit lane while you watch Jimmy Spencer make his way past the Jeremy Mayfield automobile. Jeremy celebrating an anniversary this week. He and his wife Christina celebrated their 3rd wedding anniversary last Tuesday. But Jimmy is motoring to the front again. But Michael Waltrip now gone to the garage area. He'll join Terry Labonte, Jeff Gordon.
Let's see. Still green, still green. Uh-oh. Something up right here.
Line of leaf blowers, trimmers, and the #1 selling brand of chainsaws worldwide.
Nothing important.
Let's check in with Glenn Jarrett.
Well, they vacated Terry Labonte's pits right now, but look at this stream of oil. You can see Johnny Benson's pit crew cleaning it up there. Leads all the way down into Terry's car. You see that big puddle? That's oil, folks.
Yeah, they already showed that. Let me see. Back up, back up, back up, back up. Okay.
Comes the leader. Here's Dale Earnhardt.
Got a
now,
yellow.
coming down pit road to the attention of his crew. Let's see what they do. You got Bobby Hutchins and David Smith, co-crew chiefs this year.
And some new members working on that team. Andy Petrie is gone. Gene Dehart's now doing the right fronts. David Smith, jackman since 1982, is gone. Mike Moore is doing the jacking duties on that car. So to a degree, we have at least a partially new pit crew here.
Now Bobby Hamilton is in for service in front of Glenn Jarrett.
Well, Eli, they were going to make a chassis adjustment. They wanted his pit stop. Bobby gets down and away, and it looks like Jimmy Spencer's going to beat him out for 2nd place, but they did change 4 tires, adjusted the chassis. He's got some fender damage on the left front of the car. When I get a chance here, I'm going to find out exactly what happened there. Now let's go down to Randy. He covered Jimmy Spencer.
Well, Jimmy Spencer in and out. These guys really look good on pit road, not to mention how good they've got this car running. Jimmy Spencer came in, he changed 4. They laid the spoiler back just a tick on the 23 car, which I think would mean he's going to loosen them up just somewhat. He's got fresh tires, and Jimmy is ready to go to the front.
He has been trying that all day while it's business as usual for the cars not on the lead lap on pit road. We take a break. We are in Rockingham, lap 266.
All right. Let me see if I can get us to just a few minutes ago.
I want to mention that highway transportation is provided by Cedar Ridge RV Center, Branchville, New Jersey, featuring Winnebago Motorhomes.
So if I'm done by before noon,
and find out why Cedar Ridge is the choice of champions. Hey, don't forget, coming up right after the race today, a special episode.
Happened there, he knew he had oil and he was trying to get out of the racing groove because you can see it's over with now. The thing is really
Spencer blew up.
So we are under caution, 5th time today, and there you see Jimmy not only led 53 laps, but he put on a thrilling battle to get back to the front repeatedly. Remember, he pitted too early at one point, had to go to the longest line, the end of the longest line of traffic. Now here come pit stops, and this should take everybody to the finish. We're at lap 329, so this is now time to put a premium on the pit crews. Robbie Lewis and the boys waiting for Bobby Hamilton. You've got Bobby Hutchins and everybody waiting in the Earnhardt pit. Let's go to Glenn Jarrett.
Earnhardt brings changed the number 3 Goodrich Chevrolet in, Eli. They're going with the right side now with rubber. They will come to the left side. As I told you, they made an adjustment last time. Dale never said whether he liked it, whether he
This is a scoring booth, by the way, just in the background.
Adjustment this time with the tire pressure on the tires. So they're putting the left sides on right now. He's down and away.
There you see Bobby Hamilton, Robbie Loomis and the boys working on it. The car down and away. Dale Earnhardt, though, beating Mr. Hamilton off the pit lane and back onto the racetrack. Let's go to Randy Pemberton with an update on Jimmy Spencer.
Well, the update is the hood is up, the car is shut off. They're trying to figure out what they can do to this automobile to help him finish the race. Water pours from the overflow on the left rear corner of the car. The 10 car of Ricky Rudd pitted just moments ago. No adjustments for him. Has several more come down pit road, but Spencer just sits in the car, now takes off his helmet. He's going to be done for the day.
So Jimmy Spencer will be the 10th official retiree, but we have had at times today 17 of the cars in the garage for service. We'll come in right back. Today's exclusive TNN.
You know, hey, we blew up today. That's life, but I'll take it all the time if I could come up there and lead them races and stuff like that. That's all I asked for out of my pit crew. They gave me a hell of a race car today.
You've had some good runs in your career. Was this the best?
Oh, it's clearly the best. This car was so fast. I mean, the dang thing. I couldn't do nothing wrong, you know. I mean, when I bided my time with Terry to see, I thought Terry had the best car next to mine, and you know, Terry done a heck of a job racing me really good, and I passed him anytime I wanted to, you know. And I'll tell you something, Terry blew up and I blew up, so I'd like to see Richard Petty's car win this race. Sentimental reasons there, you know. Hopefully he can do it. Smoking Joe's team will try and do a little bit better next week and hopefully finish.
Okay, good luck next week. Eli?
All right, Randy, thanks a lot. Track cleanup is continuing after the oil that was put down. So why don't we break away again? Closing in on the finish of the Goodwrench 400.
Wheel itself, so he had some pretty good contact.
And caution is on the speedway now.
Again?
Caution is on the speedway. Some debris up in the corner, turn 3 and 4. And caution is on the speedway. And we'll have to take another look at exactly what happened for caution at lap 347.
Okay, Earnhardt's right up under him, right about there, just a little contact. Hamilton gets sideways, he goes up, gets the outside wall very lightly. He was very lucky not to spin out there.
He did a beautiful job of keeping that car under control. There it is. Here Ricky Rudd goes down low.
Dale Jarrett sneaks under the bottom side there.
Yeah,
Derek Koch comes by.
And they may have had some contact there too, buddy.
So caution, lap 347. Let's go down to Glenn Jarrett. He's in the Bobby Hamilton pit as Hamilton and Grissom come in to make a stop.
Well, they're discussing what they're going to do right now. Obviously, they got right side tires they're going to pull in. I imagine obviously will be a 4-tire change. They're going to check that damage over. There's nothing I can see on this side except the damage that was already there. Put fuel in it. They don't need much. They've got a board out there to pull the fender away on the right rear, pull it away from that tire. That's their main concern right now. They're coming around to change left side tires, but most of the work is centered on that right rear, getting that fender off of that tire. Left side tire's going on. There's no chassis adjustments or anything like that. I don't think that it really damaged the car that bad, guys. So this may be a break in a way because he's going to have 4 tires, a little fresher than anybody else's.
That's a good point that Glenn brings up there.
Absolutely. You see the car there. They pull the fender away from the tire. It's no longer smoking. I think he's going to be okay. Certainly helps him anyhow. He drove his heart out today.
Here's another look at what happened from one of our speed shot cameras here at The Rock. Just hang on and ride with us. Oh, that was our speed shot camera. I wonder what the tab is on one of those babies.
That one.
348 laps on the board as everybody checks the race.
Ricky Rudd running the second place there has a real good shot. He's giving Earnhardt all he can stand right at the moment.
Back up into turn 3 and 4.
Earnhardt.
Bobby Hamilton, rear of the car, seems to be kicking just a little bit.
I don't think he helped him much when he hit the wall. No. Sometimes you can knock the rear end housing over just a little bit and it won't show up until you go in that corner in full speed for the first time, and then all of a sudden you realize you do have a problem. But Bobby Hamilton has fallen back several times, and after about 8 or 9 laps it really gets going.
There you have the 5th place battle now. Steve Grissom, we're riding with him, looking out towards Bobby Hamilton. That is the battle for spot. Hamilton hangs on to it for the moment. There's that glare we talked about now as they head towards turn 1, and the windshields is getting hot marked from the sandy area here at Rockingham.
Watch Bobby Hamilton. That's the car directly in front of you, the Richard Petty car. You see him going on the bottom side there. The car looks like it's tracking pretty well there. I think what it takes is about 4 or 5 laps for him to really get that thing gathered up and get going.
You also got Kenny Wallace in the scene, number 81. He too on the lead lap. He's in 4th spot. Man, some of the names at the front of the field today, huh?
Pass on Hillen. Hillen is a lapped car behind Hamilton, but this is a pass for position if he can get it done.
Hamilton in the 43. All of this behind the race leader, Dale Earnhardt.
See Kenny Wallace there in the 81. What a great run he's had today. He's been right up front all day long.
And this has been one of the best runs of his entire Winston Cup career. Another guy who has never won a Winston Cup race, Kenny Wallace.
Phil Martossi and the crew basing their operations in the past in Nashville, Tennessee, moving it on to Charlotte, North Carolina area. They're excited about this year.
And that's so they have really opened up the wallet. They are spending a ton of money on that car to get it up front. Rudd has never won here either. He's finished second 3 times, never won here. Jarrett has never won here.
You know, I don't think Bobby Hamilton's car is anywhere close to as fast as it was before he hit the wall down there. The car just
Wonder
does not
where
seem
we're
to work as well as it
running.
was prior to the wreck.
No, it really isn't.
That is Hamilton, the 43, the lapped car of Bobby Hillen, the 77, right behind him.
For just hanging in
It's
there
a half
all day.
second now from Dale Earnhardt, the leader, back to Ricky Rudd in 2nd spot. 359 laps on the board now. 34 remain. Well, let's find out more from Glenn Jarrett in the Richard Petty, Bobby Hamilton pit area.
The concern is, guys, they think they bent something when he got in the fence. They're suspecting it's a left rear trailing arm. So you're absolutely right, buddy. It's nowhere near what it was. I don't think he's going to have anything to mount a charge.
Yeah, hitting like that makes your rear aim to the wall every time, so you will never make the turn well.
Just watching Kenny Wallace running 4th spot right now. That would mark his second, actually,
If you had time under a pit, you could
in a Winston Cup race.
slide one forward or back to try to make up for it, but it will never be the
I guess
same.
Kenny finished at Martinsville Speedway.
They usually have holes
That's
to
where he's
adjust
running
them
right now.
forward or back.
Look at Ricky Craven there in the 41 trying to put Hamilton
There's
back
our
another
crew.
spot and does
It's
so on
probably
the
me
inside.
standing back there with
Ricky
blonde
Craven now
hair.
moving up into the top 5. Meanwhile, back up front, how are Ricky Rudd and Dale Earnhardt doing? Well, there they are. Then the lapped car of Derek Cope right behind them. 363 complete of 393 here at Rockingham. We are under caution. Bobby Hamilton has just spun in turn number 2, and the leaders
I
are on
jinxed
pit
them,
roll.
didn't I?
They are going to pit at lap 367. 8 cars on the lead lap.
Yeah,
Dale
it's
Earnhardt's
sidewinding.
crew going to the right side of the automobile.
Like that.
Ricky Rudd, the second place man, is in as well. Randy?
Well, they took a round of wedge out on the right rear. They're going to try and loosen Ricky up. They're working on the left side tires right now. Having a little bit of trouble with the left front. Oh, my, it's going to hurt Ricky. Could not get the left front off. He's not going to come out in good shape here. Left side now going on. Tough break for Rudd, down and away.
And there you see what remains of the Bobby Hamilton car. We were eavesdropping on his radio, and he said the car just went around on me.
Yeah, well, he's trying very hard here, but you see he gets way up on the racetrack. You see the back end starting around, and it just keeps on getting worse here. He goes around and makes a complete turn. Now watch it go back up head first into the wall.
That's too bad. After the kind of day that those boys had, they deserve better than that. But they end up in the wall, and their afternoon will end up far shy of victory lane. Car just kind of snaps around on you, too, on these radials. There's really no chance to save it. Let's go to Glenn Jarrett.
We're back in Bobby Hamilton's pit. There's a good bit of damage, as you can see clearly on the screen there. The nose of the car really messed up, the right side. So you're exactly right, Eli. These guys made one whale of an effort today. They were all pumped up, thought they could get back up front. But Bobby said on the radio that in the first wreck, he thought that it knocked the camber out of the right front tire, made the car extremely loose in the corner, and it just got away from him. He said, I don't know what happened. It just came around on me. But looks like his day is done. They'll get it repaired, patched up, send him back out there to finish.
Lap number 368. Dale Earnhardt, the leader here at Rockingham in the last 3 years.
Want to break into cybersecurity but don't have experience? The Google Cybersecurity Certificate uses real-world scenarios.
If you've watched NASCAR racing for long enough, then you've undoubtedly come across these strange-looking cars.
Grandma, put another battery in the pacemaker. We got 23 laps to go.
Saturday night shootout.
And here comes Dale Earnhardt now, trying to keep Dale Jarrett at bay. Ricky Craven, Ricky Rudd, Steve Grissom is there, Kenny Wallace, Sterling Marlin. Those are the 7 cars on the lead lap. And here we go.
Marcus dropped down to give everybody a good shot at this, give a good clean run at the first turn.
Oh, Derek Cope tried to get a lap back, couldn't get the jump. But he's run well today. He's being shown an 8th.
He let Ricky Craven go there. Ricky Craven has a very strong race car. I would love to see him get up there and get to mix it up with Dale Earnhardt and Dale Jarrett right
Here comes Dale Jarrett in the 88 machine as he works to the inside of Earnhardt and grabs the lead, and caution is on the speedway now.
Again.
Number 4.
Oh.
Late Speed having problems with the rolling spam can. As the leader is Jarrett now, and they'll race back to the stripe. Jarrett the leader, 88, after winning the Daytona 500 1 weekend ago and the Busch Clash 2 weeks ago. And we are back under caution, lap 374.
Well, that stinks.
You know, a lot of people through Dale Jarrett's career have questioned if he was for real. Did he get there because of his father? Did he get there because of whatever else? Let me tell you what this guy has done since he's gotten to Robert Yates' team is proven, indeed, Dale Jarrett is for real. What a strong run he had at Daytona, not only in the 500, but in his 125-mile qualifier, in the Busch Clash as well, and all last year once he finally got over having...
Like he's checked out.
Skip ahead again.
Race the second and third.
Isn't it, though?
Earnhardt, Dale.
He wants to join that battle.
Works around the lapped car, Derek Cope. There you see second and third spots.
I don't
Craven
think
not
we
able to
wrecked
challenge
him.
anymore.
The one thing I see Ricky Craven doing, he's following the 88 no matter where he goes. It's hard to pass the car if you stay in his tire tracks. I would be trying different grooves right now this close to the end.
Field update you see as we take you all the way
24th,
back.
8 laps down. Okay, we're out for good now. We were pretty good
Let's go to
before.
Randy on pit road.
Well, Dale Jarrett has come over the radio, said, guys, the car will just not run up off the corner, as we see Craven going high, trying everything he can do, almost loses the car. Dale said, I just can't get it to come off the corner.
Oh, there Kenny Wallace and Steve Grissom got together there. Some contact. Kyle Petty in the 42 watching from his 11th spot. Kyle is not on the lead lap. But Grissom in the 29, the yellow machine there, and the 81 for Wallace, they are on the lead lap.
Grissom in 5th spot right now. Wallace in 6th. A pile of lap traffic. Ernie Irvin down there in the black number 28 car. Anybody who wondered if he could run the full length of the race. There's Ernie Irvin. Whoa, and Kyle Petty gets sideways.
You're going to make me jump off this chair, man.
They go by Bobby Hamilton. Here comes Sterling Marlin in the 4 car. He is on the lead lap in 7th spot.
It was a tight squeeze there for a minute.
Get me through all this traffic as he goes to the inside of Rick Mast, driving the Hooters Pontiac.
Told you.
Wally Dallenbach in the wall. The Hayes Motors
Way too many
machine
cars for the size of the track right
in
there.
Spartanburg, South Carolina. Significant right front damage, and what a run they had going at Daytona last week. And Wally's in the wall.
Caution
here
is
late
out
today.
again,
They did not
maybe?
throw the yellow yet. I guess they figured there's nothing fell off the car. He's continuing on, so we're still under green.
Dallenbach was running in 20th spot when he tagged the wall. There's Dale Earnhardt. He leads. Let's go back and see Wally Dallenbach's problems.
See Wally right there in the 15. He goes in a little bit high. I don't know whether there's contact there or not. You'd have to guess on that, and I'd rather say no. He just went in a little hard, got high there, got up into the wall.
Inside of 5 laps remaining as we're back live to Dale Earnhardt, the race leader.
Kind of looked like Terry got into, or looked like Benson got into Terry, got into him.
Steve Gresham.
Just a smidge.
That's the 7, and Bobby Hillin spins. Bobby Hillin spins. And now is he going to be able to get the car going off the apron of the racetrack? He is inside of turn 2. No caution flag yet. Dale Earnhardt.
He's got 3 limbs hanging off, but no caution yet, because we got to finish. Oh my God. Come on.
Bobby Hamilton has just pitted. No caution yet.
And now it is out. Now it is out, and it has been taken by the leader, Dale Earnhardt. Caution is being displayed at lap.
Oh yeah, they finish under caution on
The
these.
first Winston Cup race since Charlotte in 1994.
No
The October
green, white
event
checkers.
to end under caution. Of course, the ongoing question, you hate to see it. Would anybody have caught Earnhardt anyway? I kind of doubt it, but you'd like to have seen him get a chance. Checkered flag in the air.
It was good racing before that.
And the GM Goodwrench Racing Team winning the Goodwrench Service 400. And old Bobby Hamilton is going to champion on a round for a finish here today. And he'll come home in 24th position, the way we calculate it here. So they did salvage.
Do we get a
something, and
Dale
the run should have been a
interview?
whole heck of a lot better. But Bobby Hamilton takes the checkered flag, and Dale Earnhardt, big old smile. This is going to be big time after a fine finish at Daytona, a win here in Rockingham. He's firmly atop the NASCAR Winston Cup Series point lead. We'll talk about it in a moment. Well, they will limp around as best they can, will Bobby Hamilton and Wally Dallenbach. But in victory lane, Dale Earnhardt. Took him a while to get there. Kind of got lost going to victory lane while you folks were away. Dale didn't make the right turn.
Well, they've done a whole lot of reconstruction here at the racetrack, and he went in a little different place than he ordinarily would have gone in. Had to back it up, go forward, back it up, go forward. The important thing is he won the race and he made it there.
The fellow with the blue shirt on the right of the screen is the answer to one of the fax questions we got earlier. Somebody said, who's the guy with the hair and the glasses? It was a question that came in from Alaska. The fellow who's always in victory lane, and that is Bill Broderick, the head of racing public relations for the Unocal Corporation, and he is one who helps orchestrate everything that goes on in victory lane, all the award presentations and so on. So to the questioner up in Anchorage, Alaska, that is the man with the hair helmet, Bill Broderick.
I was going to say he played the line in The Wizard of Oz.
And we can say that because we're up here and he won't hear this until he watches the tape. Dale Earnhardt, big win today. A lot of fellas took serious shots at the win. Terry Labonte strong early. Jimmy Spencer was dominant middle of the race. Dale Jarrett led. Ricky Rudd, Bobby Hamilton. But when all was said and done, it was that man, Dale Earnhardt, who picks up the win. Glenn Jarrett's right there with him.
Dale Earnhardt, what a great run. You struggled a little bit for a while today, but boy, when you needed to, you put that number 3 back up front. Going to pick up Taylor there. Give her a big victory hug. Congratulations on a great day.
Well, I thank you. Got to hand it to David Smith and everybody, you know, it's spinning his engine department, Scott DeYoung on the qualifying motor. We did a great job, and everybody did a job. We fine-tuned this thing. It's a little different than what we had on the setup here last fall. We're really happy with the car, the way it ran. I gotta hand it to all the crew. They did a great job. Goodwrench and all the folks, we appreciate everything they do. And, you know, we was a little short at Daytona, but we made it up for it here. But that darn Jarrett finished second to me, so the Dales are hanging in there. But, you know, it's been a good day for us. I hate we got together with Hamilton. You know, he was running awful strong, and I got to back up on him. We was bumping along there, and we bumped a little bit. So, you know, it's one of them deals racing. But he, you know, he got okay from that. It just got into another deal, I reckon. But our car ran great all day. I got to thank all the sponsors. Everybody did a great job. Thank Martina McBride for giving me an autograph and a little good luck autograph for my car. I carried it all the way in the race, so maybe she's my good luck charm.
He'll have her at every race from now on. You can count on that. Whenever Dale Earnhardt needs a fix, he comes home to the rock. He kicked them again today, Eli.
He did. He led 7 times for 95 laps. Look at Ricky Craven, his best career finish ever. As you see the top 10, one Pontiac in the mix. Rick Mast coming home in 10th.
We didn't do too
Today's
good.
exclusive TNN coverage of the Good Wrench 400
We,
has been brought to you by
went out
Miller
early.
Lite, proud sponsor of the Miller Racing Team. We race for beer. And by Texaco Clean System 3.
All right, we'll shut that one down. I'm going to raid out. While I look for someone to raid out, I'll play a little bit of my new Smyrna
These guys
videos.
go into the back pit. You see that?
It's just some of my stuff from the spring Speed Week. And let me see who will raid.
40 guys.
Squirrel! Away, squirrel. Thank you guys for being here. I even hit 150 follows. Yay!
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, the wreck.
Poor guy pushing that car. RJ.
Alrighty, that's that.
T.
T_Kangas raided my stream with 4 viewers.
Welcome in, T. Welcome in, Raiders. Hope you had a good stream, T. Welcome in. Happy Friday. Good to see ya. You don't often get a T. Kangas raid. Love it. Welcome in.